Chapter 583. What a loss, what a loss. Lin Fei was miserable. Wasn't he just trying to get some points? Why did a golden level monster have to come out and play tricks on him? This luck was not like buying a lottery ticket. It was too much of a pity. This unparalleled will allowed itself to attack the space of the divine flame as it pleased. Lin Fei was truly worried that this unparalleled will was simply too strong. Lin Fei could only control the divine flame to suppress it. In the end, 1/3 of his power was borrowed. It could be said that Lin Fei now had a big problem. He tried to use the system to recover it, but the system said that it was a huge amount of energy and could not be recovered. Refine it? That was even more ridiculous. 1/3 of Lin Fei's power was borrowed just like that. There was no other way. This was not a small problem. He could not release it, and he could not refine it. Let's leave it at that for now. It was useless to regret now. After coming out of the valley, Lin Fei no longer captured the giant ice apes, unless he was alone. He was afraid that he would encounter another golden level monster. The first layer of the ice field was indeed very dangerous. They're here. On a tall ice mountain, Lin Fei quickly took down an iceberg snow monster and stood on the mountain, waiting for them. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they had all arrived. However, they looked exhausted. This kid is actually fine? Seeing Lin Fei's appearance, Zhu Gehui was very depressed. It looks like he's fine. Li Qingfeng added. Could it be that this guy didn't encounter any monsters on the ice field? That's impossible. Yu Shan expressed his doubts. Along the way, they had really suffered a lot. The demonic beasts on the icy plain were endless, causing them to be on tenterhooks at all times. Lin Fei, I didn't expect you to be in a better situation than us. Nangong Qianqian's face was full of hardships. She was surprised to see Lin Fei. He was full of energy. Who said I was in a better situation? Lin Fei looked at her disdainfully. I've transferred 1/3 of my power to suppress the supreme will and protect the divine flame space. Good my A**s. It's all right. Lin Fei chuckled. There was an indescribable sadness in his heart. There won't be any iceberg snow monsters here, will there? Li Qingfeng looked around cautiously. They won't appear. I've already captured them, Lin Fei said casually. What? Ice mountain snow monster? You can capture it? They were astonished. Along the way, they were most worried about the ice mountain snow monster. Every time it self-destructed, it had the battle strength of an itinerant immortal. With the continuous self-destructions, they were unlucky. He hated this existence to the core. When they heard that Lin Fei was able to capture the iceberg snow monster, they were naturally shocked. When they fought with the iceberg snow monster, they knew how terrifying it was. Their divine senses were useless, and they were unable to find the location of a true god. What's so difficult about that? Lin Fei said disapprovingly. Otherwise, why would I wait for you up here? There are traces of self-destruction here. Yu Shan pointed to the surroundings, the traces left behind by the self-destruction. Nangong Qianqian finally heaved a sigh of relief. We can finally relax. The ice mountain snow monster is too difficult to deal with. No wonder our demon sect recorded that it's best not to tangle with it. Otherwise, we'll be the ones affected. The demon sect did indeed know some information about the Tianji secret vault. Lin Fei knew nothing about the first level of the ice plains. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon had never been here before. Just like what the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon had said, the Tianji secret vault would change. Even if the route was recorded, it just so happened that the plan could not keep up with the changes. No matter what kind of plan you made, in the end, it would not be able to stop the changes. Lin Fei's efforts were in vain. This ice plains, how can I go to the next level? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei really did not want to continue in this ice plains. After all, he was trapped by a supreme will that could blow him up in one move. No matter how powerful his flesh rebirth was, if he kept getting blown up, he would still die after using up all his true yuan. Why didn't the main body come out? Lin Fei was confused. He did not dare to guarantee when the main body would come out. Leaving the ice plains was a must. If he went to the next level, no matter how powerful the golden monster was, could it still chase after him? Leaving the ice plains, Lin Fei did not have much confidence. We can just keep heading east. Nangong Qianqian said, there's a teleportation gate there that can lead us to the next level. However, the further east we go, the more dangerous it becomes. Lin Fei was glad that he did not go east. Let's take a break and head east. We can collect some treasures along the way. Nangong Qianqian had not rested for a long time, so she was always on guard. When Lin Fei personally captured an ice mountain snow monster, Nangong Qianqian and the others were dumbfounded. How did you do it? Even though Zhu Gehui was very unhappy with Lin Fei, he was very impressed. The other party was able to easily capture the iceberg snow monster, and Zhang Xian was filled with admiration. At the very least, Zhang Xian would not be able to do that. The iceberg snow monster was too strange, and he could not detect it with his divine sense. Lin Fei chuckled, I know a magical ability, ice mountain snow monsters. Their combat strength is not strong. As long as we are careful, we can easily capture them. Since the system had found it, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't say it out loud. Whether others believed it or not, that was their problem. Since he had said it, he had made it clear. Great, we can take down one of the caves occupied by the ice mountain snow monsters. Nangong Qianqian had a face full of excitement. She took out an ancient beast skin. Facing the cold wind, it was not affected at all. This proved that this was not an ordinary beast skin. Lin Fei knew that the demon sect would not be ignorant of the ice plains. This is great. We almost forgot. In the past, there were many experts on the ice plains who opened up caves to resist the ice plain storm. Unfortunately, the power of the storm exceeded their imagination. Many people froze to death in their caves. The treasures they left behind are all good stuff. Zhu Gehui was also excited. Lin Fei was completely baffled by this. Ice plain storm? Caves? Once every 10 days, there will be an icy plains tempest. It's a very terrifying tempest. Unless you have the body of a celestial immortal, you will find it hard to withstand it. You have to open up an immortal's cave to defend against the cold wind. Those immortals' caves were built by experts like us back in the day. They slaughtered demonic beasts and occupied their immortals' caves to defend against the icy plains tempest. Later on, they were occupied by the iceberg snow monster, and we were unable to break in. If you can capture the iceberg snow monster, we can loot the treasures in the immortals' cave one by one. As the princess of the demon sect, Nangong Qianqian naturally knew the secrets of the ice plains. Lin Fei, I don't have a good impression of you. However, the treasures in these experts' caves are all good stuff. We must work together. Zhu Gehui said bluntly. Previously, we attacked a cave to take the treasures inside. In the end, we encountered the ice mountain snow monsters and almost couldn't get out. Lin Fei really did not know about this cave. How could Lin Fei not be happy when he could choose the first treasure out of a third of the treasures? He regretted not taking a good look at it back then. No problem. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known about the ice plains storm. Indeed, if Lin Fei had left alone to face the ice plains storm, he would have been dead. Nangong Qianqian's solemn words could not be false. Let's go. There is a cave below. Brother Lin, you go capture the ice mountain snow monsters. We will lure them away. Soon. They found the ice mountain. There was a well-hidden cave below it. Great capture. Lin Fei could capture the ice mountain snow monsters at will. With someone attracting the main force, they took down the ice mountain snow monsters in one move. Nangong Qianqian and the rest swarmed up and blasted open the ice mountain. They found the cave below. It was said that the cave was dug out by the Ice Plane's demonic beasts and could withstand the Ice Plane's storm. They entered the cave and saw a corpse. The bones did not rot and instead had a luster. This was an expert who cultivated his bones. Our luck is not bad. There is a celestial artifact here. The cave was covered in layers of ice, sealing everything in ice. One could see everything with a single glance. Unfortunately, it has been too long. The celestial artifact's power has been reduced by more than half. After searching for a while, they found a total of 3 celestial artifacts and a battle armor. It had also lost more than half of its power. It was a good item. Young Master Lin, you can take one of the 3 celestial artifacts. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to enter so easily. Lin Fei did not have any requirements for the celestial artifacts. He casually picked one. It seems like we can sweep the cave. Zhu Gehui and the rest smiled. Following that, it was just as they said. With Lin Fei, they could capture the Ice Mountain snow monsters. They took down many cave dwellings along the way. 10 days are almost up. We need to find a cave dwelling to withstand the Ice Plane's storm. After taking down another cave dwelling, Nangong Qianqian started to prepare for shelter. This cave dwelling is not good? Lin Fei was puzzled. No, this kind of cave dwelling has been abandoned. We need the cave dwelling of the Ice Mountain Beetle. Nangong Qianqian explained, this kind of Ice Mountain Beetle is good at finding shelter. The cave dwelling we are in now is actually their nest. Lin Fei really didn't know what was going on. Nangong Qianqian brought a lot of good stuff. They easily found a place. On a tall ice mountain, a cave dwelling appeared. Let's kill our way in. We are running out of time. They only found it after searching for half a day. At this moment, everyone felt a chill as the temperature plummeted. The ice on the ice plains, which had been cracked open, turned into solid ice. When the wind blades blew over, the tall ice mountains were cut in half with a single slash. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out. They all knew how hard the ice mountain was. But under the wind blade, it was cut in half with one slash. It was at least a mid-stage loose immortal attack. And this seemed to be just the beginning. They did not dare to stay any longer. They circulated their true essence to resist. The chill was bone-chilling, as if it wanted to freeze them into popsicles. If they continued to stay outside, once the temperature dropped, they would freeze to death. Inside the cave dwelling, the temperature rose in all directions, forming a furnace. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. This ice mountain beetle was indeed amazing. On the surface, it looked like an ice mountain. No one expected that there would be a furnace underneath. Everyone, be careful. We are about to encounter the ice mountain beetle. They are very ferocious. We must be careful. There are also enemies. They will also compete with us. Nangong Qianqian seemed to already know about this. The passageway went all the way down. They could clearly see that the cold chi behind them had turned the passageway into an ice sculpture. It was a field of ice. Someone is killing the ice mountain beetle. The smell of blood filled the air. Energy fluctuations and continuous roars could be heard. After rushing into the palace, Xiaochen saw many ice pangolins fighting with a small group of ice pangolins. The ground was covered in ice pangolins. Kill. Chapter 584. Nangong Qianqian and the rest charged in. The battle that they already had the upper hand became one-sided once again. The hundreds of ice mountain armors in the cave were quickly killed. Blood flowed like a river. After the ice mountain armors were killed, the people who were killing the ice mountain armors stopped. When they saw Nangong Qianqian, the leader of the group walked out. I didn't expect it to be Demon Sect Princess Nangong Qianqian. We are really fated. He sounded very polite, but in reality, he was trying to push them away. It's not fated. Nangong Qianqian also recognized him. This place is big. How about we split it? Demon Sect is really arrogant. At this moment, someone in the group was dissatisfied. The demon sect did not have a good influence on the continent. If it was not for the unification of the demon sect and the emergence of an overlord like the demon master, the demon sect's days might be very difficult. Get out of here. Our young master by D came here first. Do you demon sect have the right to do so? When these people saw that the demon sect only had 4 people, they did not take them seriously. Kill yourselves. Nangong Qianqian narrowed her eyes and said calmly. The people who spoke earlier were instantly disintegrated. Even their primordial spirits were disintegrated. They could not be more dead. In an instant, 4 people died in their group. Do you have the right now? If not, I can kill a few more. Killing all of you is not a problem. Nangong Qianqian was still smiling. The leader was perfected by D. He suppressed everyone's anger. As expected of the demon sect princess. Vicious and merciless. The rumors are true. For a mind grandmaster, once their mind was broken, it was a very scary thing. Even though they had fewer people, perfected by D did not dare to take the risk. This nest was divided into 2. The left was perfected by D's and the right was Nangong Qianqian's. Who are they? After sitting down, Lin Fei could feel the howling wind outside. The loud rumbling sounds were endless. Righteous Dao people. Zhu Gehui said coldly. If we were outside, would definitely kill them all. There were more than 20 people in their group, and every one of them was a consummate imperial emperor. If they really wanted to kill them, it would be troublesome. Do you want it? Lin Fei asked Nangong Qianqian. Ice mountain armor. After death, their entire bodies turn into ice armor. It's useless. Nangong Qianqian shook her head. Why, are you interested in them? Lin Fei chuckled. If you guys don't want it, then I'll take it. Others might not want the iceberg armor, but in Lin Fei's eyes, these were all points. The system offered to buy them back. Although the price was not high, only 50,000 points, there were still tens of millions of points. As for whether Enlightened Emperor Bai and the others would agree, Lin Fei did not care at all. Lin Fei collected the ice mountain armors one by one and converted them into 50,000 points. In the blink of an eye, his harvest was complete. Over 12 million points. Lin Fei had nothing better to do. Only now did he realize that the system had recycled the iceberg pangolin as an ingredient. It was sold for 100,000 points. In the blink of an eye, the price had doubled. Enlightened Emperor Bai, why don't we make a move and kill this demoness? Someone sent a message through divine sense. They were very dissatisfied that the demoness had killed their people. Enlightened Emperor Bai's face did not show the slightest bit of anger. He looked very calm. Everyone, calm down. The demoness is the enemy of the righteous path. If we can capture her, we will have done a great service. However, this demoness is not easy to deal with. She is the only daughter of the demon lord and has countless treasures on her. It is not wise for us to act rashly. I am familiar with enlightened gentlemen of the 10 prodigies and invited him to deal with the demoness. Enlightened Emperor Bai, this is a brilliant move. The ice field storm lasted for a day and a night. While Lin Fei rested, he kept thinking about how he could subdue this unparalleled will and make it his own. A supreme will with the battle strength of a celestial immortal could be used a few times. However, how to subdue it was a difficult problem. In the space of divine fire, the supreme will was wreaking havoc. If it was something like Senfu, it would be broken in an instant. As soon as the phantom descended, a monstrous attack came crashing down. This time, Lin Fei had learned his lesson and used the divine fire to seal himself tightly. Even so, the powerful attack made the phantom tremble as if it was about to be shaken off. Damn it, why do you have to make life difficult for me? Lin Fei was very helpless. This guy treated him as an enemy, but he did not hate him that much. He tried to think of a way to subdue the supreme will, but he still could not. Lin Fei also gave up. He would suppress it for as long as he could. Sooner or later, he would find a way to deal with it. After leaving the divine fire space, Lin Fei saw that everyone was resting. He stood up and walked out of the passage. A chill rushed over and frost formed on his body. This ice field storm is indeed powerful. Lin Fei had only taken a small step and was immediately affected by the ice field storm. One could imagine how powerful it was. This is just right. I can train my body. Flesh rebirth had reached minor success, but he still needed some time to reach major success. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on the passage, allowing the cold to invade him. For now, Lin Fei could only stay at the edge. Once he went in, he would freeze to death and all signs of life would disappear. A day and a night passed quickly. The ice began to recede, and the howling wind outside stopped. They could no longer feel the chill. The ice field storm is over. Nangong Qianqian stood up. Let's go. The group came out of the passage. The temperature outside had returned to normal, and the icebergs that had been blasted had returned to normal. But who would have thought that so many people would die in this one day and night? As expected, after flying for some distance, they saw many ice sculptures. These ice sculptures were naturally people, but there were also members of the oceanic race. At this moment, they were extremely lifelike, but their life auras had all disappeared. They had died under the icy storm. There were many ice sculptures like this. These ice sculptures are really terrifying. Lin Fei sighed, these geniuses all had illustrious backgrounds outside. I can't believe they died in the ice field like this. Nangong Qianqian didn't care, the Tianji's secret treasury itself is full of danger. The ice field is just the beginning. The further you go, the more benefits you will get. Lin Fei knew about this a long time ago. Big brother Qi Lian had also mentioned it. Lin Fei had learned about the dangers of the first ice field. The later layers would probably be even more dangerous. No wonder big brother Qi Lian could only reach the 4th layer. As for entering the 6th layer and finding the spiritual vein, Lin Fei didn't have enough confidence. The ice field storm last night was scary enough. More importantly, he didn't know anything about the later layers. It seemed like he would have to rely on the demoness this time. Those who were frozen to death by the ice field storm must have been cultivating alone and didn't know much about the ice field. Otherwise, they wouldn't have blindly rushed here and couldn't find a place to hide in the ice field storm. The 1st layer is still easy. Zhu Gehui said, the later layers won't be so easy. To them, the 1st layer wasn't that dangerous. They just had to be careful. Come out, perfected White Emperor. Come out and embarrass yourself with your concealment technique. Suddenly, Nangong Qianqian stopped. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she slashed at the void. Ha ha ha, as expected of the demoness. You even discovered me. In the sky, perfected White Emperor's group appeared. They formed a circle and surrounded the 4 of them. Perfected White Emperor, are you out of your mind? You think you can stop us? Zhu Gehui was filled with killing intent. I'll tell you how to write the word death later. Everyone be careful. This perfected White Emperor dared to chase us. He must have hired some powerful helpers. I should be the one telling you that. Perfected White Emperor sneered, Demoness, this isn't the demon sect. Let's see what you can do. You are strong and have countless treasures. I'm not the only one who will deal with you today. Nangong Qianqian, how have you been? At this time, a few beams of light arrived. A young man in white robes appeared not far from the encirclement. He had an elegant demeanor and a scholarly aura. Anyone who saw him would worship him from the bottom of their hearts. This was a gentleman, an upright gentleman. He cultivated the way of the gentleman, giving people a good impression of him. So it's one of the 10 prodigies, perfected gentleman. Nangong Qianqian's expression changed slightly. The 10 prodigies were the top 10 young experts of the human race. Each of them was a hero among men. They were said to be the 10 youths most likely to become sky immortals. Sky immortals. Everyone cultivated to become sky immortals. However, many people were stopped outside. Now, the 10 prodigies were rated as the 10 most promising youths of the younger generation. This kind of honor was not something that just anyone could afford. Perfected Gentleman was dressed in white. He was very polite. Demonis, as long as you give up resisting, I can make the decision. No one will take a share from you. Zhu Gehui laughed loudly. Gentleman is a villain. Your words are bullsh**. Stop pretending. You are a villain from head to toe. Go back home and fool the ignorant. Despite being insulted by Zhu Gehui, Perfected Gentleman remained elegant and graceful. He didn't seem angry at all. He was extremely shrewd. He is one of the 10 prodigies. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of the 10 prodigies. He had heard them mention the 10 prodigies before even entering the Heaven's Secrets Vault. Lin Fei had memorized them. He didn't expect to meet one of the 10 prodigies so soon. At first glance, the 10 prodigies were indeed extremely talented. They were the most talented people he had seen so far. First of all, they were at the same level as them. They were all at the peak of the Imperial Realm. In theory, once one reached the peak of the Imperial Realm, one could undergo tribulation and become a sky immortal. However, very few people in the Xiantian continent did so. Unless, that person was a madman. Only a madman would attempt to become a sky immortal. It could be said that if one didn't have enough experience, even 100 peak Imperial Realm experts would die. Of course, if they were lucky, they could become loose immortals. Unfortunately, life as a loose immortal was too tough. At the beginning, it was easy to deal with the tribulation, but at the later stages, it would be very difficult. Most people would die. Because of this, very few people would attempt to become a sky immortal. Hope was beautiful, but in reality, it was just throwing away one's life. Lin Fei could sense the power of the 10 prodigies in front of him. They had the power of a high-level loose immortal. At the same time, their bodies were filled with a terrifying aura. Lin Fei suspected that a supreme expert had injected a power that didn't belong to them into their bodies. At the critical moment, they could explode. Only Lin Fei, who had the divine sense of a sky immortal, could see through their power. The 10 prodigies were indeed quite terrifying. If that power exploded, Lin Fei didn't think he would be able to withstand it. Chapter 585. With such a good opportunity, Li Qingfeng did not mind tarnishing Taoist Master's reputation. At least in their eyes, Lin Fei was still on their side. This Taoist Master is not a good person. You have to be careful in the future. Li Qingfeng said gloomily, the most important thing is that none of the 10 outstanding heroes are good people. They are all people with undeserved reputations. Usually, they like to deceive the world and gain fame. Especially this Taoist gentleman. It's really hard to give him such a name. If it were me, I would simply change my name to Taoist Gentleman. I feel that this name suits him. Lin Fei nodded, this name does suit this guy. I don't like him either. I especially feel that his smile is very ugly. If it's that ugly, there's no need to smile. Lin Fei did not lie. They were all true words. Taoist Master did not like him. Lin Fei would never deal with scheming people. After all, when dealing with them, he had to be careful and vigilant. It was tiring. More importantly, this Taoist Master reminded Lin Fei of a person. This person was Yu Buchuan, a complete villain. In the end, he almost unified the Jianghu. What a terrifying person. From then on, he disliked this kind of person. Unexpectedly, today, he finally met someone who played the role of a gentleman and a villain so well. If he did not act in a movie, Lin Fei felt that it would be a pity. Zhu Gehui was also happy. Lin Fei also said the same. After all, it was another person who disliked Taoist Master. The 10 heroes were all created by them. Logically, our Demon Gate should have one of the 10 heroes in your Divine Sword Gate. Zhu Gehui said, you have to be careful in the future. Lin Fei suddenly thought of a name. You mean Sword God? Yes, that guy. He is very overbearing. I heard that his origin is mysterious. He is not from our world. You have to be careful in the future. Zhu Gehui also gave him a rare reminder. Lin Fei said, I have a grudge with Sword God. I didn't expect him to be so famous. He is also one of the 10 heroes. No wonder he can do whatever he wants in the Divine Sword Gate. Before, Lin Fei had always felt that Sword God was overbearing. He had never thought that he would hear such big news. It turned out that Sword God was one of the 10 outstanding elites. This was the person who had the highest chance of becoming a heavenly immortal. This chance was at least several times higher than anyone else. Otherwise, those people wouldn't have said that. Even if it was only a 20% chance, it was still enough to make others envious. So you are so strong. I even offended Sword God. Zhu Gehui was startled. This fellow is extremely domineering. Among the 10 prodigies, his battle prowess can be ranked in the top 5. What about this little guy? Lin Fei asked. 6th. Lin Fei had to admit that this person was very powerful. Even though a portion of the power did not belong to the other party, for a super expert to be able to inject such power into the other party must be extremely powerful. That's right, there's a mysterious power in this little person's body. Do you know what it is? Encountering Daoist gentlemen here, Lin Fei understood one thing. A battle was inevitable today, especially since it was his first time encountering such a powerful opponent. You can see it. Nangong Qianqian replied with her divine sense. She was greatly alarmed. She could barely sense it with her treasure. Now that Lin Fei had exposed it, she was naturally shocked. Lin Fei nodded. This Daoist gentleman is very strong. Especially that power in his body. I can feel that it's not his own. It seems to be injected into his body by someone else. Lin Fei was indeed not very clear about some of the secret arts of the big sections. This Daoist gentleman is indeed doted on. I didn't expect him to be able to use such an energy-consuming saint embryo. It seems like we're in big trouble. Nangong Qianqian's expression was solemn. Saint embryo? Lin Fei seemed to have understood a little. At this time, Zhu Gehui said, this saint embryo is actually a super expert using supreme magic power to inject it into Daoist gentleman's dantian. Once summoned, it can display tyrannical heavenly immortal battle prowess. Normally, very few heavenly immortals would dare to do this. Every saint embryo can guarantee their survival. Every time it is used, it will consume the saint embryo's power. F***ck, there's actually such a thing? That's cheating. Lin Fei thought that he was very good at cheating. He didn't expect that this Daoist gentleman was even better at cheating than he was. He had a heavenly immortal inject a heavenly immortal into the saint embryo and bring a heavenly immortal expert with him. Even if it was activated a few times, it would still be terrifyingly tyrannical. He's one of the 10 prodigies, so we're in trouble. Zhu Gehui's expression was also ugly. If this lowly person doesn't have a saint embryo, we can leave even if we can't beat him. But with a saint embryo, we're in big trouble. Lin Fei could sense that even 1% of the power of a heaven immortal's sacred embryo was not something they could resist. For example, the golden monster's supreme will. Lin Fei didn't understand it before, but now he did. It was clearly a power similar to the saint embryos. It was terrifyingly tyrannical. His true body was powerful, but in the end, he was still defeated in one move. Daoist gentlemen, stop dreaming. Your words can only deceive a 3-year-old. Now that I've fallen into your hands, you'll definitely use me to threaten my father, Nangong Qianqian said. If you want to deal with us, then go ahead. Mind vortex. Instantly, Nangong Qianqian moved. The opponent had a saint embryo, so they were at a disadvantage. For example, they should strike first to gain an opportunity to escape. Nangong Qianqian, I can't do anything to you in the demon sect, but this is the ice plains. You're not my match. Daoist gentleman took a step forward, and a supreme white-clothed phantom appeared, chanting the gentleman's Tao. The mind vortex instantly collapsed, and the white-clothed phantom continued forward. Attack! Once Nangong Qianqian made her move, Zhu Gehui and the rest did not hesitate, attacking with all their might. They wanted to strike first, forcing the opponent to be unable to use the Saint Embryo's power. The four of them erupted with battle prowess of high-level loose immortals. Daoist White Emperor was about to make his move, but Daoist Gentleman's voice came, "White Emperor, you don't need to do anything. This time, I'll capture them all." Daoist Gentleman was ranked 6th among the 10 prodigies. Unfortunately, he didn't like this position. But now, the opportunity had come. Daoist Gentleman wanted to use his own strength to capture the Demoness. With this Demoness in hand, he could extort a huge amount of benefits from the demon sect. This was just the beginning. More importantly, after capturing Nangong Qianqian, his reputation would be even more resounding. Everyone would know of him. This was what Daoist Gentleman needed. "Nangong Qianqian, you have nowhere to run today." Daoist Gentleman laughed heartily. Daoist White Emperor and the rest had long since left the battlefield. This Daoist Gentleman is too powerful. As expected of one of the 10 prodigies, he can suppress 4 high-level loose immortals. They're going to lose for sure. With the 10 prodigies attacking, the Demoness has nowhere to run. I wonder what expression the Demon Lord will have when he finds out. The surrounding people started discussing. I thought my strength was not far from the 10 prodigies. Only now do I know that there's a huge gap between us. Daoist White Emperor thought, luckily I invited Daoist Gentleman. With the Demoness captured, I'll be able to form a relationship with Daoist Gentleman. I'll have a backer in the future. Ordinary attacks won't be able to do anything to this Daoist Gentleman. Lin Fei attacked with all his might, but Daoist Gentleman's Dao was not strong in offense. His defense was the strongest, and he kept blocking Lin Fei's attacks. Great slicing art. Lin Fei pushed with all his might, and his vast divine sense swept out. Daoist Gentleman's expression immediately changed. The great slicing art slashed at Daoist Gentleman, cutting him in half on the spot. Daoist Gentleman's flesh quickly regenerated. "Nangong Qianqian, I didn't expect you to bring such an expert." What a surprise. After recovering, Daoist Gentleman still had a smile on his face. However, under the smile was anger. He had been killed. Although his flesh had regenerated, his face was dark. Daoist Gentleman was strong, and his divine sense was also strong. However, it was far from Lin Fei's. Especially when he pushed with all his might, it was naturally difficult to block. The 10 prodigies are only so-so. Zhu Gehui mocked, and his hands kept attacking. At this time, Zhu Gehui was very impressed with Lin Fei. He could actually kill Daoist Gentleman. This was a display of strength. It was rare for a 6th tribulation loose immortal to kill Daoist Gentleman's flesh. Lin Fei, good job. Li Qingfeng, Su Shan, and the others said. Lin Fei did not look excited. Everyone, prepare to retreat. This person cannot be killed. Earlier, when he used his full strength, he could only kill Daoist Gentleman. He could not injure him at all. Lin Fei knew that Daoist Gentleman was stronger than him. It would be very difficult to kill him. Let's go. Nangong Qianqian did not want to stay for long. This Daoist Gentleman was not easy to kill. After all, at this level, it was very difficult to kill him. Even though Nangong Qianqian had treasures, she did not dare to fight him. Trying to leave? No way. Daoist Gentleman's combat strength was very strong. However, his opponents were experts among geniuses. They were not ordinary geniuses. He could only suppress them but not kill them. Boom! How could Daoist Gentleman let such an opportunity go? He immediately activated the Sacred Embryo's power. Although the Sacred Embryo's power would be depleted every time it was activated, Daoist Gentleman still felt that it was worth it. In order to capture the Demoness, Daoist Gentleman felt that it was completely worth it. A Demoness was very meaningful, especially since she would be able to pinch the Demon Lord's weakness. A huge illusory figure appeared behind Daoist gentleman. A strength that surpassed high-level loose immortals enveloped the area. Sacred embryo. He used the sacred embryo. A sky immortal's combat strength swept out. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Nangong Qianxian and the others were shocked. Even though they thought that Daoist gentleman would not use the sacred embryo, he still used it so soon. Grand capture. Daoist gentleman laughed loudly. He activated the sacred embryo's power. A huge hand appeared in the void and grabbed at them. It was as if the world was in his hand. This was the combat strength of a sky immortal. With a single move, Daoist gentlemen cut off their path of retreat. They fell into the sky immortal's control. Everything they saw was included in the sky immortal's attack. Most importantly, their strength was completely suppressed. They could not use any of it. You no longer have the ability to resist before me. Daoist gentleman was in a good mood. He used the sacred embryo's power to capture them in one go. The little bit of power he consumed was not negligible. Nangong Qianxian, do you have any treasures? Lin Fei asked hurriedly. Lin Fei had sensed the sacred embryo's power long ago. But as soon as he made his move, he immobilized them with a single move. Their strength was also suppressed. He sealed this part of the void and suppressed my strength. I can't use my secret treasures. Nangong Qianxian did not expect that Daoist gentleman would act so quickly. As a demon sect princess, she naturally did not lack treasures. But she did not have time to use them. Lin Fei's heart sank. What should he do? This Daoist gentleman was really a despicable person. He had caught them off guard. Damn it. I don't care anymore. Seeing that they were about to be captured, the only thing Lin Fei could think of was to use the divine flame space. Heaven and earth furnace. Even though his strength was suppressed, the heaven and earth furnace was not. Lin Fei could use it. The heaven and earth furnace covered them. Lin Fei hurriedly said to them, "Come over quickly." Rumble. Although they weren't sure how this thing had appeared, they still rushed over. Divine flames sealed the area, and the Boundless will transformed into a huge ape that smashed down toward Meng Hao's head. But at this moment, the opponent's great capture came down. Roar! Roar! The huge ape was furious. It smashed the huge hand with its rod, shattering it. The pressure on them was instantly lifted. Go! Lin Fei turned into dust and escaped the control, diving into the sea. Daoist gentleman was stunned. This is the power of the Saint Embryo. Daoist gentleman could feel the power of the Saint Embryo attack. His great capture, which he had been confident of, was blocked by the opponent. How is this possible? That person also has the power of the Saint Embryo. Daoist gentleman shook his head. No, definitely not. It seems like the power of the Saint Embryo is being controlled. Humph, consider them lucky. Retracting the power of the Saint Embryo, Daoist gentleman thought through everything. Next time, you won't be so lucky. This time, they were caught off guard. Otherwise, they would not have failed. Daoist White Emperor and the others were dumbfounded. The result was so dramatic that it was hard to imagine. Bang, bang, bang. Within the divine flame space, even with the control of the divine flame, Lin Fei and the others were still destroyed by the supreme will. Whoosh! Lin Fei brought them out of the danger zone. They were temporarily safe. Lin Fei, what was that guy? He was so domineering. My body was destroyed. Zhu Gehui felt a lingering fear. He looked at Lin Fei as if he was a strange person. That guy is too cruel. What did you do to make him so murderous? Even though Li Qingfeng did not like Lin Fei, he had survived. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Nothing much. I just captured their descendants, but this will came. I almost lost my life. Chapter 586. Fortunately, you made a move. Otherwise, we would have suffered a great loss today. Nangong Qianqian felt a lingering fear. In her eyes, Lin Fei had become exceptionally mysterious. He had a great treasure that could suppress a power similar to the sacred fetus. It looks like you used half of your power to suppress that will. Nangong Qianqian pointed out what was wrong with Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. There's nothing I can do about it. This will is too strong. If I hadn't broken free from Taoist gentleman's grasp, we would all be in trouble. For now, I can only suppress it. I can't use it. Just now, Lin Fei had used the other party's power. In truth, he had been betting on his own hatred. The other party would not allow him to be captured. Lin Fei had made the right gamble. This supreme will indeed would not allow others to capture Lin Fei. Seeing the other party make a move, it had attacked the other party first, giving him a chance to leave. In this simple exchange, Lin Fei realized that the supreme will in the divine flame space was no weaker than the other party's sacred fetus. Otherwise, it would not have been able to shatter his attack. Nangong Qianqian hesitated. After a moment, she said to Lin Fei, "This power is actually similar to the sacred fetus. If you can grasp this power, we will have a greater chance of making it to the lower levels." Was there even a need to say that? Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. A power comparable to the sacred fetus could allow him to go far. "Do you dare to take a risk?" Nangong Qianqian said to Lin Fei. "I have a method that will allow you to subdue this supreme will and greatly increase your strength." "What? Subdue this will?" Lin Fei was shocked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Zhu Gehui seemed to think of something. "You want to use that method?" Then, fear appeared on his face. "How can that be? That is an ancient method. The price is too great. Whether it succeeds or not is unknown." Hearing this, Yu Shan and Li Qingfeng understood what method Nangong Qianqian was referring to. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. "We can't stay here for long. Let's find a safe place first." Even though they had escaped, they didn't dare to stay any longer. It wouldn't be good if they were caught. The four of them flew for millions of kilometers. Along the way, none of the demonic beasts attacked them. Instead, they avoided them. Eventually, they chose an immortal's cave, killed all of the demonic beasts inside, and took it for themselves. "What method are you talking about?" "As long as there is a chance, I will not give up." A power similar to the sacred fetus was too important to Lin Fei. Of the 10 outstanding geniuses, Shaoqun had offended 2 of them. One was the virtuous gentleman, and the other was the sword god. Regardless of which one it was, their strength was overwhelming. Shaoqun could not guarantee that he would not meet them in the later few floors. If he could grasp this power, Lin Fei would have the capital to contend against them. "Listen to me first, then you can make your choice. This method does not belong to our devil sect. It has been passed down from ancient times. We call it the Great Soul Shifting Technique." Nangong Qianqian said, "Using my soul to forcibly occupy the other party's will for my use." It sounded simple, but Lin Fei did not believe that it was. The Great Soul Shifting Technique requires one to cultivate a secret art, the Fate Art. By burning one's own lifespan, one can use the Fate Art to kill the other party's will and control their power. It looks simple, but it is actually very difficult. For us to use our power to kill such a powerful will, we need a powerful divine sense to support the Fate Art and burn our lifespan. Lin Fei knew that this great soul-shifting technique was not simple. Burning one's lifespan to use the Fate Art was a huge price to pay. In truth, using the Fate Art to resist the other party's will, if one's own power wasn't strong enough, then even with the help of one's lifespan, one might not necessarily be able to suppress the other party. The longer one's lifespan was, the stronger one's life aura would be. If one's lifespan was low, then one's life aura would be weak, and so would one's strength. I can pass the Fate Art to you, but the chances are not high. Think about it yourself. Nangong Qianqian also knew that this technique had been passed down for a very long time, and very few people would use it. Encountering such a powerful will was also a very rare thing. If not for Lin Fei having a power similar to the sacred fetus, Nangong Qianqian would not have said it. Is it true that the stronger the divine sense, the higher the success rate? Asked Lin Fei. In theory, yes. Lin Fei, think about it carefully. Zhu Gehui said, burning one's lifespan is very important to yourself. Once you use the fate art, burning it for thousands or even tens of thousands of years is very easy. They currently had the strength of monarchs and not itinerant immortals, so their lifespan was limited. They were not like heavenly devils with itinerant immortal bodies who could suppress them for millions of years. Monarchs and itinerant immortals were two different existences. One had a mortal body and the other had an itinerant immortal body. With immortal spirit energy in their bodies, after going through 9 heavenly tribulations, the spirit energy would flow through their bodies and they would turn into heaven immortal bodies. Zhu Gehui's words were actually telling Lin Fei that once an expert's lifespan was damaged, it would be very important to their cultivation unless they had treasures that could replenish their life energy. On one hand, they did not want Lin Fei to learn the soul transfer art. The success rate of this soul transfer art was too low. On the other hand, they hoped that Lin Fei would take the risk. Even if a sacred fetus's power could only be used 10 times at most, it was still a kind of fear for the outside world. I want to learn the soul transfer art. I want to take the risk. A real man should work hard to move forward. Lin Fei's tone was firm. I have offended Taoist Master Junzi and Sword God. If I meet them, they will definitely kill me. In order to survive, I have to take the risk. Taoist Master Junzi was a typical vile person who held grudges. He had defeated him before. Just because of this guy would definitely look for him and kill him. Especially when a sacred fetus's power appeared, he would definitely be able to see through it. As for Sword God, there was not much to say. Back when he was at the Divine Sword School, his subordinates were already restless. If it was not for the Divine Sword School, they would probably have attacked him without any scruples. Lin Fei did not know how many disciples of the Divine Sword School had come to the Tianji Arcanum when it was opened, and he did not ask. Based on the fact that most of the disciples had joined the Divine Sword School, Lin Fei had every reason to believe that there would be many of them. If they met him, they would definitely attack him. As for that high and mighty Sword God, he would definitely attack him. Other than the two of them, the Templar, Sage Palace, and Sacred Palace would also attack him. It could be said that there were enemies everywhere. The combat power of a rank 6 loose immortal was obviously not very useful in this Tianji Arcanum. He could barely protect himself. Lin Fei did not want to be chased by others. With such an opportunity, Lin Fei would definitely fight for it. Success or failure depended on this. If he succeeded, he could contend against them. At least, they would be helpless against him. If he failed, it would be no different from being chased by them. Since that was the case, why not choose to fight for it? Perhaps, this is your choice. I will not dissuade you. Nangong Qianqian could see the determination in Lin Fei. I wish you good luck. Nangong Qianqian could see the determination in Lin Fei. It was a determination that could not be changed. No one could dissuade him. When you want to subdue this supreme will and use it for yourself, I will use a secret artifact to help you suppress it. It will at least increase your chances by 10 to 20%. Lin Fei's heaven immortal consciousness had a 10% chance of success. If what Nangong Qianqian said was true, the soul transfer art would at least have a 30% chance of success. In addition to the art of destiny, the success rate would be at least 50%. A 50% chance. If Lin Fei did not fight for it, he would be the #1 fool in the world. A 50% chance. He must fight. Many thanks. Lin Fei was very clear that using a secret artifact to help him suppress the will would cost him a lot. You and I are in the same boat now. The 10 prodigies will not let our demon sect off. Your increase in strength is equivalent to our increase in strength. Nangong Qianqian said. Now, I will teach you the soul transfer art and the art of destiny. Because the soul transfer art was a secret art inheritance, Nangong Qianqian told Lin Fei through her divine sense. Lin Fei immediately opened the system and easily learned the soul transfer art. Only after learning the soul shifting technique did Lin Fei realize how miraculous this secret technique was. It was no different from helping him refine an avatar, an existence akin to a clone. There was a certain difference between an external avatar and an external avatar. Only when an external avatar was separated from the main body could it be called an external avatar. The external avatar contained 1/10 of the main body's combat strength. It could also contain 1/100th of the main body's strength. An external avatar was different. An external avatar could be said to be an external avatar, but in essence, it was not an external avatar. The strength of an external avatar was extremely strong, exceeding the strength of an external avatar. An external avatar could be a human. It could be a foreign race or a demonic beast. There were many kinds of them, making it hard to fathom. If an external avatar died, it would affect the main body to a certain extent. If an external avatar was destroyed, it would not affect the main body at all. This was something that an external avatar could not compare to. An external avatar could be split out. An external avatar was not that simple. It required a certain amount of luck. Some people would not encounter such luck in their entire lives, and they could cultivate an external avatar. I have already told you about the soul transfer art. You better study it thoroughly before you make your move. Nangong Qianqian reminded. Lin Fei nodded, I understand. Being impulsive is not my character. Although he had learned the soul transfer art and the art of destiny through the system, the former was still fine. The latter gave off a mysterious aura, giving off an unfathomable feeling. This destiny technique, is it a branch of an immortal technique? Lin Fei asked. Nangong Qianqian was surprised, you even know this? I feel that the art of destiny is too mysterious. It is like a bottomless pit. Chapter 587. P.S. Last month, I felt that the plot was not written well, and it was too tiring. This month, there were only 2 chapters, which is 5,000 words. It's the beginning of the month, I need a guaranteed monthly ticket. Great fate art. Lin Fei finally understood why he felt that it was illusory and boundless. It turned out that this was the case. The most powerful immortal art in the heavenly realm? From Nangong Qianqian's words, one could imagine how powerful this immortal art was. Zhu Gehui interrupted, Lin Fei, you don't know about this. This immortal art is only known by some of the top powers in our mortal world. The creator of this great fate art was the Fate Immortal Emperor, born from the River of Fate. He controlled the power of fate, the #1 immortal emperor. So awesome. Even though he had not stepped into the immortal realm, Lin Fei could imagine how powerful this Fate Immortal was. The #1 immortal emperor. This glory wasn't something that just anyone could bear. If one didn't have true strength, they would have long since been devoured by others. Unfortunately, the Fate Immortal Emperor went to another world, and the great fate art was lost. Zhu Gehui shook his head, the current fate art's power is not even 1/10,000th of the great fate art's power. If it was before, Lin Fei would not believe in fate, it was too unrealistic. Ever since he became a cultivator, Lin Fei firmly believed in the existence of fate. He never doubted the existence of fate. Everyone was destined. The river of fate flowed. How one walked was how one walked, it could not be changed. As a martial artist, Lin Fei had always tried to change his fate. However, he never thought that the river of fate would give birth to the Fate Immortal Emperor and control this supreme power. Lin Fei chose to cultivate the fate art first. Even though the system learned it, Lin Fei had some understanding of it. He had an understanding of fate arts, but this fate art wasn't that easy to grasp. In the name of I, Lin Fei, burn my endless lifespan. Appear, power of fate. Lin Fei chanted. The first few sentences were choppy, but he blurted out the last few sentences. Suddenly, a long white river appeared from nowhere. River of fate. Lin Fei could clearly feel his lifespan burning. In just a moment, 100 years of his lifespan had been burned away. Kill. The power of destiny slashed at the stone wall. There was a loud rumbling sound. Even the void below had been split open. It was unknown how deep the crack had reached. You've mastered fate so quickly? Nangong Qianqian was also shocked when she saw Lin Fei's destiny art. Back then, in order to learn this art of destiny, she had spent an entire year trying to understand and experience it before she was able to use it. Nangong Qianqian had always thought of herself as a genius. At the very least, none of the disciples of the devil path could compare to her. But now, Lin Fei had used a single day to grasp the art of fate. Amazing. Zhu Gehui was also dumbfounded. He's even stronger than Qianqian. I really suspect that this guy is a disciple of our demon sect. They were all dumbfounded. The destiny technique was known as a very difficult immortal technique to learn. Even though it was just a branch of the technique, it was still very difficult to learn. Lin Fei had mastered it in a single day. Just this alone was unimaginable. I was just lucky. Lin Fei laughed. What a freak. Nangong Qianqian shook her head, unable to find anything else to say. Familiarize yourself with the destiny technique. When your essence, energy, and soul have recovered to their peak, we'll attack together. All right. After spending 3 days, Lin Fei continuously cultivated the destiny technique, burning 1,000 years of his lifespan. To Lin Fei, who had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, this amount of lifespan was nothing. Lin Fei grasped the destiny technique at will. After another day, Lin Fei adjusted his mental state, allowing his essence, energy, and soul to reach their peak. Whether or not I succeed will depend on today. Lin Fei cheered himself on. Let's begin. Nangong Qianqian also adjusted her essence, energy, and soul to their peak. This matter was not only important to Lin Fei, but also to them. They could not afford to lose anything. The two of you guard the place, lest any thieves come in. No matter who comes in, kill them without mercy. Nangong Qianqian ordered, her face filled with killing intent. Leave it to us. We can't do anything about Daoist gentlemen. As for the others, we'll suppress them. Zhu Gehui patted his chest in assurance. Nangong Qianqian took out a secret treasure, a 7-colored divine pagoda. This is the 7-colored glazed pagoda. When the time comes, I'll use this to suppress them. You take the opportunity to use the destiny technique and the soul transfer art. Whether or not you succeed will depend on yourself. This is all I can help you with. I'm already very grateful that you can suppress them for me. If it really doesn't work, I won't blame you. Lin Fei was resolute, his eyes revealing a never-before-seen desire for victory. Let's go in. Lin Fei and Nangong Qianqian quickly entered the divine flame space, simultaneously turning into a speck of dust, constantly moving, making it impossible to tell which was which. Amazing, truly amazing. Zhu Gehui sighed, this treasure of Lin Fei's is really amazing. My divine sense can't even find the location of the space. No wonder it can suppress such a saint fetus. Do you think Lin Fei can succeed? Li Qingfeng asked. It's hard to say. The soul transfer art is a good inheritance method. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to use it. I remember there was one person in our demon gate who succeeded in using it, but he used up 500,000 years of his lifespan. His blood and qi were so severely consumed that he couldn't replenish his blood and qi in the later stages. He died in meditation after tens of thousands of years of glory. Roar when Lin Fei and Nangong Qianqian came in. The Supreme will turn into a giant ice ape, its ruthless aura sweeping over. It's still the most ordinary attack, but it gives people a feeling that it's impossible to resist. 7-colored glazed pagoda. Nangong Qianqian took out this treasure, and immediately the 7-colored glazed pagoda flew out and hovered above the giant ape, turning into a giant pagoda that suppressed the supreme will. Roar, roar. Quick, I can't hold it for long. Lin Fei could clearly see that Nangong Qianqian's complexion was getting worse. Even with Nangong Qianqian's treasures, it would still consume a lot of energy to use a supreme will that was as strong as a sky immortal. Naturally, it wouldn't be able to hold it for long. Whoosh! Lin Fei's sky immortal divine sense rushed out without hiding. Nangong Qianqian was surprised. She couldn't imagine that Lin Fei's divine sense had reached the sky immortal level. Within the divine fire space, the divine sense turned into Lin Fei's appearance. He looked more like an immortal than the original body. In my name, Fate Art. Against this supreme will, Lin Fei didn't dare to hesitate. Now that the opponent was being suppressed, if it broke free, it wouldn't be a match at all. It would be destroyed in one move. Lin Fei used Fate Art right away. The power of fate appeared again, turning into a saber light that slashed at the supreme will. Instantly, the chi went crazy and cut a hole in the opponent's defense. Good chance. Chapter 588. This is... Lin Fei charged in and found himself in a world of ice. He couldn't tell if it was real or not. His mind was in chaos and he lost his ability to distinguish. A skinny giant ape grew with time, bit by bit, as if he was there, making it hard to forget. River of Memories. It must be the River of Memories. This is his core. Lin Fei reacted immediately. Roar roar with a loud roar, the River of Memories turned into a giant golden divine ape. Its eyes were ferocious and terrifying. Lin Fei was under immense pressure. His sky immortal consciousness started to loosen. Destiny Art. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. He used the Destiny Art and the power of destiny blasted out. Soul-shifting art. In order to fight for a chance for himself, Lin Fei didn't care how much lifespan he used. If he didn't use the soul-shifting art now, when would he? Lin Fei tore open the River of Memories with that strike. Intense pain, pain that he had never felt before. Lin Fei severed his own divine sense, and this projection became a unique existence. Whether I succeed or not depends on this. Lin Fei descended on the ape's body. At the same time, he rejoiced. If he didn't have the sky immortal consciousness, his consciousness would have collapsed. Everything would have been for nothing. Whoosh! Lin Fei's consciousness landed in the River of Memories. Fusion. What was important was the fusion process. Within the divine flame space, everything seemed to be still. Don't fail. Nangong Qianqian persisted bitterly. Her face was pale and powerless. When she saw the giant ape struggle and then stop, she heaved a sigh of relief. Others wouldn't be able to understand the pressure of holding on for a while. The supreme will also started to stop, as if it was fixed in the void. The rest depended on the ape. Nangong Qianqian didn't know if she could succeed or not. This step was very difficult. Lin Fei's consciousness has already reached the sky immortal level. My chances of success will increase by at least 10%. Within the giant ape's River of Memories, two forces were fighting for control. When one side was destroyed, the battle would end. Whoosh! Nangong Qianqian was ejected. How could this be? As soon as Nangong Qianqian came out of the divine flame space, she discovered that Lin Fei's lifespan had been greatly damaged. Both his vitality and life aura were in the late stages. Lin Fei's qi and blood were being consumed. He had gone from being in his 20s to being middle-aged. His hair was white, and he looked old. Who knew how much of his lifespan had been consumed? How is it? Zhu Gehui and the others didn't expect the situation to be so serious. They all knew about the soul-shifting great method and fate art. However, they might not be able to accept such a great consumption. The losses were too great. It could be said that they were hurting their muscles and bones, their vitality greatly damaged. This supreme will is very powerful. Even I can't do anything about it. Everything depends on him. However, his divine sense has reached the celestial immortal level. Maybe he will succeed. How is that possible? Zhu Gehui was shocked and found it hard to believe. Could he be the reincarnation of an immortal? The divine sense of a celestial immortal. In the entire Shantian continent, how many people were there who had reached this level of divine sense? Most likely, only those few ancient antiques existed. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 5 days. On the 7th day, Lin Fei had become an old man. He was senile, and his qi and blood were declining. It was as if he could die at any moment. This was the last thing anyone wanted. When a person's lifespan was reaching its end, his qi and blood would begin to decline. His life aura would weaken, and his strength would begin to plummet. This was a fate that no expert could escape. Sigh, what a pity. Zhu Gehui shook his head. As expected, it is difficult to succeed with an ancient's secret art. His qi and blood are declining. At most, he has 5 years of lifespan left. He will also lose his combat ability. Li Qingfeng said. His qi and blood were declining. No matter how strong his combat ability was, without the support of his lifespan, most of his strength would be gone. His qi and blood would not be able to support him, and his body would not be able to withstand powerful fist techniques. Nangong Qianxian was unwilling to accept this scene. Lin Fei had actually failed. He had burned tens of thousands of years of his lifespan until he only had 5 years left. This was too great a price to pay. Unless the soul-shifting great method succeeded and obtained his opponent's power, he might be able to plunder the treasures of heaven and earth to replenish his lost lifespan and qi and blood. Qi and lifespan had a certain relationship. Qi and life were related. Qi and blood were life force. Would Lin Fei succeed? They didn't know. Every day, his lifespan was being consumed. It was very serious. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe in a few hours, Lin Fei's lifespan would be exhausted and he would truly die of old age. He moved. Li Qingfeng had been observing Lin Fei all this time. Although he did not have a good impression of Lin Fei, his impression of Lin Fei had changed significantly after standing on the same side as Lin Fei. It had been a long time since he had seen Lin Fei suffer such a huge loss. Lin Fei opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, he looked old. Lin Fei, you succeeded. Lin Fei nodded. I succeeded. The price was too great. For 7 days, Lin Fei had been constantly fighting with his opponent. He didn't know how many times he had used the fate art. He didn't expect his divine sense to return and his body to be so weak. He was old, so old that he only had 5 years left to live. Lin Fei, you are too amazing. You are the second person in our demon sect to succeed. You are born to be a member of our demon sect. Zhu Gehui was overjoyed. He forgot that he wanted to target Lin Fei before. As a demon sect genius, although Zhu Gehui was jealous of others, he had a strong ability to accept things. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I was almost finished. The divine ape's will was too strong. Only by constantly fighting could one feel its strength. After all, it was the main battlefield, the host. Lin Fei was an outsider and didn't have an advantage. This was an existence with the combat strength of a celestial immortal, similar to the power of a saint fetus. Lin Fei was very lucky to be able to endure its attacks. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's divine sense reaching the celestial immortal level, he probably wouldn't be a match for the divine ape. His divine sense would have collapsed countless times. Lin Fei, I have a pill here that can recover some of your life force. Nangong Qianxian took out a pill, but it wasn't a pill that specifically targeted life force. No need, I have a heaven and earth treasure with life force. Lin Fei really thought that he was going to die of old age. Fortunately, he remembered that he had the system store. Plus, he had more than 1 billion points. Buying a heaven and earth treasure with life force shouldn't be a problem. If not for this, Lin Fei would really suffer. 5 years of lifespan and a broken body. Even if he had an external incarnation, his body would probably collapse as soon as he used it. After all, this power was too strong. Fruit of life, born in the tree of life. It can recover life force. Price, 1 billion points. Because this is the first time you buy, you can get a 20% discount. Only 800 million points. Lin Fei checked other heaven and earth treasures related to life. The price was too expensive. Billions and tens of billions were everywhere. Chapter 589. Lin Fei had rejected Nangong Qianqian's good intentions, which surprised her greatly. Even though she didn't have any precious vitality medicinal pills on her, she still had an emperor-grade medicinal pill. It shouldn't be a problem for her to restore a few hundred years of her lifespan. What a powerful pill. As Lin Fei's senile appearance continued to recover, he forcibly recovered 3,000 years of lifespan, causing them to turn pale with fright. In order not to be discovered, Lin Fei directly consumed the fruit of life in the system space. Lin Fei was very surprised that the fruit of life could recover 3,000 years of lifespan. 800 million points for 3,000 years of lifespan. Lin Fei also recovered from his senile appearance to that of a middle-aged man. His black hair temporarily couldn't be restored, so it was still white. Lin Fei was very satisfied with recovering 3,000 years of lifespan. The 800 million points were completely worth it. Nangong Qianqian and the others looked at Lin Fei as if he was a monster after he recovered 3,000 years of lifespan. What pill did you consume? How could you recover 3,000 years of lifespan? Nangong Qianqian asked hoarsely. Even an emperor-grade pill can recover one's lifespan by 1,000 years at most. It still needs a pill god to refine it. To be able to recover 3,000 years of lifespan in one go, it's definitely a treasure of heaven and earth. When I entered the Heavenly Secrets Treasury, Master divined that something big would happen to me and specially prepared a treasure of heaven and earth for me. At that time, I didn't really believe it. Who would have thought that something big would happen to me in just 10 days? Lin Fei revealed a joyful expression. This was the only reason Lin Fei could have. He believed that Nangong Qianqian wouldn't suspect anything. If people found out that he owned a shop, perhaps all the experts in the mortal world would appear. It would definitely be a big problem. Although Nangong Qianqian was shocked, she was still shocked when she heard this explanation. Father is right. The pill god behind Lin Fei is very powerful. It's very likely that he's an expert with the battle strength of a sky immortal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to divinate what will happen to Lin Fei in the future. Even my father might not be able to divinate it so accurately. Nangong Qianqian did not doubt Lin Fei's words at all. This kind of heaven and earth treasure that strengthened one's life force could only be obtained by experts at the level of the pill god. Even those old-timers would be tempted to recover 3,000 years of lifespan in one go. That's good. I'm afraid only your master would be able to prepare this for you. Nangong Qianqian smiled. Have you completely mastered your outer body incarnation? Seeing that Nangong Qianqian did not continue to pursue the matter, Lin Fei inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. If Nangong Qianqian did not continue asking, then it would be difficult for him to explain. Fortunately, she did not continue to ask. Come out. A gigantic figure suddenly appeared behind Lin Fei. It was a gigantic divine ape. Even though it had restrained its ferocious aura, it still had a huge impact on them. If it were to attack, it would only need a single thought to completely destroy them. It would truly be a complete instant kill. This is great. Our strength has increased greatly. The power of a sacred embryo was comparable to the battle prowess of a celestial immortal. It was equivalent to the ultimate power, and could run amok in this world. It sounded like the power of the sacred embryo could be infused by anyone, but in reality, it was filled with difficulties. Wasn't Lin Fei's body strong enough? He still could not hide it in his dantian, so he could only put it in the space of the divine flame. From this point, everyone could tell that those who could contain a sacred embryo in their body were, without exception, the strongest among the strongest. If the physical body was not strong, the sacred embryo would explode from birth. Lin Fei had the power of a sacred embryo, and the strength of their side had increased greatly. Adding Nangong Qianqian and Zhu Gehui, they were also a formidable force. How many times can your sacred embryo use it? Nangong Qianqian was concerned about this. The sacred embryo's power was limited, and it would be consumed every time it was used. It was a power that could not be recovered. Lin Fei thought for a moment. I should be able to use it about 20 times. That's enough. 20 battles could solve a lot of problems. Let's rest for a while, and then we'll go to the next level. They had wasted a lot of time on this level, and many people had gone to the next level. Everyone agreed and asked for Lin Fei's opinion. Now that Lin Fei had the power of the sacred embryo, he played a decisive role in their team. Since they were going to the next level, Lin Fei and the others went straight to the next level. They did not attack any monsters. Once they did, it would be a waste of time. The important reason was that Lin Fei did not dare to stay. He had taken a risk, and now he had the power of the sacred embryo. He had been worried about being chased by the other party. His will was already so strong, and now he had occupied the other party. Lin Fei did not dare to stay. So what if he had the power of the sacred embryo? Once the other party's main body came, the power of the sacred embryo was not enough to fight the other party. For safety, they had to go. They had to go. They had to reach the next level before the next ice storm, lest they needed to stop again. Fortunately, the journey was safe, and they did not encounter any monsters. It seemed that they had all been killed. The passage is up ahead. On the last day before the ice storm, they finally got close to the teleportation array. At this time, the area around the teleportation array was filled with the smell of blood. It seemed that there had been a huge battle. Many people went down and killed all the monsters in front of the teleportation array. It's a good thing for us. Seeing the situation, Zhu Gehui heaved a sigh of relief. According to the records of the demon sect, there would be monsters guarding the teleportation array in batches. If they were unlucky, there would be a massacre. The monsters in the first level might be easy to kill, but as they went further, the monsters in the teleportation array were especially strong. They had to work together to tear open the line of defense. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to go down alone. Looking at the situation here, it should be very intense. It was best that there were no monsters in front of the teleportation array. As for the situation of the battle, it had nothing to do with them. The battle is indeed intense, but it was all worth it to wait for you guys. At this time, a burst of arrogant laughter was heard. In the void, a group of people suddenly appeared. It turned out that they had set up a teleportation array. It's you, perfected White Emperor. Zhu Gehui recognized the person at a glance. It was perfected White Emperor, who had been filled with regret and wanted to take revenge on them. Zhu Gehui, how have you been? Perfected White Emperor's face was full of smiles. Nangong Qianqian, you didn't expect me to wait for you here, did you? Indeed, I didn't expect you to wait for me here just to deal with us. It seems like you've put in a lot of effort. Nangong Qianqian's killing intent soared. But, do you think you can kill us like this? I don't need to do anything to kill you guys. There will naturally be someone else to deal with you. In the void, another person in white walked out. The aura of a gentleman rippled. It was perfected gentleman, one of the 10 prodigies. Nangong Qianqian, you didn't expect this, did you? Perfected gentleman's eyes were like lightning, but this time, his gaze fell on Lin Fei, the person who had escaped from his hands. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Despicable person, don't act all high and mighty here. Lin Fei met his gaze. Right now, you're just an avatar, yet you want to take us down? Don't you think you've gone too far? Perfected gentleman revealed the aura of a modest gentleman. Humph, my avatar is enough to suppress you all. This time, I've already laid down a space sealing array. No matter how powerful your treasures are, don't even think of leaving. Ever since he failed last time, perfected gentleman had remembered Lin Fei. Even though he was heading to the second level, he still left behind an avatar to wait for Nangong Qianqian and the others to appear. Demoness, just admit defeat today. Perfected White Emperor was in high spirits. Nangong Qianqian, don't even think of relying on your companions to leave. Perfected Gentleman's words were clearly aimed at Lin Fei. You don't have the power of the Saint Embryo in your body. Although I don't know where you obtained the power of the Saint Embryo, you are temporarily unable to control it. Am I right? So what if I am? Lin Fei lightly said. Perfected Gentleman hoped that they would reveal a look of fear, but he didn't see any. A strange thought rose in his mind, but he easily suppressed it. Even if he was an avatar, he could still suppress them. This was because there was still the power of the Saint Embryo in his avatar. If you offer up the power of the Saint Embryo, I can spare your life. Reverend Gentleman looked at Lin Fei, showing kindness. Reverend Gentleman was incomparably covetous of Lin Fei's holy embryo power. It was just as he said. Although he didn't know how the other party had the power of the Saint Embryo, it didn't stop Perfected Gentleman from spying on it and wanting to possess it. Perfected Gentleman believed that the other party had a treasure that was suppressing the power of the Saint Embryo. That was why he had left behind an avatar to snatch this treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so interested in it. A lowly person is just a lowly person. You speak so pompously, but it's all for my Saint Embryo. Lin Fei sneered. I was going to settle the score with you. This saves me time. Perfected White Emperor and the others laughed. Revenge? Was there something wrong with their brains? Even if Perfected Gentleman left behind an avatar, it was invincible and could easily suppress them. Perfected Gentleman originally wanted the other party to hand over the Saint Embryo, but he didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn. Since he was prepared, he wasn't worried about any accidents. Stubborn, I'll suppress you. As for you, I'll peel the Saint Embryo from your body. A demon sect disciple doesn't deserve such supreme power. Boom. This time, Perfected Gentleman used the power of the Saint Embryo to strengthen the avatar. A great capture came down from the sky. It was filled with the power of a celestial immortal. This time, it was faster and fiercer, not giving them any chance. This avatar is very useful to me. Leave it to me. Treat it as the first payment of interest. Lin Fei took the initiative, and no one had any objections. A mere avatar. Leave it here today. Chapter 590. A huge aura burst forth. Perfected White Emperor was stunned. The people behind him were equally stunned. How could this be? This guy had the power of the sacred fetus. His mind kept reeling. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Another shocked person was Perfected Gentleman. Even though it was only a clone, his expressionless face was also filled with disbelief. How could you have the power of the sacred fetus? Perfected Gentleman's eyes were like lightning, as if he wanted to see through the other party. You'll know when you die. Lin Fei laughed heartily. If your true body was here today, perhaps it would be quite troublesome. But you actually had the guts to leave behind an avatar. I think that losing an avatar will definitely affect your strength. There was a loud boom. Perfected Gentleman's great capture was instantly dispelled by Lin Fei. How could a clone's power compare to Lin Fei's sacred fetus power? With one strike, Perfected Gentleman's power was blasted away. Perfected White Emperor, you're dead today. Nangong Qianqian shouted, taking the lead to attack Perfected White Emperor. Zhu Gehui and the rest were no exception, attacking them one after another. Perfected White Emperor obviously did not expect such a situation. One of the opponents had the power of the sacred fetus. If they did not handle it well, they might really die here. Everyone, attack together. Perfected White Emperor only believed that Perfected Gentleman's clone could block the opponents and buy them time. With their numbers, he did not believe that they could not deal with the other three, even if they were demon sex demonesses. The area around the teleportation gate was instantly filled with a huge battle. Once Nangong Qianqian and the rest attacked, Perfected White Emperor's side was immediately at a disadvantage. The three of them were too strong, especially Nangong Qianqian, who used her ultimate move. Previously, Nangong Qianqian had a bellyful of anger after Perfected Gentleman seized the initiative. Now, she used her full strength. Although Perfected White Emperor and the rest were strong, it was still difficult to defend against their full strength. In just a moment, several experts had died. Perfected White Emperor, didn't you want to deal with me last time? Now I'm right in front of you. Nangong Qianqian's long hair danced in the wind. With a sword technique, she trapped Perfected White Emperor. Both of them were high-level itinerant immortals, but Perfected White Emperor was much weaker. On the other side, Lin Fei and Taoist gentlemen were also fighting fiercely. In the beginning, Lin Fei did not have a complete grasp of the sacred embryo's power. However, after exchanging blows, he managed to perfectly control the sacred embryo's power and suppress his opponent in one fell swoop. Taoist gentlemen, I'm definitely going to collect the first interest today. Lin Fei had a thorough grasp of the holy embryo's power. Anxiety flashed across Taoist gentleman's face, and he was even more shocked. How can he unleash the holy embryo's full power so quickly? Earlier, Taoist gentleman could still take the opportunity to use a killer move to tire the other party out. However, the other party was at perfection and quickly grasped it. This won't do. If this goes on, my clone will definitely die. If my main body was here, then I could fight this fellow. But now, I absolutely can't. With a feint, Taoist gentleman took the lead and charged toward the transportation formation, heading for the second floor. He regretted laying down the space ceiling formation back then. You want to leave? Stay here. Lin Fei drove the sacred embryo's power. Whoosh! A huge black whirlpool descended from the sky. If Lin Fei's main body drove the power, he would not be able to produce such a huge formation. However, when the sacred embryo drove the huge whirlpool, everyone's expressions changed. What treasure is this? Under the huge suction, Taoist gentleman's clone lost its resistance. The huge suction was like a huge hand controlling the clone. With just a thought, Taoist gentleman's clone was sucked away by the divine flame space. Taoist White Emperor, you guys should come in as well. Lin Fei drove the sacred embryo's power again. The huge suction sucked them away, leaving only Nangong Qianqian and the others. Let's leave quickly. Lin Fei activated the sacred embryo's power and opened the transportation formation. The four entered the second floor. At the same time, in a passageway under the boundless yellow sand, a few youths were killing sand monsters. Suddenly, one of them's expression changed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. How can this be? My clone actually died. This person was none other than Taoist gentleman. The others were shocked when they saw Taoist gentleman vomiting blood. Brother gentleman, what happened to you? These youths were all strong, and it was their first time seeing Taoist gentleman injured. My clone was destroyed, Taoist gentleman said. What? Doesn't your clone contain the sacred embryo's power? At this time, a red-robed young master spoke. Although this person was not one of the 10 outstanding elites, he was also a genius disciple of a first-grade sect, Duan Wuhan. Didn't you say that you would leave your clone to capture the Demoness? Could it be that he can overturn the heavens? Another genius disciple said. The demon sect has produced a genius who is not inferior to us, the 10 outstanding elites. Taoist gentleman said calmly, but the anger in his eyes was abnormally strong. He grasped the sacred embryo's power. My clone is no match for him. Taoist gentleman had left a clone behind because he was certain that the other party could not grasp the sacred embryo's power. Who would have thought that the other party had grasped the sacred embryo's power? What? The demon sect has produced another genius who grasped the sacred embryo's power? Everyone was shocked. Every one of the 10 outstanding elites had grasped the sacred embryo's power. Although there were many geniuses in the demon sect, they were all crooked. There were very few who had the sacred embryo's power. Now that one had appeared, it was absolutely unbelievable. Brother gentleman, who is this person? Do we know him? A sacred embryo expert had appeared in the demon sect. There would be an additional variable in this treasure hunt. Taoist gentleman waved his hand, and a portrait of Lin Fei appeared in front of him. It was vivid and lifelike. He is a demon sect disciple, a rising expert. I know this person. The sound of gnashing teeth came from the other person's mouth. Daoist gentleman raised his eyebrows. Brother Ghost Blade, do you know him? Brother gentleman, this person is called Lin Fei. He is a genius who rose during the Dynasty War. Daoist Ghost Blade said, he is our saber sect's opponent. I didn't expect him to sneak into the demon's sect and grasp the sacred embryo's power. This Daoist Ghost Blade was a genius disciple of the saber sect. He recognized Lin Fei at a glance. Ah, so he is Lin Fei who later joined the Sword God sect? Duan Wuhan also remembered. Chapter 591. After entering the second floor, the icy chill disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a monstrous heat wave. Everyone went from cold to heat wave. The temperature was terrifyingly high. There were 10 suns hanging above their heads, each emitting a dazzling radiance. This is the hot earth plane, the temperature is extremely high. Zhu Gehui said, everyone, be careful of the sand monsters below. They are invisible and hard to detect. Lin Fei also felt the scorching heat rolling towards him. With his current strength, he was not too worried about this high temperature. He had heard about the hot earth plane from the Qi Lian heavenly demon. When he entered the heaven's secret treasury, the first floor was the hot earth plane. The sand monsters were the ones that the Qi Lian heavenly demon had mentioned before. They were the most widely distributed demon beasts in the hot earth plane. The temperature on this floor was extremely high. Every 10 days, a fire beacon mountain would appear. In fact, the fire beacon mountain and the ice field storm were the same. The fire beacon mountain would burn the entire hot earth plane with a single spark. This floor did not have a place to hide like the first floor. The only thing they could do was to go to the next floor. The Qi Lian heavenly demon had told Lin Fei very clearly that once they reached the hot earth plane, they would directly rush to the next floor. There were no treasures on this floor. Once the fire beacon mountain appeared, it would last for 3 days and 3 nights. Although Lin Fei had the protection of the divine flame, he was quite disgusted to be burned for 3 days and 3 nights. Naturally, he would not stay on this floor for too long. Do you guys plan to leave directly or do you want to search for treasures on this floor? Lin Fei asked them. It seems like you also know about this fire beacon mountain. Nangong Qianqian said, let's go directly to the next floor because from the 3rd floor onwards, there will be all kinds of treasures. Lin Fei knew that it would be like this. The demon sect must have some understanding of this hot earth plane. Thus, the group went to the next floor. During this period, they met many human experts along the way, but almost no one stayed on this floor. After 6 days, they arrived at the teleportation gate of the 2nd floor. The demon beasts in front of them were all killed. On the way, they met some human experts. Our speed is not too slow. When they arrived at the portal, the demon beasts had already been cleaned up, saving them a lot of trouble. This time, for safety's sake, Lin Fei had long since used his spiritual consciousness to prevent himself from falling into the other party's array formation. The next level is the 3rd level. From this level onward, the Tianji Arcanum will truly be presented to us. Lin Fei, you must be prepared. Lin Fei had no idea what the 3rd floor was like. However, judging from Nangong Qianqian's expression, the 3rd floor onwards would be fraught with danger. Back then, the Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon had made it to the 4th level and returned in the end. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the 3rd floor. After all, if he underestimated it, he might be the unlucky one. In order not to be unlucky, Lin Fei wanted to find out from Nangong Qianqian what kind of existence the next level was. Are there certain restrictions on the next level? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei, it seems like you don't know about the restrictions on the next level. Zhu Gehui was not surprised at all. If they were not from a demonic sect, they would know nothing about the Tianji Arcanum. I really don't know about this. I only know that from the next level onwards, every level is very dangerous. As for the restrictions, I really don't know. Lin Fei nodded. There was no need to hide anything. If he didn't know, then he didn't know. There was no need to pretend that he knew. It was not something to be embarrassed about. Actually, from the next level onwards, our spiritual consciousness will be restricted. Everyone will be suppressed to the point where they can only see about a mile away. I really don't know who came up with such a ridiculous restriction. A mile away? That's really troublesome. Lin Fei could currently see up to 5 million miles away. Now that it was reduced to a mile, the difference was really too big. This is the first level. Some levels restrict true yuan and only physical strength. That's really scary. Zhu Gehui continued. True yuan? Wouldn't Qi refinement be dead? Lin Fei finally understood why their expressions were so solemn. What appeared below was really scary. Lin Fei and the rest rested for half a day. Outside the teleportation door, there were more and more beasts, so they entered the next level. When they entered the third level, a huge force immediately pressed down on Lin Fei's body. His bones were cracking as though they could not withstand the gravity and were about to be crushed to pieces, 100 times gravity. Lin Fei sensed it immediately. At the same time, his field of vision appeared in front of him. On the huge plains, there were many statues. Each statue was extremely tall and there would be a statue at a certain distance. These statues were all the same, but they all had a monstrous aura left on them. My spiritual consciousness is really being suppressed. Lin Fei's spiritual consciousness swept out. When it reached a mile, there seemed to be an invisible wall in front of him, blocking his spiritual consciousness. No matter how he tried to break through, he could not cross it. It was the same for Sky Immortal spiritual consciousness. At that time, Lin Fei was still rejoicing. He should have been able to find a small loophole or something, but now it seemed that it was impossible. With 100 times gravity, even Lin Fei had to circulate his true yuan to resist. It consumed a lot of true yuan, and his spiritual consciousness was also restricted. This level was really different from the previous one. Looking at Nangong Qianqian and the others, each of them had a battle armor on their bodies. They used the power of the armor to resist the 100 times gravity. Lin Fei knew that they were all Qi refinement cultivators. Their bodies were relatively weak and not as strong as he was. They could only wear battle armor to resist. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist. This level is? We're lucky to have come to the graveyard of the gods. Nangong Qianqian's tone was solemn. If one listened carefully, one could hear the excitement in her voice. Graveyard of the gods? Lin Fei was puzzled. Ever since he had consumed the godly spirit grass, Lin Fei had gained a certain amount of divine might. In the graveyard of the gods, he didn't sense any divine aura at all. I've read about this level in the ancient records. The graveyard of the gods only buries immortals, true immortals. As for why immortals are here, I don't know at all. Nangong Qianqian said excitedly, do you see the statues? Each statue is actually an immortal, and below it is a tomb with immortal treasures. We're really lucky this time. Originally, the graveyard of the gods would definitely be on the 5th level or higher. As long as we can suppress an immortal, we'll be able to obtain treasures and true immortal artifacts. Zhu Gehui said excitedly. Lin Fei was excited as well. Their luck was actually so good. They had reached the graveyard of the gods on the 3rd level. I wonder if I'll be able to refine these immortals. If I can refine them, my strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei didn't really care about the immortal treasures. The only thing he cared about was this immortal. Let's go. The 4 of them were under 100 times the pressure, but they didn't dare to move too quickly. Even though they were very careful, when they entered the range of a statue, the previously motionless immortal statue suddenly opened its eyes with a swoosh, and a cold light shot out. Kill. A monstrous murderous aura condensed into a 3,000-meter-long sword light, which slashed down on their bodies. The illusory sword instantly killed them, decapitating them on the spot. Too terrifying. After the 4 of them recovered their physical bodies, they hurriedly fled. The immortal's illusory figure is too powerful. With a single sword strike, I felt as though I had fallen into the path of death. Zhu Gehui's heart was still filled with lingering fear. Me too. I almost died for real. That sword strike just now had killed them, and the remnant might of the immortal had affected their souls. Lin Fei himself was still filled with lingering fear. A dead immortal's remnant will attack had actually been so powerful, killing him with a single sword strike. If it weren't for Lin Fei using the motionless Wisdom King to suppress it, he probably would have died just like that. This sort of feeling of death was simply too terrifying. If this was a person with a weak heart, then regenerating flesh and blood would be useless against this sword, and they would immediately die. From now on, we can't just barge into their territory. Lin Fei pondered. Just now, it was the remnant shadow of an immortal. We became intruders and triggered the remnant thoughts, which caused the immortal to attack. I think so too. Nangong Qianqian agreed. After experiencing it once, they didn't dare to act carelessly again. Each statue had its own area, and they could only carefully walk around the edges, for fear of triggering the attacks of the immortal's remnant thoughts. Along the way, they also saw quite a few human experts who activated the immortal's remnant will, but were killed by a single sword. Their souls were obliterated, and they directly died. If this goes on, it will be very difficult for us to find an immortal graveyard. They were very careful along the way, but they still couldn't find the entrance to the immortal's tomb. In addition, every statue had the remnant will of the immortal. After being killed once, he didn't want to force his way through. But he couldn't possibly continue like this. If we can't find the entrance to the tomb, that's because our destiny hasn't arrived yet. Coming to the necropolis of the gods is actually a destiny. As long as we are careful, there will definitely be hope. This went on for 3 days. On this day, they flew carefully. A loud rumbling sound came from afar. Nangong Qianqian and Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. There's movement, a tomb must be opening. A sword mountain. A sword immortal graveyard. When they entered within a kilometer, a towering sword mountain appeared in front of them. Whoosh! As soon as they arrived, countless sword hilts trembled on the sword mountain. Accompanied by a white light, an immortal sword flew out. This is an immortal sword, a celestial immortal. At this time, many people had already appeared around the sword mountain. All of their eyes were red, revealing greed. When the white light flew out, someone immediately exclaimed. In an instant, more than 10 people tried to snatch it. The immortal weapons in the mortal world were actually not real immortal weapons. At most, they were pseudo-immortal weapons. A celestial immortal weapon was a real immortal weapon. When an immortal sword appeared, everyone couldn't help but fight for the ownership of the immortal sword. Chapter 592. That white light was quickly blocked by someone. The person who rushed up first tried to grab the immortal sword, but the immortal sword turned into a white light again and pierced through the person's hand. It really is a sky immortal grade immortal weapon. Another large hand grabbed down from the void, and the void around the immortal sword quickly stopped. The immortal sword struggled and was quickly taken away. That person immediately fled into the void. Damn it. Too fast. That person took away the immortal sword in a flash. Why didn't you make a move just now? Nangong Qianqian asked curiously. A low-grade sky immortal grade immortal sword has no interest in me. Lin Fei said. Besides, there are so many immortal swords on this sword mountain. If I want to snatch, I want to snatch the best one. Lin Fei did not expect to encounter a celestial immortal level immortal sword on this floor. He did not expect that the treasures on this floor would be so valuable. A low-grade sky immortal grade immortal sword would break any supreme grade immortal weapon. Whoosh! Another beam of red light flew down from the sword mountain. At this time, Nangong Qianqian made a move. 7-colored glazed pagoda. With a wave of her hand, the person who rushed up was immediately suppressed and could not move. Nangong Qianqian suppressed him with a wave of her hand. The immortal sword struggled and was taken away. Witch, she's the witch. Immediately, someone cried out in alarm. After keeping the immortal sword, Nangong Qianqian returned to Lin Fei's side. I didn't expect you to make a move. Lin Fei was very surprised. He thought that Nangong Qianqian would definitely snatch a high-grade Sky Immortal-grade immortal sword. Nangong Qianqian rolled her eyes. Don't you know how precious a Sky Immortal-grade immortal weapon is? With a low-grade Sky Immortal-grade immortal weapon, my combat strength will increase greatly. My chances of getting middle-grade and high-grade immortal weapons will be higher. One had to admit that Nangong Qianqian was right. Those people did not dare to come up after the witch took away an immortal sword. Previously, they were suppressed by an immortal weapon. Now that she obtained an immortal sword, killing them would be a piece of cake. They had nothing to worry about as long as the sword mountain was still there. Although some people were very dissatisfied, in the face of the witch's reputation, they really did not dare to make a move to snatch it. More and more people gathered around Sword Mountain, each of them here to snatch the immortal sword. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. A medial-grade heaven immortal-grade immortal sword flew out. On the immortal sword was a sword immortal with a transcendent aura. With a point of his finger, a sword beam swept out, easily tearing apart the seal. The immortal sword had a spirit, especially the remnant will of the sword immortal. When activated, it was incomparably nimble, making it difficult for others to attack. Whoosh! A streak of red light flew over from the horizon, fast and fierce. One of the human clan's 5 tribulation loose immortal who was standing in the front had no time to dodge the red light. He was shot to death by the arrow. The arrow continued to shoot and hit the illusory figure. With a crash, it shattered the illusory figure. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 more streaks of red light came and struck the immortal sword, producing a loud clanging sound. Who did it? What amazing archery! With his divine sense suppressed, how could he still shoot so accurately? After being hit twice in a row, the immortal sword floated in the air. No one dared to make a move to snatch it. That arrow was too powerful. Everyone saw a man stepping out from the void. Every time he stepped out, he would bring himself closer. In just a few breaths, he was right in front of them. Good heavens, he is the most powerful of the shifters, Tai. No wonder he is so good at archery. That is terrifying. The humans were shocked. They all knew that Tai, the most powerful of the shifters, was peerless in archery. Now that his divine sense was suppressed, he could still be so powerful. He was truly a powerful warrior. I was wondering why his archery skills were so good. So, it is Tai of the shifters. He has cultivated the divine archery skill, reaping life from 10,000 miles, Nangong Qianqian said to Lin Fei. Reaping life from 10,000 miles? Lin Fei also realized that this Tai of the shifters was very powerful. His archery skills were unparalleled. He lived up to his reputation. If his divine sense wasn't suppressed, Lin Fei could reach this level as well. But just now, Tai had shot from hundreds of thousands of miles away, or even millions of miles away. He had killed one of them and disrupted the immortal sword's power. It seemed that he lived up to his reputation as the most powerful of the shifters. Tai, clad in beast hide, turned his eyes. Witch, I didn't expect to meet you again. You are stronger than before, Nangong Qianqian said. You humans are no match for me. Tai shook his head. I have my eyes on this sword mountain. Leave now, and don't make me kill you, even if you are very weak. Tai's words were undoubtedly a provocation to everyone. Weak? The humans were enraged. On the mysterious heavenly mainland, the human race had a huge population and countless experts. Even so, they were able to suppress the demon race into a small area. How dare you call us humans weak? Tai, you are just a shifters. Every one of the 10 elites of the human race is stronger than you. How dare you ask us to leave? We will not leave, and we will chase you away. Kill Tai. The surrounding humans were of one mind when it came to outsiders. Who was Tai? He was the top elite of the younger generation of the shifters. If you don't want to leave, then don't. He drew his bow and released the arrows in one go. The humans who rushed up could not block a single arrow at all and were shot to death directly. 1. 2. 13 humans. The human elites panicked. Who had ever seen such powerful archery? One arrow killed one human. It was terrifying. Tai killed so many humans in the blink of an eye, but he still exuded a powerful aura. He didn't change at all. Whoosh. Whoosh. 9 stars merged into one. Another 9 humans were killed. Too strong. Everyone, run. We can't hold on any longer. These humans had wanted to kill the demon race's Tai earlier, but when they joined forces, they were defeated. Their terrifying archery skills were terrifying. After killing 20 humans, the humans were frightened and didn't dare to attack again. They left their companions behind and retreated. In the blink of an eye, all the humans had left. Humph, you want to do this the hard way. Tai put away his longbow. There was no expression on his face. Why didn't you leave? These words were directed at the demoness. Why should we leave? Tai first glanced at Nangong Chanshan, then his eyes fell on Lin Fei. Are you one of the 10 great elites? I'm not one of the 10 great elites. Lin Fei shook his head. Besides, I don't like the 10 great elites very much. You and the demoness are very powerful. No wonder you have to leave, Tai said. Tell me your name. I'll remember your name. Lin Fei originally thought that this shifters was also young and aggressive. From this sentence, he saw the difference. He was different from ordinary experts. Lin Fei. Whoosh. At this time, the sword mountain shook again, and a stream of light flew out. Lin Fei made his move. He controlled the divine flame space and collected the immortal sword. At this time, Tai also shot an arrow, but it missed. So fast. Lin Fei was shocked. If he had tried to grab the immortal sword just now, he was afraid that the sword would have been sent flying. Sorry, I'm one step faster than you. Lin Fei said with a smile. Tai was also shocked. He wanted to send the immortal sword flying and embarrass the human race, but he didn't expect that the other party had a treasure. He was so fast that he couldn't send the immortal sword flying. You're stronger than I thought. Tai was very direct. I think you'll be a very good opponent for me. Lin Fei instantly felt a strong fighting spirit from the other party. I think you'll be a good opponent for me too. The two felt a sense of appreciation for each other. The sword mountain fell silent again, and no more immortal swords flew out. Lin Fei didn't expect that all the immortal swords on the sword mountain would fly out. If that was the case, it would be too ridiculous. Tai sat cross-legged in the void, staring at the sword mountain. Lin Fei and the others also stared at the sword mountain. At the same time, they activated the power of the sacred embryo in the divine flame space to completely refine the immortal sword. Fortunately, I have the power of the sacred embryo. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to refine a mid-grade immortal sword. Lin Fei was very glad. With a mid-grade heaven immortal sword in hand, compared to a pseudo-immortal artifact, it was many times stronger. Another day passed, and the sword mountain shook again. This time, it could be said to be an earthquake, and it was a sign that 10,000 swords would be born. Looks like the sword mountain is going to produce a high-grade immortal sword. Lin Fei's eyes also fell on the sword. A high-grade immortal artifact would undoubtedly increase his chances of entering the next few levels. Although Lin Fei had the power of the sacred embryo and could activate the battle strength of a heaven immortal, he currently lacked a suitable weapon. Although he had a mid-grade immortal sword, which increased his battle strength by a lot. After all, there was a gap between mid-grade and high-grade. No matter what, Lin Fei had to snatch this sword, which was very likely to be a high-grade heaven immortal sword, to increase his combat strength. Rumble, after the sword mountain shook again, 10,000 swords shot out together, forming a huge immortal sword with monstrous power. A phantom stood on the immortal sword. Kill. The huge immortal sword slashed down. Immediately, cracks appeared on Lin Fei and the others, and blood flowed out. Even the monsters, who were famous for their strong physical bodies, were bleeding. F***ck, we were tricked. Lin Fei cursed. This was not the birth of a high-grade immortal sword at all, but the other party's remnant will to kill them. Lin Fei activated the divine flame space and took Nangong Qianqian and the others in. Even so, the entire divine flame space shook violently when the sword came down. The power of the sacred embryo activated and rushed out of the encirclement. Under the activation of the power, Lin Fei still felt a trace of domineering sword intent in his body that kept destroying his functions. He looked at Nangong Qianqian and the others and felt the same. Lin Fei did not expect the sword mountain to be so tricked. I wonder if that guy Tai is dead. Lin Fei thought to himself. He sat down cross-legged and got rid of the terrifying sword energy left by the sword immortal. Chapter 593. After traveling 1,000,000 kilometers, Lin Fei came out of the god fire space. He had wanted to get a sky immortal high-grade immortal sword, but he had almost experienced the feeling of being killed again. Killing someone with a weak mind once would cause their mind to change. Killing someone twice would cause even greater damage to their mind. After a certain number of kills, they would fall into a state of death. This was like falling into a state of death, completely losing consciousness and unable to wake up. The mind was a wondrous existence. Lin Fei had been killed by an immortal and fell into endless darkness, the Tao of death. At a critical moment, the mind could wake up, like a gate. At a critical moment, the gate could be opened and the power could be restored. This was the use of the mind. If the mind could not wake up, it would lose its will and could not reform its flesh and blood. Even though Lin Fei's mind was strong, he did not dare to be killed again and again. The feeling of being so close to death was extremely unpleasant. He would not experience it if he could. The graveyard of the gods and the remnant consciousnesses of the immortals are too terrifying. I suspect that they all died in a battle to the death. Lin Fei said suspiciously. From the murderous aura, Lin Fei had reason to be certain. The murderous aura is very strong. Nangong Qianqian said. Thankfully, we have your space, otherwise we would not have been able to react. The might of a sword immortal is too terrifying. I don't even know if I can wake up if I die. Zhu Gehui still had lingering fears. Their minds were very strong, especially those of the demon sect, whose minds surpassed many. Even so, they were still afraid that they would not be able to wake up. Let's find another place. They could not go to Sword Mountain. With such a sword immortal there, they would have to go to their deaths. Just as they were about to leave, a figure stepped out of the void, his body covered in wounds. You're not dead, Zhu Gehui said in surprise. He had experienced how terrifying the immortal remnant consciousness's attack was. The newcomer was none other than Tai. However, his injuries were not light. How could a sword immortal remnant consciousness kill me? Tai said, activating his true essence to heal his injuries. If we Yao were so stupid, we would have long been enslaved by you humans. You demons have strong bodies. You're really amazing to be able to come out alive after such a blow. Lin Fei had to admit. You're not slow either, Tai said. Tai. Why are you looking for us? Nangong Qianqian asked directly. Tai licked his lips. I want to cooperate with you. I want to make a deal. I thought you've always been a loner. Why are you looking for someone to work with? Lin Fei said deliberately. Deep down, he also wanted to know what good things Tai had to offer to cooperate with him. I don't trust other humans, but you're from the demonic sect, constantly oppressed by the humans. I won't lose out if I work with you. Greater One Dao said, after the deed is done, I will only take one of the items inside. I don't need the rest. Would you be so kind? Lin Fei doubted. I'll tell you the truth. In the necropolis of the gods, I discovered a senior of our demon kind. I suspect that there's a demon heart inside. If you can help me with this, the rest of the treasures will be yours. Devil's heart? Lin Fei didn't know much about it. Nangong Qianqian explained, a demon heart is the core of a demon-kind immortal. It contains the essence of a demon kind, and only demon kind can consume it. After consuming it, one's strength will increase. If I'm not wrong, Tai, you want to use a demon heart to become a sky immortal, right? Tai didn't mind being exposed. As expected of a demoness. You guessed my goal right away. That's right, I need to refine a demon heart to become a sky immortal. You and I both know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who doesn't want to find a suitable treasure in the secrets of heaven's vault to become a sky immortal? He wasn't lying. Both Lin Fei and Nangong Qianqian had the same goal. For geniuses like them, becoming a sky immortal was very difficult, so they needed an opportunity. With an opportunity, they'd get twice the result with half the effort, and their chances of becoming a sky immortal would increase. Should we agree to his request? Lin Fei didn't dare agree, so he asked Nangong Qianqian for her opinion. Among them, Nangong Qianqian was the only one who knew how to scheme. Lin Fei preferred to solve everything with force. The demon kind behind Tai is on good terms with the demon sect. They've been attacked by humans, and the demon sect has been attacked by the righteous path. If the demon kind produced a sky immortal, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Of course, becoming a sky immortal isn't easy. Nangong Qianqian said. Tai, since you've asked, we'll definitely help you. His combat ability is no less than that of the 10 prodigies. Tai, we can help you, but you have to help us too. Nangong Qianqian said to Tai. Tai had asked for their help because he lacked experts. A demoness and an unknown Lin Fei might really be able to open the demonkind's grave. No problem. I can swear a heavenly oath. The others didn't dare ask Tai, but the demon sect did. From Lin Fei, they could tell that he wasn't the type to play tricks. Soon. Tai swore a heavenly oath as a guarantee to Lin Fei and the others. Lin Fei glanced at Nangong Qianqian. It looks like the demon sect is also here for something. Nangong Qianqian blinked. Aren't you? Wasn't he here for the spirit vein? As for the others, they weren't that attractive. Once Lin Fei's combat ability reached the sky immortal level, he'd be a top one. He really didn't care about anything else. Lead the way. After Tai swore a heavenly oath, the others had nothing to worry about. We're here. Half a day later, Tai led them to the outskirts of a statue. It had 2 horns on its head and a ferocious face. Even though it was a statue, it emanated an immense demonic chi. This is a senior of the demon kind, Sky Immortal Bull Demon. Tai pointed below the statue. In a moment, Brother Lin and I will block Sky Immortal Bull Demon's attack. Demoness, use this opportunity to open the entrance to the tomb. As the top genius and expert of the demonkind's younger generation, it would be difficult for him to open the tomb alone. He needed a powerful helper. All right. Tai took the lead and fired an arrow, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Roar. The giant statue shook, and a black bull demon with a body of 3,000 meters charged out. With a single charge, Tai's arrow was shattered. Its momentum was astonishing, and its demonic chi soared into the sky. Roar. Demonic bull demon immortal charged again. The void trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. 3,000 immortal arts, great slicer art. Life snatch from 10,000 li. Sky demon fist. The others immediately attacked to draw demonic bull demon immortal's attention. Nangong Qianqian took the opportunity to attack as well. The 7-colored glazed pagoda smashed down, and the entire statue shook. Demonic bull demon immortal was too powerful. Even as an afterimage, his combat ability was exceptionally strong. A single charge sent them flying, and their combined attacks couldn't harm him at all. The second charge came at him. Lin Fei understood Tai's intentions. This demonic bull demon immortal was an afterimage, after all. As long as one side attracted his attention, the other side would be absolutely safe. This time, demonic bull demon immortal's huge body trampled over. Lin Fei and the others instantly felt their bodies on the verge of collapse. The weaker ones like Su Shan and Li Qingfeng had their bodies crumble on the spot. Immovable Wisdom Monarch. Lin Fei summoned Immovable Wisdom Monarch to protect his body. Careful, this is the demonic bull race's war trample. Tai hurriedly reminded. However, it was already too late. Su Shan and Li Qingfeng were both jolted to death once. Whoosh! Lin Fei's body was strong, but he couldn't withstand demonic bull demon immortal's war trample. In just a breath's time, their combat ability was suppressed, and two of them were even jolted to death. Brother Lin, you suppressed demonic bull demon immortal. I'll kill him. The demoness took action, but she still needed time, and they were already being suppressed. Once their bodies were shattered, they would truly be at a disadvantage. After all, if demonic bull demon immortal used war trample again, they wouldn't be able to block it. In a place like this, they wouldn't die if they could. After all, their flesh rebirth had yet to reach the grand completion realm. Lin Fei didn't hold back, either. A sacred fetus appeared. Godfire space, suppress. A fiery red millstone appeared above demonic bull demon immortal. Powered by sky immortal strength, it firmly suppressed him, rendering him unable to move. Tai also erupted. A demonic sacred fetus appeared behind him, similarly wielding a giant bow. It shot an arrow in one go. Even Lin Fei felt a dangerous aura from this arrow. If he were to face it head-on, he wouldn't be able to block it. Rumble, demonic bull demon immortal's afterimage vanished. If you had such powerful archery, you should have used it earlier. Why did you have to put yourself in such a difficult position? Lin Fei said. Tai smiled wryly. I wanted to, but I needed time. Otherwise, I would have attacked long ago. Tai wasn't lying about this. Lin Fei could sense that the arrow just now was very mysterious and complicated. He almost couldn't sense it. The tomb is open. Below, Nangong Qianqian opened the tomb's entrance. Come, let's go in. Without hesitation, the group rushed down and closed the entrance once more. There's no need to set up a formation. After entering, there was a quiet, pitch-black passage. At the end of the passage is demonic bull demon immortal's main hall. There's nothing to worry about. Lin Fei had thought that this tomb was full of traps, but on second thought, since the immortal was dead, some powerhouse must have brought it in. Naturally, there wouldn't be any traps. The immortal's remnant while outside was terrifying enough. The passage wasn't very long, and they soon arrived at the main hall. When they arrived, they were shocked by the sheer size of the main hall. Then, an immense demonic aura enveloped the entire hall. Demonic bull demon immortal. Wrong, this is demonic bull demon's true form, demonic bull. Chapter 594. The ox demon clan's true form is that of a demonic ox. It's enormous and has a violent temperament. Its true form is 10 times stronger than when it's in human form. It seems to have been wiped out in our Xintian continent. It must have ascended from another minor world. Nangong Qianqian sucked in a cold breath. An ox demon. And one that had survived a heavenly tribulation to become a monster immortal. The demon sect had records of such a terrifying clan. Everyone, look. The ox demon immortal was decapitated with a single slash. Yushan pointed at one of the slashes. Even though the ox demon didn't seem to have changed much from the outside and didn't seem to be missing any parts, there was still a wound. Everyone followed his gaze. Indeed, there was a crack below the ferocious head. Even with the passage of time, a dangerous aura still lingered. Imagine how terrifying an enormous ox demon would be if it was suddenly killed with a single slash. Especially when the ox demon immortal had returned to his true form, which was 10 times stronger than when he took human form. This ox demon immortal's strength was probably comparable to a mystic immortal. I didn't expect it to die just like that. Lin Fei was shocked as well. Even though the ox demon was dead, the enormous aura it left behind didn't disappear with time. At most, it had weakened a bit. Even after so many years, it still had this aura. One could imagine how terrifying it was when it was at its peak. Congratulations, this is a complete ox demon. It might have the demon heart you need. Tai's face was filled with excitement. In truth, when he first discovered the statue, he wasn't sure if there was a demon heart or not. It was just a rumor among the Yao race. Yao experts had entered the Heavenly Secrets vault a few times, but none of them had any luck with the graveyard of the gods. I told you, I only want the demon heart. I don't want anything else. Without your help, I can only stare. Tai wielded a mid-grade sky immortal sword and slashed at one of the statues. What a sturdy defense. Even though it was dead, Tai's first attack couldn't break through the defense. It only left a white mark on the surface. Fortunately, the ox demon was dead. With the immortal sword, Tai entered the ox demon's body an hour later and came out with a fist-sized demon heart in his hand. It's amazing, it didn't rot. Tai put away Devil Heart in a jade box. I've finally found Devil Heart. It's all thanks to you guys. Tai was surprised that he had obtained the demon heart so quickly. If he had been alone, he would not have been able to enter. The ox demon's shadow outside could have killed him dozens of times. Brother Tai, you'll be able to transcend the tribulation soon, right? Lin Fei congratulated him. Tai shook his head. The demon heart contains the essence of the bull demon. I have to find something else. Otherwise, any demon that eats it will explode on the spot. I'll take the demon heart. The rest is yours. You guys choose first. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Nangong Qianqian and the others did not hold back. We'll take this skin. Given how much effort it took to forge a heavenly immortal intermediate-grade immortal artifact, it was only natural that the beast skin of immortal ox demon would be of high quality. In order to remove the skin, Tai and Lin Fei had to offer up their immortal swords. It took them 2 hours to do so. Lin Fei, we've taken the skin. All that's left are the bones. Nangong Qianqian looked embarrassed. Anyone could see that the skin was the most valuable. A tribulation-transcending ox demon could be casually forged into a set of armor. Even if it could not withstand the attacks of a heavenly immortal, it would still be able to withstand the attacks of a 9th tribulation loose immortal. Lin Fei chuckled. The way I see it, this skin is useless to me. Lin Fei did not care at first. A dead heavenly immortal Yao was of no use to him. He casually cast a scry spell, only to discover something unexpected. The skin is useless? Nangong Qianqian rolled her eyes. Didn't Lin Fei know that his true form was the strongest after becoming a Yao or an immortal? They had no doubt that if immortal ox demon returned to his true form, no matter how many heavenly immortals came, they would not be able to break through his defenses. Among immortals, Yao immortals were the most terrifying. They might be forced in the mortal world, but in the heavenly realm, Yao immortals were powerful because their true forms were incomparably powerful. They really wondered if Lin Fei did not understand. Immortal ox demon had returned to his true form after dying. The most amazing thing was this skin, which could be casually refined into a set of armor. Even in the mortal world, there were not many of them that were worth cities. Perhaps they didn't understand what Lin Fei was talking about, but Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that the most precious thing about the ox devil was not its demon heart quintessence, nor its hide, but its flesh and blood. Of course, if immortal ox demon's flesh and blood had lost their original form, it would be useless. But someone had set up a formation in the main hall to prevent it from being destroyed. That was why Lin Fei said that the previous two things were not the most valuable. The flesh and blood contained true Yao energy. This Yao energy was also immortal energy, and it filled the flesh and blood, hiding in every cell. It was impossible to detect it with spiritual sense alone. Lin Fei had relied on the system to discover that this ox demon was a huge treasure trove. A spirit vein. With this ox demon, he could refine all of it, and its Yao energy would become immortal energy. This kind of good thing was rare. Collect. Lin Fei brought out his god fire space and sucked the enormous ox demon inside. You don't mind if I take them all? The rest are useless to us. Only you here can take this ox demon. Everyone here had their own space, but such a huge beast was useless to them. They could not sense any Yao energy from the ox demon. Lin Fei knew they would say that. I'm rich this time. Right now, Lin Fei could not refine this ox demon. I wonder if there are any more tombs of Yao immortals in this necropolis of the gods? Lin Fei asked. I'm afraid one demon heart is not enough to satisfy you. Lin Fei's words were directed at Tai. Looks like we can work together. Although Tai had obtained a demon heart, he was still not very confident. Sky immortals were too difficult to break through to. Many geniuses, brimming with confidence, tried to break through, but in the end, they either died to heavenly tribulations or became loose immortals. If he could get a few demon hearts, Tai naturally wouldn't refuse. Tai, we can help you, but you have to help us find the demon seniors. Chapter 595. After successfully opening the tomb of an immortal monster, everyone was motivated. Tai's body was strong, so was Lin Fei's, and Nangong Qianqian had treasures. With everyone working together, it wasn't too difficult. Along the way, they dug up quite a few tombs of immortals. Of course, not every tomb had something good inside. Sometimes, it would be a waste of time. Otherwise, it would be terrible if everyone just went to the tombs. Whoosh, 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 in one of the tombs, Tai drew his bow and released a rain of arrows. Countless shadows were obliterated. Lin Fei didn't hold back either. With 3 heads and 6 arms and an immortal sword in hand, he didn't wait for the shadows to pounce on him. Sword light swept out. Each shadow was instantly killed. Half an hour later. It seems we've come for nothing. I didn't expect an otherworldly item to appear in a tomb. There must have been a great battle here, Tai said, unwilling to give up. Let's go. Their efforts had been in vain again. The tombs had long since been cleared out, leaving behind the corpses of experts. As time passed, and the tomb's unique formations, they turned into formless otherworldly items. Rumble, Lin Fei and the others had just emerged from the tomb. Monstrous waves of energy rippled out. A great tomb. This must be a great tomb. Someone touched the tomb. The waves of true essence are violent. Everyone present was an expert. They immediately sensed the great waves of true essence and couldn't help but look delighted. The graveyard of the gods buried countless immortals, and immortals. It was only natural that a great tomb would appear. Over the past few days, Lin Fei and the others had entered several tombs. Each contained an sky immortal. They hadn't encountered any arcane immortals yet. It was easy to imagine what the appearance of such a great tomb meant. Perhaps they would encounter a great tomb on this trip. Let's go. On a boundless plain. A huge statue stood erect on the plain. At this moment, there was a group of people surrounding a gigantic illusory figure. That illusory figure was wearing black battle armor and was as unmoving as a mountain, actually blocking all of their attacks. This won't do. If this continues, we won't be able to open the tomb. In the sky, 7 or 8 experts took out their immortal artifacts. Under their control, the immortal artifacts turned into rays of light, darting up and down as they attacked the afterimages. Continue. If we join forces, we can even kill an immortal. It's just an afterimage. Once again, a mighty power erupted from the immortal artifact. Shockingly, it was a high-grade heavenly immortal artifact. Despite the 8 of them channeling the power of the immortal artifact together, they were still incapable of wounding the opponent. Be careful, this is the demon race's secret art, Merciless Finger. The afterimage took a step forward and pointed its huge finger forward. The streams of light that they controlled were immediately sent flying. The 8 of them had their celestial artifacts floating above them, but they were still sent flying. The demon race is indeed a warlike race. The 8 of them took out their immortal artifacts again, and their faces were filled with solemn expressions. Bang bang bang, the afterimage in the sky used the relentless finger 3 times in a row, and they were sent flying again. The human race is really weak. Just as the 8 of them were sent flying, several figures with tyrannical auras flew over from the sky. Outsiders. Daoist Ghost Blade's face darkened, and he raised his guard. Should we kill them first? This group of people was none other than Daoist Ghost Blade, Daoist Gentleman, and the others. They had been collecting treasures in the graveyard of the gods together, and with their teamwork, they had gained quite a lot. Daoist Gentleman was the leader of this group. Fellow outsiders, you said that we humans are weak. Why don't you go up and give it a try? Daoist Gentleman said with a smile. Are you stronger, or are we humans stronger? The eyes of the people behind Daoist Gentleman lit up. We won't stand on ceremony. A 3-headed outsider grinned. Let us show you the strength of the outsiders. Fusion. A dazzling white light flashed in the sky. Mere afterimage. A huge figure appeared above the afterimage. It looked like a monstrous creature, and a huge strange runes emanating a mysterious aura pressed down on the afterimage. Is this the famous fusion of the outsiders? Duan Wuhan asked. The outsiders had been fighting for more than a month, and many of the stronger races were known to the humans. The 3-headed tribe was one of the more famous races. They were proficient in the fusion divine ability, which allowed them to combine all their strength to unleash a powerful attack. I didn't expect the outsiders to have mastered the ancient language. Daoist Gentleman narrowed his eyes as he recognized the mysterious characters. Using the ancient language to suppress the afterimage is truly ingenious. Unfortunately, the afterimage isn't as easy to suppress as you think. Brother Gentleman, after the 3-headed tribe fuses, their battle prowess will reach the half-step heaven immortal realm. Should we make a move? Another one-eyed genius asked. In case anything unexpected happens. Daoist Gentleman waved his hand and said with a smile, this demon's afterimage is powerful. We've been fighting for so long, but we can't do anything to it. It's better to let the 3-headed tribe exhaust the afterimage, and we can wait for it to exhaust itself. Isn't that a good thing? Brother Gentleman is the best. Duan Wuhan said in admiration, you're playing the 3-headed tribe like a fiddle. Just as Daoist Gentleman had said, after the 3-headed tribe used the fusion divine ability, their battle prowess soared. They tried to suppress the opponent with the ancient characters, but the afterimage was not easy to deal with. With a monstrous demonic aura, a demonic saber slashed down and split them in half, breaking their fusion. You outsiders are nothing more than this. Daoist Ghost Blade sneered. Brother Luca, what do we do now? After the 3-headed tribe was separated, they retreated from the battle line and guarded against the humans. I've already informed Commander Mo Sang. He's chasing after some humans in the vicinity. When the commander arrives, we'll kill them all. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3-headed tribe's Waka. Great. Commander Mo Sang's strength is ranked around the 100th among the leaders of the outsiders. He's not inferior to the human experts. We have a chance to take down this tomb. The moment the demonic aura surged, Nangong Qianxian and Zhu Gehui's eyes lit up. The demon immortal, a senior from the demon sect. They had spent a lot of time searching for the demon immortal's tomb, but in the end, they found nothing. The moment the demonic aura appeared, they knew their chance had come. Lin Fei and Tai's eyes lit up as well. Other than the tomb, there was still a demon immortal. Someone's coming. Duan Wuhan turned his head and stared in a certain direction. Let me take care of them. There's no need. Maybe it's an old acquaintance. Daoist Gentleman stopped Duan Wuhan. Old acquaintance? Chapter 596. We're about to meet our match. When the giant statue appeared, Lin Fei frowned, then said to Nangong Qianxian and the others. Who is it? Nangong Qianxian's killing intent flared. It wasn't easy to find a demon immortal senior. How could Nangong Qianxian give up? No matter who it was, she would kill him without mercy. He was of great importance, and she could not afford to lose him. Taoist Master. Although his divine sense was suppressed, Lin Fei could just barely sense it with his sky immortal divine sense. Tai was slightly shocked. He thought to himself, this Lin Fei isn't simple. My divine sense is suppressed by the graveyard of the gods, but he can still sense who the enemy is. That smiling villain from the 10 prodigies? Tai's expression darkened. Lin Fei laughed. It looks like neither you nor I are interested in this villain. Half a kilometer away, Lin Fei and the others stopped and looked at each other from a distance. Lin Fei. Taoist master narrowed his eyes, killing intent flashing in them. One of his clones had been destroyed at the other's hands. Taoist master would never forget this. He hadn't expected to meet him so soon. Lin Fei. Behind him, Taoist master Ghost Blade laughed coldly. His sharp saber intent locked onto Tai. This person who had humiliated the saber sect back then had grown to this extent in just a dozen years. Gentlemen, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and laughed. How could I not remember a genius like you from the Divine Sword School? Taoist master said. This guy really knew how to act. I think you forgot something. Even if you turn to dust, I will still remember you. Lin Fei continued laughing. Taoist master's gaze shifted. When he saw the muscular man dressed in animal hide, his heart sank. Why was he with them? Tai, I didn't expect you to be here too. Tai laughed coldly. I thought you didn't know me. How could I not know the top young expert of the Yao race, Tai? Taoist master said with a laugh. I'm curious as to why you're with them. Lin Fei could tell that Tai and Taoist master had some friction. You're Lin Fei. Spiritual master Ghost Blade rushed out with a sharp aura. Your saber intent is so strong and overbearing. If I'm not wrong, you're from the saber sect. With Lin Fei's current strength, if he could not tell that the other party had turned into a human-shaped saber, he would have wasted his time cultivating. Taoist Ghost Blade was not surprised. His expression was cold. It's best that you recognize me as a member of the saber sect. It will save me a lot of trouble. I thought you didn't dare to admit it. Big brother Lin, this is Taoist Ghost Blade from the saber sect. He specializes in the Ghost Blade technique, which is untraceable and untraceable. You have to be careful. Zhu Gehui reminded. Lin Fei took a step forward. If you want to find trouble with me, just say it. I don't mind sending you to hell. The people behind Taoist gentlemen were furious. This Lin Fei was too arrogant. Ghost Blade Extreme Shadow. Taoist Ghost Blade coldly snorted, Today, I will kill you. With Taoist gentlemen here, Taoist Ghost Blade was not afraid of Lin Fei. He immediately slashed out with his saber, which contained hundreds of saber strikes. Each saber strike was as one. The saber light was vertical and horizontal, and each saber strike was real. Taoist Ghost Blade lived up to his name. Overestimating yourself. Lin Fei was disdainful. Isn't it just hiding from the real body and using a killing move? My divine sense is suppressed, but I have the system. You're just a human target. Slash. Lin Fei instantly used his hand as a saber, and 100 zhonglong saber light slashed toward his left. The void trembled, and a figure fell out. Taoist Ghost Blade was injured in one slash. Since you gave me a saber strike, I'll return the favor. Lin Fei took a step forward and slashed again. It was incomparably overbearing, not giving Taoist Ghost Blade any chance of survival. Saber fusion, Ghost Shadow Saber. Whoosh! Taoist Ghost Blade broke through the saber attack, appearing in front of Lin Fei with a sinister smile on his face. Go to hell for me. This was Taoist Ghost Blade's most powerful move. It could ignore all attacks, and it was a killing move at close range. It was unknown how many people had died under this saber strike. Lin Fei would not be able to escape death. Lin Fei did not move an inch, but disdain flickered in his eyes. A whirlpool appeared in front of Lin Fei, and in the blink of an eye, Taoist Ghost Blade disappeared without a trace. That tyrannical saber strike also vanished into thin air. What's the point of doing this? Lin Fei shook his head. Lin Fei, quickly release Daoist Ghost Blade. Duan Wuhan and Daoist Ghost Blade were good friends. Seeing his friend being suppressed so abruptly, he did not even have time to react. The others were also shocked. They did not even see how Daoist Ghost Blade disappeared into thin air. Lin Fei was nonchalant. You say release and you say so? Then why didn't you stop him when he tried to kill me? It's only hindsight. Tai Yi and the others laughed. Kawa of the three-headed clan was also shocked to see this scene. The Xiantian continent is indeed full of human geniuses, with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This human named Lin Fei is not simple. He is very strong. Daoist Ghost Blade has a bit of fame, but he was still suppressed, and no one knows whether he is dead or alive. Humans love infighting. Otherwise, we might not have had the chance to invade the continent. Luca nodded, that's true. The human race is famous for infighting. You fight, I fight, everyone fight, fight to the death. There is no distinction between you and me. Daoist gentleman knew he had to speak. Lin Fei, since you are a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, release Daoist Ghost Blade, and I will pretend this never happened. Did everyone hear that? The 10 prodigies have spoken. I am a soft-hearted person. Lin Fei said with a straight face, I can let this person out. However, when he made his move just now, I was shocked and my heart was shaken. If you give me a celestial lower-grade immortal sword, I'll let him out. It's not too much, right? Daoist gentleman's face sank for the first time in front of others. He wanted to slap Lin Fei to death. You dare to extort me? Is this extortion? Lin Fei shook his head. Tell me, is this extortion? Su Shan grinned. Sigh, the 10 prodigies really speak differently. No wonder you can become one of the 10 prodigies. Brother Lin wants compensation. When did it become extortion? Li Qingfeng said in a strange tone, this is also the first time I've heard of compensation. You call it extortion. What a joke. Lin Fei wanted to slap the opponent's face, to make it sound like a slap. 10 prodigies? What the F***CK? In the past, I've heard that in any battle, the loser would need to redeem himself. Otherwise, he would become the winner's slave. Lin Fei patted his head. It's fine if you don't want to. I can send him to the auction. Many people would like a slave of this level. Don't you guys think so? You dare. Daoist gentleman raged. This time, he was truly furious. He didn't expect Lin Fei to be so despicable. Lin Fei grew impatient. Either you give me compensation, or I'll send him to the auction. You guys heard wrongly. It's not that I don't want to release him. I've already stated my conditions, but you guys don't agree. Bastard, this guy is a bastard. Daoist gentleman cursed in his heart. This is a low-grade heaven immortal flying sword. That should be fine, right? Daoist gentleman was helpless. He took out a low-grade heaven immortal flying sword. If he didn't rescue Gui Dao today, his reputation would be greatly affected. If he left Gui Dao in the lurch, it would be a huge loss. More importantly, the Saber sect was a first-grade sect. If he didn't rescue Gui Dao, the people of the Saber sect would bear a grudge against him. The people of the Saber sect were all hot-tempered and difficult to get along with. Unless he killed them all, was that possible? It was impossible. Some people liked reputation, while others didn't care about it. Coincidentally, Daoist gentleman cared about reputation. He had to rescue Gui Dao. Fortunately, he had collected several low-grade heaven immortal flying swords, so it didn't matter much to him. Daoist gentleman thought that if he took out the immortal sword, the other party would release Daoist Ghost Saber. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei shook his head. Sorry, one immortal sword. That was just now. Now I want 3 immortal swords. Behind him, Zhu Gehui couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This move was amazing. So Lin Fei was also this good at tormenting people. Daoist gentleman's face turned red. He pointed at Lin Fei. You're being lazy. Am I? Lin Fei said in a serious tone. Who asked you to not take them out earlier? Now take out 3 and I'll release him immediately. If you take too long, I don't know what will happen to me. Damn you, Lin Fei. I'll kill you and turn your bones into ashes. Daoist gentleman almost went crazy. When had he been slapped in the face like this? Hurry up. Lin Fei wanted to provoke the other party. I want 5 immortal swords. The eyes of the people behind Daoist gentleman turned red, almost spewing fire. They had never seen such a shameless person before. You're amazing. Daoist gentleman could only swallow this loss. He cursed Daoist Ghost Saber in his heart. What are you so smug about? Daoist gentleman felt his heart ache as he took out 3 low-grade heaven immortal flying swords. Here. The 3 immortal swords flew over. However, Daoist gentleman was cunning. He infused them with immortal energy and turned them into 3 streams of light to annoy Lin Fei. How could Lin Fei fall for it? A black hole appeared in front of him and the 3 immortal swords flew in. Sorry, I'll be taking the immortal swords. Then, 2 flying swords appeared in his hands. This is for you too, 1 for each of you. Even though they had dug several tombs, they did not encounter a single immortal sword. It's for us. Zhu Gehui was surprised and did not dare to believe it. This is a gift from Daoist gentleman. Hurry up and thank him. Lin Fei chuckled. Daoist gentleman, many thanks. Zhu Gehui laughed. You're a good person. The next time I see you, I definitely won't call you a gentleman or a villain. You're a good person. The 2 naturally did not stand on ceremony and immediately put away the immortal swords. Daoist gentleman stared at Lin Fei. Can you release him now? I will immediately. I'm a trustworthy person. I'll release him when I say so. Lin Fei opened his mouth and spat out a piece of human skin. It swayed as it floated towards Daoist gentleman. Daoist Ghost Saber. Behind him, Duan Wuhan's eyes were spewing fire. You killed Daoist Ghost Saber. Daoist gentleman suddenly realized. In his anger, he said, Lin Fei, you're really vicious. So you were just stalling for time with me just to kill Daoist Ghost Saber. The Divine Sword School produced a scum like you. Chapter 597. In fact, Lin Fei was indeed stalling for time and using the Divine Flame Space to refine Daoist Master Ghost Blade. Lin Fei would never show mercy to anyone who dared to attack him, especially someone from the Saber sect. He would kill anyone who dared to attack him. Moreover, Daoist Master Ghost Blade had taken the initiative to attack him. Naturally, he would refine him. Extorting Daoist Master Ghost Blade's 3 immortal swords was just a whim. Who would have thought that Daoist Master Ghost Blade would really take them out? Lin Fei would gladly accept such a good deal. Lin Fei would never hold back when something was delivered to his doorstep. Everyone present was shocked by Lin Fei's action. Daoist Master Ghost Blade appeared to be angry, but he was actually shocked by Lin Fei's strength. Daoist Master Ghost Blade's battle prowess was at the level of an 8 Tribulation Loose Immortal. It was easy to kill someone, but it was much more difficult to refine him. Did he use the power of the sacred embryo? He can't refine Daoist Master Ghost Blade unless he uses the power of the sacred embryo. He's a formidable opponent. The members of the 3-head tribe were also shocked. It was easy to kill someone, but it was quite difficult to refine someone. This human must have cultivated some kind of powerful cultivation method. You're talking nonsense. Daoist Master Ghost Blade was furious. His killing intent was revealed, and he said righteously, Lin Fei, you willingly fell to your death and joined forces with the demon sect and the demon clan. I'll personally kill you and rid the righteous path of evil. Daoist Master Ghost Blade stabbed out with his sword, and a huge, June, character flew straight at Lin Fei. He couldn't hold it in anymore. After losing so much face, the only thing Daoist Master Ghost Blade could do was to kill Lin Fei. Otherwise, he would become a laughing stock if word of this got out. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei shouted, and with an immortal sword in his hand, he slashed at the June character above his head. The two of them collided, one above the other. Rumble, the void was instantly shattered, and astral winds howled in the endless void. The two of them exchanged blows, and Lin Fei was temporarily at a disadvantage. After all, Daoist Master Ghost Blade's battle prowess was already at the level of a 9 Tribulation Loose Immortal, and he was several levels stronger than Lin Fei. That's all there is to your strength. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and the wounds on his body quickly healed. With the support of a massive amount of true essence, Lin Fei didn't care about his injuries at all. This was his capital, a capital that no one else had. A gentleman keeps his promise. Daoist gentleman made his move again. With the noble sword technique, he turned himself into a noble sage. His sword technique was incomparably sharp, continuously suppressing Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also formidable. Relying on his powerful physical body and sword techniques that were not inferior to his opponents, the battle was intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 moves had passed, but there was still no clear victor. Damn it. This guy's fleshly body is too strong. What kind of weird cultivation technique did he cultivate? His Jin Yuan is too thick. Daoist gentleman had become famous throughout the continent with his gentleman swordplay. There had never been anyone he could not deal with. Today, he had encountered a monster. Even though the other party's fighting prowess was only at the 6th Tribulation bodiless immortal realm, his defense was beyond his expectations. Not only that, his quintessence seemed to be boundless. Do I really have to use the power of the sage embryo to kill Lin Fei? Daoist gentleman hesitated. After exchanging more than 100 moves, he understood one thing. If he wanted to kill Lin Fei, he had to use the power of the sage embryo. With his current strength, he would only be able to injure his opponent. Damn it. Why didn't I chase after him back then and kill Lin Fei? Why did I create such a powerful enemy for no reason? At this moment, Daoist gentleman was filled with regret. He even wanted to slap himself. It would be fine if Lin Fei didn't have the sage embryo. Once he used the sage embryo, he would definitely be able to kill his opponent. But now, Lin Fei also had the power of the sage embryo. With this, it was impossible for him to kill his opponent. His chances of success were too low, and he would have to exhaust the sage embryo's power. It was simply not worth it. Whoosh! Daoist gentleman slashed at Lin Fei with his sword and stopped his attack. Lin Fei, this matter isn't over yet. Daoist gentleman snorted coldly. Outsider commander, you've been watching for so long. You can show yourself now. Ha ha ha, as expected of one of the 10 prodigies. You can even detect me like this. A small team suddenly appeared in the sky, led by a middle-aged man with a fire mark on his forehead. He gave off the impression that he was a ball of fire. This Daoist gentleman is too calculative. Since Daoist gentleman had stopped, Lin Fei wouldn't attack either. Otherwise, Daoist gentleman wouldn't be a gentleman. He clearly can't do anything to Brother Lin. Zhu Gehui said. Brother Lin, you've embarrassed this lowlife. Brother Lin, I really suspect that you have the blood of the Yao race in you. Otherwise, this defense. Tai was shocked as well. His combat strength was inferior to Lin Fei's, but his defense was strong. Daoist gentleman, a 9th Tribulation loose immortal, couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. This was the first time Tai had seen something so heaven-defying. You've guessed right. Zhang Xiaohu chuckled. I want the blood of the Yao race too, but it won't be that easy. That commander is very dangerous. It looks like we'll be in a lot of trouble if we want to snatch this demon tomb. Daoist gentleman and the others felt that things were going to be troublesome when the outsiders showed up. They weren't willing to give up on this tomb. Seeing the commander appear, Luca hurriedly flew over and transmitted his voice. Commander Imo sang, these humans are very powerful, especially that black-robed man over there. His defense is very strong. Even Daoist gentlemen of the 10 prodigies can't do anything to him. The one with the fire mark on his forehead was Commander Imo Sang. This commander has only one plan. Imo Sang said calmly. He turned to the others and said, "Everyone's goal is this tomb. If we don't destroy the demon immortal outside, we can forget about entering the tomb. I have an idea. Why don't we attack together and kill the demon immortal? As for the items in the tomb, we'll fight for them with our own strength." One had to admit that Immerse sang was very good with words. "Good idea. We can give it a try," Taoist gentleman said with a smile. His expression changed quickly as if nothing had happened. Everyone who saw it was shocked. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the people behind him. "I will definitely kill Lin Fei. This is everyone's revenge. However, we must first snatch the treasures. This is also an opportunity." The others understood. It would be difficult for them to kill the demon immortal. Entering the tomb was even more impossible. "All right, let's enter the tomb first," Duan Wuhan said. The others also agreed. Lin Fei could exchange more than 100 moves with Taoist gentlemen. They knew they were no match for him. It was better to snatch the treasures in the tomb first. "We also agree," Lin Fei said to everyone. They couldn't break through the demon immortal's bottleneck. They had to work together to eliminate the outsiders first. Lin Fei didn't even think about it. He was afraid that Taoist gentlemen would deal with him first. Everyone was very clear about this point. It was better for the three families to work together. The commander over there is from the fire tribe. Rumor has it that they were born from fire and have mastered fire element spirit arts. This Mo Sang is also very calculative. With just a few words, he managed to incite us. "Everyone, be careful," Nangong Qianqian reminded everyone. Chapter 598. Mo Sang's method was practical and effective. If it was a different situation, a different place, there would definitely be a huge battle. They wouldn't be so amiable. There were always exceptions to everything. In the face of benefits, even friends could turn enemies into friends, let alone mere means of battle. In fact, Mo Sang was wary of Reverend Junzi, Tai, Nangong Qianqian, and Lin Fei. The first three were all famous figures, and it was impossible for him not to know them. The last one had a ridiculously strong defense and was not easy to deal with. If Mose could deal with it, he would not have chosen to cooperate. If they couldn't win, then they could only cooperate. However, cooperation was equivalent to risk. If there was a risk involved, the chances of success would be lower. Right now, they could only cooperate for the time being. As for the treasures, it would depend on their own means. Everyone split into three directions to deal with the demonic immortal. Now that there were so many people, there was no need to attract the main force while blasting open the tomb. They could just go straight for the root of the problem. Three forces, three directions. The gigantic demonic immortal stepped out once again. Demonic chi filled the air, and the demonic saber slashed out. The entire area was filled with demonic chi, and it transformed into numerous illusory figures. Each of the illusory figures had the battle prowess of a ninth tribulation loose immortal, and they charged toward them. When this guy died, he must have been a devil immortal of Xian immortal realm. When the afterimage demon immortal attacked, everyone realized how powerful he was. Although everyone present was powerful, they knew that they wouldn't be able to create so many phantoms at once, and each one of them contained this much strength. Mose was the first to make a move. Suddenly, green flames filled the area. The green flames gave off a gloomy aura. They also turned into flame warriors and fought with the illusory figure. Reverend Gentleman's group was no exception. They activated their immortal artifacts, but after losing Reverend Ghost Blade, their immortal artifacts weren't as powerful as before, so they were more than enough to deal with the shadow. Lin Fei, Tai Yi, and Nangong Qianqian made their moves one after another. At the same time, they were on guard against any sneak attacks from enlightened Master Junzi or the alien Mo Sang. In reality, they were both on guard against each other. Although the fiend immortal was dead, his fighting spirit was still there. The phantoms were all inanimate objects. They attacked instinctively, and as time passed, flaws appeared everywhere. The three forces joined forces and killed the phantoms one by one. Kill. When all the shadows were cleared, everyone launched their final attack. No one used their strongest attacks. If the other party was really a Xian immortal, they would have died long ago. Right now, they were just a wisp of remnant thoughts. They used the word wear to continuously wear down the other party and the fiend immortal's strength. Half an hour later, the fiend immortal was ground to death by them. Each of the three forces had suffered a certain degree of injuries. The fiend immortal was too strong, it was inevitable that he would be injured. To them, this kind of injury was negligible. It was really nothing. Look, exterminating a fiend immortal is such a simple matter. Mose descended from the sky and stood at the entrance of the tomb. Boom! The entrance to the tomb was blasted open. Mo Sang and the others were the first to enter. Some people refused. Daoist gentlemen blocked the cave entrance. The entrance to the tomb was taken by the three of us. It's not right for you to go in first. Reverend Gentleman was a scheming person. How could he let the alien race go in first and snatch the treasure? Mo Sang stopped and said with dissatisfaction, I can't let you go in first. What do you say, young Master Lin? Mo Sang was not stupid. He immediately dragged Lin Fei in to threaten Reverend Gentleman. Lin Fei naturally would not allow Reverend Gentleman to go in first. I think we can solve this problem. Lin Fei said with a smile, we can divide into 3 groups. We can arrange people in each group. This is fair to everyone. That's a good idea. I think it'll work. Mo Sang did not give Reverend Gentleman a chance to refuse. Then let's do it this way. Reverend Gentleman's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He knew that if he led people in, the Fiend Immortal sect and the alien race would join hands to destroy them. Lin Fei, that's a good idea. Don't you see the expression of gentleman and villain? Zhuge Hui said with a smile. Lin Fei said with a smile, I just had a flash of inspiration. Now, let's arrange the people in the first, second, and third groups. You make the decision. Nangong Qianqian said. I don't care. Tai Yi said. Since they said so, Zhang Xiaohu did not refuse. How about this, Qianqian and Zhuge Hui will be in the first group, Su Shan and brother Tai Yi will be in the second group, and Li Qingfeng and I will be in the third group. Lin Fei immediately decided. That's good. Everyone agreed with Lin Fei's decision. Nangong Qianqian, you're from the Fiend Immortal sect, so you know the Fiend Immortal sect best. When you find something useful, remember to remind us immediately. We will do our best to snatch it. Nangong Qianqian also understood Lin Fei's intention. Thank you for this time. We are partners. At this time, everyone had discussed the candidates. The first batch, the second batch, the third batch, everyone stood together. I didn't expect you to be in the last group. It turned out that Mo Sang and Reverend Gentleman were in the last group. They seemed to be worried that someone would attack them from behind, so they personally took charge. Reverend Gentleman said with a smile, aren't you in the last group too? Let's go. The first group entered the passage first. After putting some distance between them, the second group went in, and then the last group. Everyone was on guard. The passage was gloomy and rippling with fiend qi. At this time, without looking, they knew that this tomb was very different from the previous ones. They could not help but secretly increase their vigilance. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the first group came out of the passage without making any noise. It seemed that everything was going smoothly, and nothing good had appeared for the time being. When they came out of the passage, they saw a stairway that went up from bottom to top. It was shaped like a pyramid. On the left and right sides of the stairway stood an armored man. The stairway went all the way to the end of the world. Everyone's divine senses were suppressed, but they saw a throne with fiend qi at the end of the world. A fiend immortal emitting fiend qi was sitting majestically, like an emperor overlooking the world. That was not the main point. The main point was that the Fiend Immortal was holding a box the size of a square inch. Above the box, Fiend Shi was like clouds, constantly changing, and shadows were wandering around. Qianqian, do you recognize what's in the box? The fiend bone. There must be a fiend bone inside. Nangong Qianqian was excited. At the same time, she explained, the fiend bone is a method passed down by our fiend sect. It's similar to the demon heart. The fiend bone left behind by a fiend immortal at the mystic immortal realm must be extraordinary. Lin Fei checked with the system. The fiend bone inside was indeed precious. There was no trace of fiend Shi in this body. Do it. Whether it was Immerse Sang or gentleman, it was just a temporary cooperation. As soon as they saw the box with fiend Shi, they immediately realized that it was something good. The temporary cooperation was immediately broken. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fastest was the alien race. Rumble. When they flew out, the world shook violently. The armored man, who originally had no aura, opened his eyes. Fiend Shi covered his body, and he slashed with his blade. In an instant, all the armored men moved. The originally calm stairway to heaven was full of killing intent. The armored men guarded their path. The demonic blade turned into rays of white light. Mo Sang's two subordinates were killed by the armored men without any resistance. After killing them, the armored men stopped. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The stairway to heaven was not easy to pass. Gentlemen and the others, who were preparing to go out, were also covered in cold sweat. They were scared out of their wits. Those two alien races had the combat strength of an intermediate individual immortal, but they were killed so easily. It seems that the armored men on the stairway to heaven are all guarding the fiend immortals on the stairway. Lin Fei said indifferently, Brother Tai Yi, let's charge. Okay. Tai Yi was a monster, a warrior race. He was very confident in his defense. Lin Fei, let's compete again and see whose defense is stronger. Let's compete. The two of them took the lead and rushed out. Nangong Qianqian and the others immediately caught up. Charge. Gentlemen also took the lead, not willing to be left behind. The treasures in such a large tomb must be priceless. Such an opportunity might only come once. It would be a pity to miss it. Advent of the Fire God. Mo Sang let out a loud roar and sent out a series of hand seals. Whoosh! Flames rose from the entire tomb, and then spread out, turning into flame warriors. They didn't distinguish between you and me, and they all charged at them. Enjoy yourselves. Mo Sang laughed and rushed to the throne with his people. The flame warriors were everywhere in such a large tomb. Moreover, these flames could block the detection of one's divine sense. Once touched, one could not get rid of them. Damn it! Gentleman cursed. Gentleman's light, open. The flame warriors that rushed up exploded with a bang. A white-robed gentleman appeared above gentleman's head. The flames automatically opened a path, and the gentleman's righteous chi blasted them away. Mo Sang is smart. He wants to use flames to block us. Lin Fei sneered. A black hole appeared in front of him, and the flame warriors were directly sucked in. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and flames fell on them. The flames are retreating. With the flames on their bodies, the flames did not dare to approach. How dare the flames of heaven and earth act so arrogantly? Lin Fei's flames of heaven and earth were very powerful, let alone flames. As for getting rid of the flames, Lin Fei could do it too. Doing so would only help others. He was not that bored. Clang! 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 Lin Fei rushed in front. In the green flames, a blade slashed out and landed on Lin Fei's body. Blood flowed. Lin Fei slashed with his sword and blasted the opponent away, fighting for a chance for Nangong Qianqian and the others. As for getting rid of the flames, he still needed to suppress them. He could not be distracted. Damn it, this is a puppet. My sword actually left a white spot on it. Lin Fei was shocked. It was simply unexpected. there was such a puppet. It was even more powerful than the puppets of the alien race. Suddenly, Lin Fei was moved. Chapter 599. Let's take one first. Lin Fei was tempted. He couldn't suppress the extra puppets, but he could at least suppress one, right? The divine flame space moved, and Lin Fei instantly took away an armored man. In the divine flame space, the armored man kept struggling, and the divine flame quickly suppressed it. It seems like I can suppress another one. After suppressing one puppet, Lin Fei took another one and suppressed it. His strength was exactly 50% to suppress two puppets. Lin Fei did not dare to attack the third puppet. In a few breaths, Lin Fei and Tai rushed through half the distance. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and they forcibly blocked the armored puppet. Great entanglement technique. In the void, countless black vines as thick as an arm flew out, and the huge area instantly turned into a cage, blocking everyone's path. Incinerate! Mose shouted. A red spear appeared in his hand, and a blazing aura shot out in all directions. It hit the vines, causing a gap to appear. As for his subordinates, he temporarily ignored them and went straight for the treasure box on the throne. Whoosh, whoosh, Tai drew his bow and shot 3 arrows at Mose. Bang, bang, the few outsiders at the back were immediately injured. This Mose is really cunning, using his subordinates as cannon fodder. Tai cursed. Tai tried to stop the 2 arrows just now, but who would have thought that Mose would be so cunning and know how to use his subordinates as cannon fodder? It was really cruel. A word decides the world. Mose was approaching the throne, and Taoist gentleman behind him was anxious. A sacred fetus appeared behind him, and he threw a huge scroll in his hand. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers appeared, and everyone immediately felt a huge force suppressing them. This is the supreme immortal artifact of the celestial sect of wonders, 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Nangong Chanshan was shocked. Once the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers appeared, the entire world pressed down on everyone, making them unable to move. Nangong Chanshan, your eyesight is not bad. You can even recognize this. Taoist gentleman was excited. Unfortunately, the demon immortal's treasure is destined to belong to me. You can only watch. Taoist gentleman used the power of the sacred fetus to activate the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Mose was also suppressed by the 10,000 Li River Mountain. This immortal item was a heavenly immortal supreme grade immortal item, one of the 3 treasures of the celestial school of wonders. It was suppressed by the boundless rivers and mountains and the aura of an emperor. A top-grade heavenly immortal artifact. Mo Sang was shocked and his body froze. Taoist gentleman strode forward and overtook Mose. The treasure box appeared in front of him. 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains was very powerful. Mountains and rivers, the chi of the emperor, the chi of the dragon vein, and the supreme chi of fate suppressed everything in the world. The profound sex righteous path is indeed capable. Lin Fei was shocked. This immortal artifact's power was tremendous. There was a mysterious power that suppressed them. It was as if there was an unmatched emperor that could decide everything with a single word. Humph. No matter how strong one's luck is, how can it be more domineering than the divine fire of the heavens and earth? Lin Fei roared. Divine flames burned on his body, ignoring everything as they burned the void. Crash! The inexorable sovereign began to loosen, and Lin Fei was able to move in an instant. 3,000 immortal arts, great slicer art. Lin Fei could move again. The 1,000 feet long saber light slashed towards Taoist gentleman. Damn it. Just as Taoist gentleman was about to put away the treasure box, he sensed danger behind him. He saw Lin Fei break free and slash at him with a familiar saber. At this moment, the sacred embryo drove the 10,000 Li River Mountain. Taoist gentleman's battle prowess was only that of a 9 tribulation loose immortal. Naturally, he did not dare to take this saber strike head-on. This move had destroyed his body in the past, and he still had lingering fears. Taoist gentleman dodged decisively. When he dodged, Taoist gentleman cursed inwardly. Treasure box. The throne was right in front of Taoist gentleman. The demonic immortal on the throne and the treasure box in his hand entered Lin Fei's attack range. Although Taoist gentleman did not know what treasure was hidden in the treasure box, it would be too late for regrets if a sharp attack landed on it and destroyed the treasure inside. Taoist gentleman regretted dodging. Lin Fei's attack was too fast. Taoist gentleman had just reacted when Lin Fei's saber strike landed on the throne. Rumble, the crowd immediately saw the demonic immortal's body explode into thousands of pieces. The treasure box in his hand rose into the air. Surprisingly, it was not destroyed by Lin Fei's saber strike. Mine. Taoist gentleman stretched out his hand, trying to grab the treasure box. Whoosh, an arrow was shot from afar, carrying a fatal aura. One of Taoist gentleman's hands was destroyed, and he lost his chance. Tai! Taoist gentleman roared. A huge flaming bird flew down and grabbed the treasure box with its claws. Mose had made a move. He controlled the flames and formed the flaming bird. It was indeed effective. 10,000 Li River Mountain. The sacred embryo flew up, and the 10,000 Li River Mountain pressed down on the flaming bird. The flaming bird was only formed, and it was destroyed by the pressure. The treasure box fell as well. The fight had entered a white-hot stage. 7-colored glazed pagoda. Nangong Qianqian made a move at the crucial moment. The huge 7-colored glazed pagoda appeared above the treasure box and took it into the pagoda. However, Taoist gentleman reacted quickly and froze the pagoda. Slash. Lin Fei rushed up and used the great cutting art. At the same time, the sacred embryo appeared behind him. With a wave of his hand, the great millstone of heaven and earth crushed down on the 10,000 Li River Mountain. With this crushing, the 10,000 Li River Mountain was set on fire, and it began to loosen. The 10,000 Li River Mountain was unified. A single spark could start a prairie fire and destroy the artistic conception. Rumble, the 7-colored glazed pagoda kept struggling. Fire God King, bless me. Mose roared. He was not willing to give up just like that. In the endless void, a force descended. A shadow appeared behind the commander, covered in fiery red armor and emitting a domineering aura. The Fire God King took a step forward. The Fire God's saber slashed down on the 7-colored glazed pagoda, pressing it down. Nangong Qianqian, who was controlling the pagoda, spat out a mouthful of blood. She was injured. Tai, suppress Mose. Lin Fei shouted. Tai was the only one who could make a move. He could not do anything for now. One was dealing with Taoist gentleman himself, and the sacred embryo was dealing with the 10,000 Li River Mountain. The only one who could help Nangong Qianqian was Tai. Whoosh, 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 a demon god appeared behind Tai. Demonic chi soared into the sky. He activated the sacred embryo and shot an arrow with a longbow in hand. The arrow struck the Fire God King. Sparks flew everywhere. The Fire God King took 3 steps back. The pressure on Nangong Qianqian was immediately relieved. Sky-raising finger. Lin Fei activated his essence chi attack. He pointed at the Taoist gentleman's sacred embryo and killed it. Terrifying power swept out. The merciless finger landed on the Taoist gentleman's sacred embryo. Rumble, Lin Fei's great millstone of heaven and earth continued to grind the 10,000 Li River Mountain. War broke out everywhere. The 10,000 Li River Mountain was no longer united. The suppression was out of control. At this moment, Lin Fei burst forth with another burst of power, causing everyone to be shocked. Nangong Qianqian took the opportunity to put the 7-colored glazed pagoda back into her body. At this time, Lin Fei's essence chi attack landed on the heaven stairway. The heaven stairway was razed to the ground. Unexpectedly, something strange happened. A huge black vortex rose from the bottom of the heaven stairway. A powerful suction force enveloped everyone. Damn it! What is this? The huge vortex moved from the bottom to the top. The terrifying suction force was irresistible. One by one, they were sucked into the vortex. Chapter 600. What a lucky kid. A resonant voice descended from the heavens. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Anyone could tell how powerful this voice was. It was as if it belonged to an unparalleled existence. If this person wanted to, this voice alone could kill them. Who spoke that voice? Could it be the almighty being from the treasury? Too powerful. Everyone had their own guesses. But they still couldn't believe that these words had come from that almighty being. What exactly did those words mean? In the blink of an eye, they were sucked into the vortex. Before losing consciousness, they were all cursing in their hearts. This had nothing to do with luck at all. The heavens were playing a big joke on them. After an unknown period of time, Lin Fei slowly woke up. Seeing that he was safe and sound, he looked around at his surroundings. I'm in a cave. At that moment, Lin Fei was lying in a dark cave. He could see the outside world from a short distance away. However, Lin Fei was completely confused as to why he had come to this place. Tai, where are Nangong Qianqian and the others? Aside from himself, there was no one else in the passageway. If I don't run into the adept gentleman and the others, I shouldn't be in any danger. Lin Fei told himself as he began to figure out where he was. That last voice, could it really have been that almighty being? How could he have left behind a voice, and even said something like that? Lin Fei said to himself. And there's a giant vortex at the bottom of the stairway to heaven. Should I be teleported outside, or? Lin Fei wasn't sure. More importantly, Lin Fei would never have imagined that this almighty being would have set up such a joke. If it hadn't been for his final attack with his elemental energy, perhaps the vortex wouldn't have opened, and he wouldn't have known that there was another world below the stairway to heaven. Lin Fei first used his divine sense to investigate, but as soon as his divine sense touched the outside, he felt a monstrous pressure bearing down on him. His divine sense couldn't even move an inch. He was shocked. In the necropolis of the gods, his divine sense had been able to stay within a certain range. Lin Fei stood up and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, the view of the outside world came into view. At this moment, Lin Fei was on top of a tall mountain. Outside was a boundless plain, as well as undulating mountain ranges. Did he really come out? Lin Fei was very doubtful. The necropolis of the gods couldn't possibly have such an appearance. That place was a graveyard. Lin Fei walked out. Plop! As soon as he took this step, a force of gravity assaulted him. Even though Lin Fei reacted quickly, he still collapsed under the pressure and his legs sank into the ground. What's going on? How can gravity be so strong? Lin Fei was completely stunned. This place was even more terrifying than the necropolis of the gods. Crack, crack under the gravitational force, Lin Fei's bones were crushed and blood flowed out. The ground was covered in blood, but the gravitational force remained the same. After about 10 breaths, with a bang, Lin Fei exploded. After the blood mist, Lin Fei condensed again, but his face was filled with shock. This is still the Heaven's Legacy storehouse. I was teleported away. Lin Fei immediately understood what the last sentence meant. What a lucky brat. They had been lucky and had been teleported away by the vortex. Nangong Qianqian and the others were nowhere to be seen. In truth, they had all been teleported away. Lin Fei didn't know that he had been teleported to the second floor, but judging from the gravity here, this floor was definitely above the necropolis of the gods. But his joy only lasted for a moment. The gravity here was 100 times stronger than the necropolis of the gods. This mercilessly told Lin Fei that the gravity here was capable of crushing a person to death until their body exploded. Lin Fei's true essence was very thick, but even he couldn't withstand this sort of consumption. Each time he regenerated his flesh and blood, he would use up a large amount of true essence. The result was obvious. Swoosh! Lin Fei entered the divine flame space. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on the divine flame space. Otherwise, his losses would have been enormous. When he tried to fly, the gravity took effect, suppressing his speed until he was as slow as an ox. This time, Lin Fei was completely speechless. Damn, is this the 7th floor or the 6th floor? How can the gravity be so strong? Lin Fei's eyes were red with panic. There was nothing more frustrating than this, and there was no way to resolve it. The gravity was too strong. Lin Fei had no way of dealing with it. Constantly regenerating his flesh and blood? Lin Fei wasn't confident. Right now, Lin Fei did not even know which floor he was on. He also did not know what kind of dangers there were on this floor. To Lin Fei, everything was unknown. Lucky kid? Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. He wasn't lucky at all. As soon as he came out, he had been killed by the gravity. This sort of feeling wasn't good at all. Could it be that he had to rely on the divine flame space to activate it? Lin Fei thought to himself. This method didn't seem to work. It was too slow. Who knew how long it would take? Lin Fei was completely helpless. In the face of this terrifying gravity, Lin Fei believed that everyone else would be the same as him. They wouldn't be able to think of a way to deal with it. Did he really have to cultivate his flesh and blood regenerating to the greater mastery level? But what about spiritual essence? Lin Fei asked himself. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fei still couldn't come up with an answer. The distance was only about 1,000 miles. Lin Fei was speechless at the thought of this distance. Gravity is against people. What if there's something outside the divine flame space that gravity can't resist? Suddenly, Lin Fei recalled the scene of the battle in the tomb. Splash, outside the divine flame space, there was another layer of divine flame. From the outside, it looked like a fireball. Let's go. Lin Fei activated the divine flame space. The fireball turned into a beam of light and flew out. The divine flame had blocked the unstoppable gravity. It's finally done. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. If it hadn't worked just now, Lin Fei would have vomited blood. This mountain range was huge. Lin Fei didn't dare to come out again. The gravity was terrifying enough. Who knew what else was down there? He had to wait and see. Chirp, there was a shrill sound. Suddenly, a giant bird descended from the sky and grabbed the divine flame space. F***CK. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. Through the divine flame space, Lin Fei saw that the bird was huge. It was thousands of feet long and gave off a powerful aura. This is a sky immortal monster. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Damn, a random bird was at the sky immortal level. How was he supposed to live? Moreover, it wasn't afraid of the gravity. That was even more terrifying. Because of this, Lin Fei felt extremely fortunate. If he flew out rashly, wouldn't he fall into the bird's hands? Fight? Fight, my ass. On one hand, there was the gravity. On the other hand, there was a sky immortal bird. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. He would probably be killed the moment he came out. I'll just have to take it one step at a time. Right now, that was all Lin Fei could do. The huge bird grabbed the fireball and spread its wings. It could travel tens of thousands of miles. In a few breaths, it could travel millions of miles. It was really brave and mighty. Lin Fei could finally see the whole picture. F***CK, these monsters are all loose immortals. Birds flew across the sky, and from time to time, groups of demonic beasts would appear below. They gathered together, and that was a huge aura. They leisurely hunted for food, and the gravity that could crush Lin Fei was nothing to them. Lin Fei coughed up blood when he saw this. Monsters were really strong against gravity. Suddenly, Lin Fei rejoiced at his good luck. If it wasn't for luck, he might not have been able to come to this level. He didn't know how Nangong Qianqian and the others were. It would be best if they were killed by monsters. They wouldn't be as lucky as him. The bird continued flying and flew millions of miles. F***ck, where is this bird going? Millions of miles. This bird was too fast. It was several times faster than Lin Fei. Boom! Suddenly, a figure shot down from the sky and slammed into the bird's body. The massive attack power was immediately blasted away, and it landed in a mountain range below. The mountain was instantly razed to the ground. God knew how many monsters were killed. Monkey? No, this seems to be the extinct giant flying ape. It's rumored to be ferocious. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. This was another celestial immortal monster. Furthermore, it could fly. Awesome! When the bird was blasted down, the scene was filled with purple flames that burned everything around it. At the same time, it continued to spread, forming a kingdom of fire. F***ck, so that's what happened. Previously, Lin Fei might not have seen anything and suspected that this bird was just interesting. But now he knew that this guy was interested in his divine fire. A flaming celestial immortal bird. Roar, roar. The giant flying ape rushed down and attacked the bird. The bird controlled the divine fire and fought with the giant flying ape angrily. They exchanged blows, and the whole mountain was in trouble. The itinerant immortal level demonic beasts all disappeared without a trace. The bird was the overlord of the sky, but on the ground, it was suppressed by the giant flying ape. Every time it wanted to fly up, the giant flying ape would always shoot it down. This giant flying ape is too strong. If I encounter it, I won't be its match at all, even if I use the sacred embryo. Lin Fei was shocked by what he saw. This giant flying ape was really ferocious. Its defense and recovery were top-notch. Although the purple flames could hurt the giant flying ape, it could not stop its rapid recovery. One could imagine how powerful this giant flying ape was. This bird is going to lose. Just as the voice fell, the bird was blasted away, and a huge hole appeared. But this bird did not put down the divine fire, treating it like a treasure. The bird was the overlord of the sky, but when it encountered the giant flying ape, it was much weaker in terms of power and attack. Just when it thought that the bird was going to lose. Chapter 601. The Sky Immortal Bird's last counterattack had severely injured the flying ape. Just as Lin Fei was cheering at how impressive this attack was, he did not expect the heaven-soaring ape to counterattack even though it was injured. Its physical body was strong, so it would not die immediately. Its claws were like knives. Blood splattered as it forcibly tore out a chunk of flesh from the celestial immortal bird. F***ck, it's not dead? Lin Fei saw the last attack clearly. The Sky Immortal Bird had compressed its power and the attack was shocking. However, the result was still surprising. Looks like the Sky Immortal Bird is going to die. Lin Fei didn't think that the Sky Immortal Bird could kill the flying ape. The Sky Immortal Bird was severely injured and could die at any time. Save it? Of course, it was impossible. With Lin Fei's measly strength, if he were to make a move, wouldn't he be killed by the soaring giant ape? Boom, some time passed. A shocking scene appeared. The flying ape was severely injured. After it sent the Sky Immortal Bird flying again, purple flames appeared all over its body and turned the Sky Immortal Bird into a purple flame man. What? Lin Fei was shocked. Unexpected, truly unexpected. No matter how he looked at it, the scene in front of him was unimaginable. The Sky Immortal Bird stood up, soared into the sky and pounced. At least, that was what Lin Fei thought. A Jingguang golden elixir flew out. A monster elixir. Lin Fei recognized it immediately. It was the legendary monster elixir. After a monster leveled up, its monster core would become a monster elixir. It could be used to hurt people at the crucial moment. It could be considered another attack method of the monster. After eating the monster elixir, the Sky Immortal Bird's injuries recovered a lot and it soared into the sky. How tragic. Lin Fei couldn't help but be shocked. A fight between two celestial immortal demonic beasts would be like this. If a human celestial immortal were to encounter it, Lin Fei truly did not think that he would be able to withstand it. This was especially true for the final strike. Not even he could tell that the power within the strike had been compressed. The giant celestial soaring ape had ignored this power and was heavily injured on the spot. However, this was not the main point. The purple flames seeped in from the outside to the inside. This was the most tyrannical aspect. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't act rashly. The sky immortal bird was more terrifying than he had imagined. Boom! After the celestial immortal bird flew halfway, it fell from the sky with a bang and smashed into a mountain peak. The mountain peak was cut in half on the spot and a large crater was created. F***ck, Lin Fei was startled. They all thought that the heavenly immortal flying bird was amazing, who would have thought that it was actually exhausted, its injury severe. F***ck, is he dead or not? Lin Fei did not dare to show himself. The celestial immortal bird's goal was not the celestial immortal shadow. Even though the celestial immortal shadow was very powerful, it was actually just a small amount of energy. Although they could kill a person, they couldn't kill them completely. Everyone could rest assured. This was a true celestial immortal bird. It was the truly terrifying one. Once it attacked, it could completely kill you. Even if Lin Fei had flesh rebirth, he would not be able to withstand the attack of a true celestial immortal. That was how terrifying celestial immortals were. Be it humans or demons, once they passed the tribulation and became celestial immortals, even the weakest celestial immortal could kill a 9-tribulation bodiless immortal. This was a chasm. A chasm that no one could cross. Lin Fei had foresight. He could be arrogant, but he couldn't be arrogant to celestial immortals. They had the ability to be arrogant, but did he? Not at all. After the celestial immortal bird fell to the ground, it was on the verge of death. Its injuries were too severe, and it could die at any moment. Just after it fell to the ground for a while, Lin Fei acutely sensed that 2 powerful auras were heading in this direction. F***ck, so sensitive. After a while, 2 birds of the same size appeared in the sky. One was black and the other was red. They looked ferocious as they circled in the sky. I knew it. It turned out that 2 more celestial immortal birds had appeared in the sky. They were going to eat the bird. Which level is this place? There are too many celestial immortal beasts. Lin Fei's back was drenched in cold sweat. He had planned to cultivate flesh rebirth, but he was afraid that if he did that, he might become the prey of countless beasts. Even though his lifespan was only around 3,000 years, his chi and blood were still powerful. Right now, a celestial immortal bird had attracted 2 celestial immortal birds after being injured for a moment. The chi and blood of this celestial immortal bird were powerful enough. Lin Fei easily figured out that the 2 celestial immortal birds had found him through their chi and blood. The purple bird was covered in wounds. Even though it had consumed a beast core, purple blood was still flowing out. Each drop of purple blood contained a powerful aura. It's such a pity that it's eaten. It would be great if I could tame it. Lin Fei thought to himself. Even though he had Hairball as a pet, this bird was the kind that grew slowly. In other words, he didn't know how long it would take for it to grow to the point where it could attack. Lin Fei really needed a beast that could fight. If he had a celestial immortal bird as a mount, that would be awesome. Right, why don't I give it a try? Before, Lin Fei didn't even dare to think about this. The celestial immortal bird was too powerful. It wasn't something he could tame at the moment. The difference in levels was too big. But there seemed to be an opportunity right now. If I use the sacred fetus to suppress it and then use the system, the success rate should be very high. Lin Fei was beaming with joy as he analyzed. He was very confident. Damn it, let's do it. In the end, Lin Fei decided to give it a shot. If he succeeded, he would gain endless benefits. It was worth the effort because this level was too dangerous. Lin Fei activated the sacred fetus. Even though the celestial immortal bird was injured, it still resisted. But it couldn't resist the divine flame space. In an instant, the celestial immortal bird was sucked in. As soon as the celestial immortal bird disappeared, the other two celestial immortal birds outside let out a long cry and rushed down from above. The first mountain collapsed again. They let out a long cry of anger. The prey in front of them had disappeared. In the divine flame space, Lin Fei thought that he would need to use his power to suppress the celestial immortal bird. But when the celestial immortal bird came in, it stopped struggling. Scared? The divine flame burned. The heavily injured celestial immortal bird started to tremble as if it had seen an unparalleled existence. Good chance. Lin Fei didn't care why it was trembling. This was obviously a good chance to tame the celestial immortal bird. Pet system activated. Ding. Discovered heavily injured primordial fiery bird. Do you want to tame it? Required points, 100 million. Success rate, 80%. Tame. Chapter 602. In a dark and gloomy underground world. A huge sacred fetus was moving forward step by step against the monstrous gravity. His eyes were fixed on the end. Lin Fei, you're dead this time. This person was none other than Taoist Master Gentleman. At this moment, his body was in a sorry state. The power of the sacred fetus behind him was constantly weakening. At the end of the path was a corpse. It was a gigantic golden skeleton that emanated boundless might, as if it was the lord of a sun. Taoist Master Gentleman could not escape from the huge whirlpool and was also transported out. Lin Fei, you must not have expected that I'm lucky enough to escape death. After I refine this thing, my main body will have the combat strength of a heaven immortal. At the very least, I will have the combat strength of a half-step heaven immortal. At that time, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Crack, crack, Taoist Master Gentleman's blood flowed, forming a path of blood. Ha ha ha, under his ferocious face, there was a devilish red color that made one's scalp go numb. I don't believe that you will be luckier than me this time. In the divine flame space. Lin Fei could not help but yawn. Damn, who is thinking of me now? Could it be my woman? After a while. There was still no reply from the system. Lin Fei was really worried that he would fail. 100 million points was nothing to Lin Fei. He could do it 7 or 8 more times without blinking. A heaven immortal mount had many benefits that could not be compared to points. I must succeed. Lin Fei did not think that he would encounter such a good opportunity. Even with such a serious injury, the success rate was only 80%. One could imagine how powerful this primordial flamingo was. According to theory, Lin Fei believed that the success rate would be very high. Unless he was extremely unlucky, there would not be a failure rate of 20%. An hour later. Lin Fei was no longer disappointed. After such a long time, it was almost impossible to succeed. Failure was inevitable. Just as he was about to give up, the system's voice came. Lin Fei could say that the appearance of this voice was no less than the feeling of picking up a girl. It felt so good. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully taming the ancient flamingo. Ding! Primordial fiery bird is severely injured, please treat it in time. Lin Fei's happiness lasted for less than a minute before he immediately became worried. Boom! The body of the primordial flamingo once again appeared in the divine flame space. Even though their bodies were the same as before and they were still emitting terrifying auras, each aura forming into a small blazing bird, they were still on the verge of death. F***CK, isn't this a scam? Lin Fei vomited blood. System, can't little purple be saved? Lin Fei knew that the system had specialized medical equipment. Ding, you are not yet a heavenly immortal. This function is temporarily unavailable. Unexpectedly, the system gave Lin Fei an explanation that drove him crazy. F***CK. Lin Fei gave him the middle finger. There was no other way. There was really no other way. Lin Fei immediately opened the system shop and spent tens of millions of points to buy pills in an attempt to treat little purple. Who knew that the pills would have no effect at all? Little Purple's aura continued to weaken. According to his calculations, in less than an hour, Little Purple would die. This time, Lin Fei was even more unable to stay calm. F***ck, did I get happy for nothing? Lin Fei hung his head dejectedly. It wasn't easy to get a heavenly immortal bird, a real heavenly immortal bird. But in the end, this was the result. It was really, really a huge blow. F***ck. Lin Fei cursed. Then, he used 100 million points to buy an Emperor medicinal pill. This was the medicinal pill with the strongest recovery effect among all the pills. As for the heavenly immortal pills, they were all sealed. This time, it should be of some use. Even Lin Fei couldn't bear to buy a 100 million point pill. He had spent almost 300 million points on this guy. When the monarch medicinal pill was consumed, Lin Fei's anticipation did not appear at all. In other words, Lin Fei's medicinal pill was wasted. 100 million was wasted. Is it really not working? After consuming the 100 million imperial pill, Little Purple's injuries did not recover at all. It seems that the injuries caused by the battle between heavenly immortals can only be healed with heavenly immortal pills. Lin Fei could only stare. I'm not fated to have it. Not resigned. Really not resigned. The heavenly immortal bird was subdued, but it was not far from the brink of death. Lin Fei had suffered a loss. Moreover, the two heavenly immortal birds did not leave. Instead, they were circling in the sky. Lin Fei suspected that they had sensed Little Purple's aura. This was also a big problem for Lin Fei. What a headache. The two heavenly immortal birds did not leave. Lin Fei could only hide in the space of divine fire. Once he went out, he would be killed by the two heavenly immortal birds and become their food. Yes, food. Lin Fei's head was hanging low. At this juncture, a faintly discernible thought kept reverberating in his mind. This is? Lin Fei was shocked. He immediately understood what it was. This is my contact with Little Purple. This thought, Lin Fei calmed down and began to ponder. Fire? Fire? The thought was intermittent. Lin Fei could barely feel it. Excited? Lin Fei's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but laugh. I finally understand. Little Purple wants to consume the divine fire of heaven and earth. In the thought, Lin Fei finally sensed that Little Purple wanted to consume the divine fire to heal its injuries. Lin Fei thought it must be so. He couldn't have been wrong. Anyway, in this situation, he had to try it. Maybe, go, the surrounding divine fire of heaven and earth turned into tiny ox hairs and entered Little Purple's body. Lin Fei didn't dare to force it. The divine fire of heaven and earth was too powerful. Damn, it still looks like it's enjoying it. When the divine fire entered Little Purple's body, Lin Fei found that this guy, who looked lifeless just now, suddenly became motivated. Although it was very weak, Lin Fei could still feel it. It works. It really works. Lin Fei was undoubtedly the happiest one. After investing 300 million points, he finally got a flying mount. How could Lin Fei not be happy? This was a strong fighter. Whether or not he could get along well on this level and obtain treasures depended entirely on this fellow. It took Lin Fei 3 days to heal. At first, it was as thin as ox hairs. Later, it became fist-sized fireballs. Little Purple ate it with relish. Fortunately, in the space of divine fire, it could continuously produce divine fire. Whoosh! After swallowing another divine fireball, the purple flames on Little Violet's body burned fiercely and turned into a huge purple fireball. This is... Lin Fei was shocked. This happened without any warning. Ding! Congratulations, player, the primordial flame bird is undergoing atavism, commonly known as bloodline activation. No way, I'm so lucky. Lin Fei blinked and looked at the huge fireball. After thinking about it, he immediately understood that Little Purple could evolve because of the divine fire. The divine fire of heaven and earth was a unique existence. Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that the power of the divine fire was only a small part, but it was enough for Lin Fei to benefit endlessly. The only thing he didn't expect was that the divine fire would be so powerful. It could even help the primordial flame bird to atavism. Atavism. Lin Fei knew very well what it meant. Many demonic beasts were either from the ancient times or the ancient times. That was especially true of the domineering races. Almost all of them had a powerful ancestor. As time passed, the descendants of these overbearing beasts all lost the possibility of being powerful. It was either because their bloodlines were thin or because there were many reasons. Even so, these descendants of the demon race were all powerful beings. Now that the primordial flame bird was atavism, Lin Fei could imagine how powerful it would be. I've really found a treasure. Once the primordial flame bird atavism was successful, Lin Fei would have a powerful fighter. Also, he could refine that huge demonic bull. Lin Fei controlled the universal heavenly furnace and used the power of the sacred fetus, but he still couldn't refine it. But now, he had a heaven immortal primordial flame bird. He could refine anything he wanted. It was a piece of cake. This was why Lin Fei thought he had picked up a treasure. The purple flame surrounding Little Purple exploded, and Lin Fei saw an immemorial blazing bird exuding a tyrannical aura fly out of the flames. It was like a purple sun, filled with destruction and tyranny. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining atavism Overlord Beast. The primordial flame bird flew out. Luckily, the mystical flame space was big. Or else it wouldn't be able to contain this guy. Motherf asterisk Kerr, this is practically a sun. Lin Fei could personally feel that Little Purple had been reborn. Its body was now tens of thousands of feet long and its body was burning with purple fire. Little Violet let out a long howl, filled with boundless dominance. The way it looked at Lin Fei was gentle. After all, it knew that if it wasn't for the person in front of it, it wouldn't have succeeded in atavism and become a true overlord beast. After successfully atavism, Little Purple howled and spat out purple fire at the demonic bull's giant corpse. Ever since he placed the demonic bull in the mystical flame space, Lin Fei had tried to refine it. Sadly, it didn't work. Even though he could refine it with the mystical flame, the speed was very slow. Little Purple's purple fire landed on the demonic bull's body. Previously, the mystical flame couldn't burn the demonic bull's body. Under the purple fire, the tough flesh started to loosen. Then, it was burned into nothingness. Strands of celestial energy were squeezed out from the flesh. Awesome! Lin Fei's eyes brightened. Little Purple was so smart. It was trying to show off. With a mouthful of purple fire, the demonic bull was refined. The moment the celestial energy came out, Lin Fei sucked it into his body. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine the celestial energy. Chapter 603. It's done. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, they shone like two rising suns. Breakthrough. Lin Fei finally took an important step and became a high-level loose immortal. After refining the demonic bull, Lin Fei absorbed and refined all its immortal power. Although he was still a perfected emperor, his combat power had entered the ranks of a 7 tribulation loose immortal. He was now a high-level loose immortal. Lin Fei felt that his body had become stronger. Even when facing gravity, his body would not easily explode. After becoming a high-level loose immortal, Lin Fei's combat power had become stronger. The demon immortal Devil Ox's immortal power was all within its flesh and blood. Lin Fei was lucky enough to rely on Little Violet to refine it. If it fell into the hands of ordinary people, they would only be able to stare at it helplessly. Even celestial immortals would need a very long time to refine it. This time, it's all thanks to Little Violet. Lin Fei stood up, his aura soaring. Don't underestimate a minor breakthrough. For Lin Fei, his combat power was constantly increasing. If it was before, when facing perfected gentlemen, Lin Fei would still be suppressed. Now that he had advanced a minor realm, his combat power was no weaker than perfected gentlemen's. Anyone could imagine the terrifying amount of celestial force that would be refined from such a demonic immortal. If he encountered perfected gentleman again, Lin Fei could fight him to a draw, or even win. He would not be at a disadvantage like before. Back then, although Lin Fei could unleash the combat power of a high-level loose immortal, he needed to unleash it. His offensive power was slightly insufficient. Now that he was a high-level loose immortal, he could unleash the combat power of a high-level loose immortal. He did not need to unleash it. Little Violet, good job. Lin Fei said to Little Violet. Without Little Violet's help, although Lin Fei could refine the demonic bull, he needed to have the combat power of a sky immortal to completely refine it. Little Violet flapped its wings. Purple flames burned. It was very excited. At the same time, it wanted to go out. Could it be the two sky immortal flying beasts outside? Lin Fei could also sense that the immortal birds were circling in the sky, searching, as if they would not stop until they found the corpse. I wonder how strong Little Purple will be after the atavism. Although he knew about the atavism, Lin Fei really didn't know about its actual combat power. In his subconscious, Little Purple, who had successfully atavism, should be a very powerful existence. Crash in the sky, Little Violet appeared out of nowhere, covering the sky like a purple sun. It let out a long roar and the sky changed color. Lin Fei also came out. The gravity instantly dropped. Lin Fei activated his quintessential essence and forcefully withstood it. It was much easier than before, and he didn't have to worry about being crushed. The combat power of a high-level loose immortal truly is much better. Resisting the gravitational pull is not as taxing as before. As soon as Little Violet appeared, the two sky immortal flying beasts in the sky turned into two streams of light and rushed down. They seemed to think that Little Violet's appearance was fake and wanted to expose Little Violet's disguise. Little Violet's huge body changed and returned to the size of 10,000 feet. It rushed up and grabbed with its sharp claws. The defense of the sky immortal flying beasts was immediately broken like a piece of tofu. A golden demon core was grabbed out, and then it swallowed it. Another claw fell on the body of the sky immortal flying beasts. Woo! The sky immortal flying beasts fell from the sky with a miserable cry and smashed into a mountain range, shaking the earth and the mountains. Without the gold core, the sky immortal flying beasts lost 90% of their combat power. How could they resist Little Violet's attack? Even Lin Fei himself was dumbfounded by what he was seeing. After atavism, it is so powerful. The sky immortal flying beasts were severely injured by one attack. Lin Fei couldn't imagine that the sky immortal flying beasts would be defeated so quickly. In his subconscious mind, although Little Violet had been defeated and rebuilt, it needed time to recover. At most, it could drive away the two sky immortal flying beasts. He didn't expect that it would severely injure one sky immortal flying beasts and swallow the gold core. This sky immortal flying beasts were useless. A sky immortal flying beasts. If they were in front of Lin Fei, he might not be able to injure them even after 100 years. Seeing this, the other sky immortal flying beasts turned around in fear and wanted to fly away. Now that Little Violet had succeeded in atavism and became an overlord, it spat out a purple flame that covered the sky. Another sky immortal flying beasts was killed. As soon as the purple flame appeared, the sky immortal flying beasts were trapped in the flames. The sky immortal flying beasts kept struggling, but they couldn't break free. They let out miserable cries and finally, they were burned to death by the purple flame. Lin Fei's heart ached when he saw this. When Little Violet was about to kill the second sky immortal flying beast, Lin Fei kept it without hesitation. What a joke. If he killed it again, it would be a huge loss. Through Little Violet's burning, it turned into extremely pure celestial force. Awesome, this is awesome. Lin Fei knew that he had made the right bet. With such an overlord mount, it seemed that reaching the combat power of a sky immortal was no longer a dream. Originally, Lin Fei was aiming for the spirit vein. But now, he didn't need the spirit vein's help anymore. Refining the sky immortal flying beasts would give Lin Fei a large amount of celestial force. Little Violet, let's go hunt the sky immortal flying beasts. Lin Fei sat on Little Violet. Little Violet let out a long roar. Its domineering voice attracted the uneasiness of countless beasts and it started hunting them. Apart from the sky immortals at the beginning, most of the beasts that Lin Fei encountered were high-level bodiless immortals. Each of them was a few times stronger than a human. Lin Fei didn't refuse any of them and refined them all. The core lake continued to expand. Lin Fei's strength was also constantly being compressed. Even he didn't know how many times he had compressed it. In the beginning, Little Violet used the advantage of being an overlord and swallowed the golden core. Its strength grew day by day and it could find powerful beings. But later, the beasts ran far away. Everyone knew that there was an overlord beast and those powerful beasts didn't dare to come out. Clearly, the combat power of a sky immortal could kill beings of the same level. Especially that purple flame, it was really terrifying. Only a few beasts could withstand it. The beasts were gone and Lin Fei's strength was improving by leaps and bounds. How could he be willing to give up? So, Lin Fei thought of a way to put Little Violet in the divine flame space and wander around to attract the attention of the beasts. It was a very powerful move. Lin Fei's qi and blood were strong. As his strength increased, his lifespan also recovered from 3,000 years to 20,000 years. He walked on the mountain and released the power of his qi and blood, which immediately attracted a large group of beasts. When Little Violet was released, its overlord aura suppressed the beasts on the spot. In a month, Lin Fei and Little Violet swept through the entire area. They killed more than 20 Sky Immortal Realm beasts and turned them into Lin Fei's cultivation tools. After refining another group of beasts, Lin Fei's strength entered the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal Realm. It was really like riding a rocket. Finally, I'm a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal. I'm only one step away from becoming a Sky Immortal. Lin Fei opened his eyes. There are no beasts on this level. I'm going to the next level. I haven't accumulated enough yet. I need to keep accumulating. Go to the next level. Chapter 604. The entrance to the next level. Lin Fei found it easily. It would have been troublesome if he had to rely on himself, but with Little Violet around, it was easy to find the entrance to the next level after some guidance. The entrance to the next level was in the nest of a demonic beast. A half-step heaven immortal demonic beast had 80% of its immortal force and was only 20% away from becoming one. Once it became one, it would become a heaven immortal demonic beast. Moreover, Lin Fei realized that there was no heavenly tribulation in this space, which was why demonic beasts could become heaven immortal demonic beasts. The demonic beast that was destined to become a half-step heaven immortal naturally became Lin Fei's tonic. His strength had skyrocketed all the way to the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal, but the amount of immortal force he refined afterward didn't increase much. Lin Fei knew very well that he needed to accumulate too much. Others needed 10 units to break through to the heaven immortal realm, but Lin Fei needed 100. Accumulation. Accumulation non-stop. Little Violet, can you shrink a little more? Little Violet turned into a fist-sized purple bird and retracted its heaven immortal demonic beast aura, making it look like an ordinary fiery bird. Lin Fei was amazed. It's a good trick. Even though Lin Fei didn't like to trick people, it should be very interesting to use Little Violet to trick people. Let's go. Lin Fei stepped onto the teleportation platform and was teleported away with a flash of white light. When he appeared again, he was still in a mountain range. A monstrous gravity pressed down on him. Lin Fei's expression changed. The gravity was at least 10 times stronger than before. Even though Lin Fei's strength had increased, his bones kept breaking. Divine Fire Protection. At the crucial moment, the divine fire around Lin Fei turned into a sun. After his strength had risen, Lin Fei took another step forward with his divine flame space and used the heaven and earth divine furnace to defend against this gravitational force. Previously, he couldn't use it because he wasn't strong enough. But after becoming a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal, Lin Fei's control of the divine fire space had greatly improved. Now, he could refine an 8 or 9 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal with just a thought. Such rich heaven and earth spiritual energy. After resisting the gravity, Lin Fei spent some time getting used to it. Then, he felt the spiritual energy wandering between heaven and earth. There should be a spirit vein on this floor. Lin Fei thought of a possibility. Compared to the previous level, the heaven and earth spiritual qi was many times denser. There was an 80 to 90% chance that a spirit vein would appear. The gravity on this level was too strong. Despite the protection of the divine fire, Lin Fei was still under a lot of pressure. Little Purple grew to 1,000 feet in size and sat on it. With the strength of a celestial being, it relieved part of the gravity. Spirit bird. A huge white bird flew across the sky, emitting spiritual energy. It was like the sun in the night sky, making it difficult for one not to notice it. Lin Fei cried out involuntarily. This was because the heaven and earth spiritual qi had reached an extremely dense level, and the spiritual qi had taken shape on its own. This was the second time Lin Fei had seen spiritual energy materialization. The first time was when he had a grade 5 spirit meridian and turned into a spiritual energy giant. The spirit bird just now is completely an energy body, and its strength is also at the level of a low-level bodiless immortal. Moreover, it is an energy body, and its combat power is no weaker than a mid-level bodiless immortal. Lin Fei saw through everything and saw through the spirit bird's actual situation. Seeing a spirit bird, Lin Fei didn't make a move and continued to fly forward. Along the way, there were countless flying birds and ferocious beasts everywhere. It was a dazzling sight. Lin Fei still didn't make a move. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the spirit qi turning into an energy body. He was going for his target. Spirit vein. Energy bodies weren't of much help to Lin Fei. Only the spirit vein could. He admired that mighty figure for creating such a treasure land. Rumble, suddenly, there was an energy wave coming from the boundless mountain range. Is there someone? Lin Fei frowned. He didn't know what dangers there were on this level, but he suspected that some geniuses had appeared. Little Purple, fly over. With the overlord Little Purple around, Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. He had long regarded Little Purple as a top-notch sky immortal. 5 million miles away, Little Purple had just flown over a tall mountain, and the scene in front of him shocked Lin Fei. It was unimaginable. In the mountain range, two energy bodies were fighting, and behind them, there was a long river of spiritual energy, revealing a vast and boundless aura. Spirit vein, 2 spirit veins. The 2 spirit veins turned into energy bodies and fought with each other, trying to devour each other and evolve. Lin Fei observed for a while and understood the intention of the spirit vein. It was obvious that they wanted to devour each other and improve their grade. They obviously had high intelligence. He was shocked that they found spirit veins in such a short time. On the continent, spirit veins were hard to find, and every time one appeared, it would lead to a fight. These 2 spirit veins should be grade 4 spirit veins, one level higher than grade 5 spirit veins. Lin Fei felt that the living beings born from grade 5 spirit veins weren't as strong as the 2 in front of him. In terms of strength, they were high-level loose immortals, and they were energy bodies, so ordinary people couldn't subdue them. Plundering spirit veins, let's start from here. Lin Fei stopped observing and attacked the 2 grade 4 spirit veins. Heaven and Earth Furnace. The moment he attacked, he used the Heaven and Earth Furnace to suppress everything. Now that he used the Heaven and Earth Furnace with the strength of a 9 tribulation loose immortal, it was like a dazzling sun. Just the aura of the divine fire could burn a weak cultivator to death. The 2 living beings immediately stopped and resisted the suppression of the Heaven and Earth Furnace. Lin Fei used all his strength, and the 2 living beings didn't resist for long. In just a moment, they were sucked into the Heaven and Earth Furnace, and the 2 spirit veins behind them were also sucked in. 2 grade 4 spirit veins, my strength has increased quite a bit. With a thought, the Heaven and Earth Furnace refined the spirit veins and poured them into the huge core lake. Let's go. This time, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to keep the Heaven and Earth Furnace. He continued to use it, and the Heaven and Earth Furnace turned into a red tornado, sucking in all the energy bodies in a million miles radius. At this moment, the heaven and earth furnace was like a bottomless pit. No matter what kind of energy bodies it was, they were sucked in without exception, and the energy bodies only resisted for a short while. Many a little makes a mickle. 5 million miles. 10 million miles. Billions of miles. Lin Fei didn't know how far he had flown, but along the way, his energy body could be calculated in billions, and he didn't know how many spirit veins below grade 4 were collected. The heaven immortal realm demonic beasts that he was most worried about didn't appear, which made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. Lin Fei knew how scary heaven immortal realm demonic beasts were. Swoosh! A huge face appeared in the sky above Lin Fei and swallowed them. It had the power to devour the heavens. Before they could react, they were swallowed whole. The spirit chi in the vast river was extremely dense. A living being materialized out of nowhere and punched out at the heaven and earth smelt, causing it to tremble violently. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. This is a grade 1 spirit vein. Damn it. How did it attract a grade 1 spirit vein? One punch was enough to injure him. This grade 1 spirit vein had the power of a heaven immortal, and it was in its territory. This living being was almost indestructible. Collect. Lin Fei brought Little Purple to the heaven and earth furnace. Even though Little Purple had the power of a top heaven immortal, it was just a waste of energy against a spirit vein that had spirit chi. Bang, bang, bang. This living being's fist technique was ordinary, but it was no match for a heaven immortal. Even the simplest punch had the power of a heaven immortal. With every punch, Lin Fei didn't feel good. A grade 1 spirit vein is indeed terrifying. If he really encountered a heaven immortal level spirit vein, he might be killed before he could subdue it. Little Purple, use the divine fire. Let's refine this spirit vein from the inside. Lin Fei calmed down. Little Purple nodded. Smart. Lin Fei couldn't refine a heaven immortal, but Little Purple could. So what if it was a spirit vein? He could still refine it. Absorb. Little Purple channeled its powers and the heaven and earth smelt turned into a gigantic vortex, sucking in endless amounts of heaven and earth spirit chi. Within the divine flame space, the spirit chi turned into energy bodies that rushed out at Lin Fei. Lin Fei's divine flame protected his body, and he turned into an immovable wisdom monarch. The energy rushed down, but it was blocked by the divine flame. Little Purple flapped its wings, and the purple flames turned into rays of purple saber light that destroyed the energy. Little Violet acted as a hired thug, constantly killing the energy forms, while Lin Fei wholeheartedly began to refine and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. At first, the grade 1 spirit vein didn't seem to notice and continued to attack fiercely. With Little Purple's protection, the heaven and earth furnace was as stable as a rock and didn't move at all. The spirit chi gradually decreased and the tug of war began. A grade 1 spirit vein was too strong. Only Lin Fei's heaven and earth furnace was amazing. No matter how the grade 1 spirit vein fought back, it still couldn't be destroyed. If Lin Fei had brought an ordinary immortal abode with him, he would have died under the attacks of the spirit vein, which had the combat power of a celestial immortal. At the same time, Lin Fei was lucky to have a helper like Little Violet to keep the divine flame dimension under control. Otherwise, the daily attacks from the spirit vein would have been more than enough for him to worry about. The tug of war lasted for a long time and half a year had passed. A grade 1 spirit vein had the power of a heaven immortal, but it was completely different from a heaven immortal monster. This was the largest spirit vein in the mortal world and the spirit chi was inestimable. For half a year, Lin Fei refined it every day. After half a year, the grade 1 spirit vein was almost used up. In the later period, the huge whirlpool formed by the heaven and earth furnace would absorb a huge amount of spirit chi every day. On this day, the heaven and earth immortal cried out indignantly as he was crushed by the heaven and earth smelt, turning into the last bit of heaven and earth spiritual chi essence that was continuously injected into Lin Fei's body. Phew, it wasn't easy. After half a year, fatigue appeared on Lin Fei's face. Little Purple, on the other hand, was elated because this guy had absorbed the heaven and earth divine fire in half a year. His purple body contained golden divine fire and his strength had unknowingly increased. Refining a grade 1 spirit vein in half a year was enough to cause a stir. Chapter 605. It was a boundless mountain range. A huge meandering spirit vein coiled around the mountain range. Demonic beasts, birds, and flowers walked leisurely. It was like a paradise. Suddenly, a whirlpool rushed down from the sky. The huge spirit vein only resisted for a moment before it was taken away. Then, a figure walked out. He seemed to be far away, and his movements were slow. Every step he took covered millions of miles. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed millions of miles and appeared on the mountain range. The gravity that could crush people instantly bounced off the figure. It was like a falling waterfall that was separated by a rock. It seems like most of the spirit veins had been taken away. It took me so long to find one. The figure looked disappointed. Then, a purple figure landed on the shoulder of the figure and rubbed his head against the figure's neck. He looked like he was trying to please the figure. This person was none other than Lin Fei. His white hair had returned to normal. His chi and blood were so strong that he looked like a sun. His hair was black and shiny, and it was draped over his shoulders, fluttering in the wind. I didn't expect that I would cultivate for 3 years. Lin Fei sighed. Lin Fei didn't stop refining the spirit veins on this level. He kept taking the spirit veins, refining them, and absorbing them into his body. During this period, he was almost killed by the spirit veins several times, but he still persisted. During these 3 years, Lin Fei didn't know how many energy bodies and spirit veins he had refined. Anyway, it was a huge number. At the beginning, he needed the divine fire to resist the gravity. Now, he didn't care about the gravity. It's time to go to the next level. Lin Fei found the teleportation formation on the next level long ago. However, he didn't go down. The gravity on this level was already so terrifying. He had no idea what the next level would be like. After 3 years of cultivation, Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He felt that he had a certain degree of confidence in breaking into the next level. It would be a pity not to try. Rumble, out of nowhere, the space started to shake. Then, a huge whirlpool appeared above Lin Fei's head. Is it time? Lin Fei's expression changed. He had not expected this at all. As soon as the vortex appeared, a supreme force shrouded Lin Fei. He couldn't use any of his strength and was sucked into the vortex. At the same time, he took the opportunity to keep Little Purple in the mount space. He really came out. After a flash of white light, Lin Fei appeared on an island. The sound of the waves crashing against the island was endless. The humid air carried a slight fishy smell, which was not present in the mountain range. Smelling the familiar scent, Lin Fei knew very well that he had exited the secret Fecta vault and was immediately transported to an island. Lin Fei felt that 3 years had passed in an instant. He was completely immersed in cultivation. Lin Fei was very unwilling to be teleported out so quickly. He had missed a chance to enter the next level. He then laughed at himself. I've gained so much, and I'm still thinking about going to the next level. I'm really like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Very soon, Lin Fei returned to normal. It's been 3 years. I don't know how Jin Feng and the others are doing. Has the child been born? After returning to the Xiantian continent, Lin Fei began to miss his women. He didn't know what had happened on the continent during the 3 years he was away. Let me see what this place is. As soon as his huge divine sense came out, a familiar feeling appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It turns out that I have been teleported to the Endless Sea. Lin Fei immediately recognized that the place where he was now was the Endless Sea, the place where he had rescued Big Brother Qi Lian and was chased by the Sea clan for a while. Little Purple, come out. Lin Fei released Little Purple and was ready to ride Little Purple back. Returning to the Mount Space, Lin Fei was actually worried that he couldn't bring Little Purple out. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. The secret Fecta vault was too mysterious. As soon as Little Purple came out, the originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent, dark clouds rolled, and a terrifying aura enveloped the sky where Lin Fei was. Damn, heaven's retribution. The terrifying aura was locked on Little Purple. Lin Fei didn't expect that Little Purple still needed to go through the tribulation as soon as it came out. The secret Fecta vault hid everything. Little Purple could smoothly become a fairy immortal demon beast and thought that it didn't need to go through the tribulation. Little Purple was not afraid at all. It flew into the sky and turned into 1,000 feet in size. It hovered in the sky, showing its overlord momentum, provoking the heavenly tribulation. Little Purple can't transform. It should not have gone through the heavenly tribulation. If it does, it can transform. Lin Fei left the range of the heavenly tribulation and stood in the sky. Boom, the whole sea was covered with dark clouds and thunder. A blue lightning, thick as a bucket, with a destructive aura, fell from the sky. Lin Fei really wasn't worried. Little Purple was already an overlord demon beast. In 3 years, its strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. This little heavenly tribulation should be nothing. The first lightning fell on Little Purple, but it was not affected at all. Boom, the lightning, thick as a bucket, kept falling. At first, it was one bolt, but then it became denser. The island below was directly bombarded by the heavenly tribulation. At the same time. In the endless sea. In a magnificent palace. The huge power of the heavenly tribulation not only raged on the sea, but also affected the sea below. Someone is going through the tribulation. In the palace, there was singing and dancing, and laughter. Several people who were enjoying the scenery looked in a certain direction at the same time. They all felt the aura of the heavenly tribulation. Silver Shark King, someone from your clan is going through the tribulation? This area was the territory controlled by the Silver Shark King. He controlled the sea with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles and was one of the feudal lords of the Sea God Empire. Since the war on the continent, the sea was also not peaceful. The feudal lords rebelled and the war continued. Some sea races made contributions and were immediately conferred as kings. The Silver Shark King was one of them. The expression of the silver-armored Silver Shark King changed slightly. It can't be from my clan. However, this person is going through the tribulation in my territory. Are you all interested? Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can gain something. The Silver Shark King was a king of the Sea God Empire. Those who could sit together were also kings of their respective seas. The heavenly secret treasury disappeared. Maybe some human expert's strength suddenly increased and couldn't control it, said the giant crab king beside him. Whether that person succeeds or not, we can pick up treasures if he dies. If he succeeds, he will be weak for a while. Eating a sky immortal human is a great tonic. The giant crab king is right. No matter who is going through the tribulation, we have to go and take a look. Otherwise, we will miss this opportunity. The Flood Dragon King's eyes flashed with greed. The 3 kings immediately tore open the void and went straight to the place where the tribulation was. Chapter 606. Rumble. Above the boundless sea, the sound of thunder never stopped. The heavens' tribulation was still raging. The dense divine thunder fell like raindrops, no less than anti-aircraft cannons falling on Little Purple's huge body. The sea below was dyed red with blood. Under the attack of the divine thunder, the demonic beasts in the surrounding area were devastated. God knows how many died, creating a blood-red sea. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. The power of the heavens' tribulation was beyond imagination. It was many times more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder it's so difficult for humans to go through the heavens' tribulation. No matter what the outside world said about the heavens' tribulation, Lin Fei had seen it with his own eyes. I wonder if I will go through the heavens' tribulation. Regarding this question, Lin Fei was very conflicted. Lin Fei wasn't sure whether there would be or not. He still suspected that the heavens' tribulation would appear. The system shouldn't be able to erase it. If there was no heavens' tribulation, Lin Fei would be very satisfied. No wonder it was so difficult for humans to go through the heavens tribulation. In fact, it was really troublesome. The heavens tribulation is about to end. After the intensive divine thunder, the sea was restored to peace. Above the tribulation cloud, a dangerous aura was gathering. That was the last wave of energy gathering. Lin Fei could feel it. Little Purple roared, seemingly dissatisfied with being attacked by the divine thunder. Its huge body returned to the size of 10,000 feet. It turned into a purple cloud and rushed up. With a flap of its wings, it turned into two streams of light and slashed at the tribulation cloud. Whoosh! The tribulation cloud that everyone feared, under Little Purple's domineering attack, was torn open. That's right, it was torn open. Awesome! Lin Fei was dumbfounded by this scene. The Overlord was indeed the Overlord. The tribulation cloud dared to take the initiative to attack and was successfully broken. Little Purple roared again. Under the continuous attack, the tribulation cloud gradually fell apart. The last attack could not be condensed. With a boom, the energy dissipated. The tribulation cloud dispersed and the sea returned to normal. The last wave of attack ended prematurely and the tribulation cloud disappeared without a trace. But there was a bloody smell on the sea. God knew how many sea beasts had died under the divine thunder, which proved that there had been a heavens tribulation here before. Immortal Chi. After the tribulation cloud, milky white light fell from the sky and shrouded Little Z. Lin Fei, who was far away, recognized the immortal Chi. If I had known that Little Z would be able to pass the tribulation so easily, I wouldn't have needed to worry. Lin Fei said that he did not care, but in reality, he was very worried. After all, everyone knew how powerful heavenly tribulations were. How could Lin Fei not be worried? An Overlord mount. Who wouldn't feel heartache for a gold medal fighter? Someone's coming. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seems that Little Z's tribulation has attracted the experts of this sea area. If they were sensible, Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. But if they weren't sensible, they would be courting death. The three figures were fast. When the immortal Chi descended, the three of them were overjoyed. I didn't expect someone to succeed in transcending the tribulation. The Flood Dragon King's eyes lit up. It's been a long time since anyone has succeeded in transcending the tribulation. However, that person succeeded with severe injuries and a period of weakness, the Giant Crab King said greedily. The Silver Shark King regretted coming alone. If he had known earlier, all the benefits would belong to him. Now, he could only split it among the three of them. It was a huge loss. He didn't dare to express such thoughts. Even the heavens are helping us. The Silver Shark King laughed. With the three of us, we can even fight an early-stage sky immortal, let alone an immortal in a weak period. Anyone or anything would have a period of weakness after transcending the tribulation. Of course, this period of weakness could be long or short. According to one's strength, a few hours of weakness was inevitable. Normally, experts would find a secret place to transcend the tribulation, regardless of whether they succeeded or not. At the same time, they would find a good friend to protect them. This protection naturally referred to the period of weakness. Many experts had succeeded in transcending the tribulation, only to fall during this period of weakness and be killed by their enemies. Demonic Beast. What a huge demonic beast. When Little Purple's enormous body appeared in front of them, the three monarchs were dumbfounded. Even in the Sea of Life, an enormous body like that would be considered a leviathan. The only exception would be the enormous old-timers. A flamingo? The Flood Dragon King seemed to recognize it. A flamingo? You must be mistaken. Flamingos are red, and this is purple. Also, flamingos can transform? The Giant Crab King was skeptical. Could it be a mutated flamingo? They had thought it was a human. If it was a human, the 3-9 tribulation bodiless immortals could easily take it down. A 10,000-meter-long demonic beast was troublesome. Who cares what this demonic beast is? Let's take it down first. The Silver Shark King was anxious, afraid that a long delay would bring trouble. The three monarchs were all extraordinarily bold. After a moment's thought, they immediately attacked. Boom! The three monarchs changed back to their original forms. A 10,000-meter-long silver shark, a similarly 10,000-meter-long giant crab, and a rolling flood dragon with dragon horns on its head. Attack! The three monarchs returned to their original forms and charged at the enormous little purple. Although it was a simple attack, it was equivalent to an attack from a half-step sky immortal. Even a sky immortal would have to be wary of the three of them, let alone a shape-shifted demonic beast. I say, are you three robbers like this? A wall of air appeared out of thin air in front of them. The huge collision only shook the air wall that looked like it would shatter at any moment, then returned to normal and blocked their attacks. At that moment, Lin Fei appeared behind the air wall and watched with interest. He was very satisfied with the wall of air that blocked the attacks of the three monarchs. He hadn't cultivated for 3 years for nothing. A human. The three monarchs couldn't help but exclaim when Lin Fei appeared. Since when did the human race have such an expert? He blocked their attacks with one move, and it was an attack from his original form. Strange, really strange. Get him. The Jiao Dragon King was famous for his bad temper. Furthermore, he was a relative of the dragon race. At the very least, there was a dragon in his name. Even powerhouses would not dare to kill him unless they were willing to be hunted down by the dragon race. Now, a human was standing in front of them, stopping them from sharing this demonic beast. This was no different from killing one's parents and stealing one's wealth. The Jiao Dragon King's dragon breath turned into a flying sword and slashed at Lin Fei's head. It was a direct killing intent, and the air wall was sliced apart. The dragon breath attack of the dragon race is indeed ferocious. Lin Fei had heard a long time ago that the dragon race had a dragon breath attack. Its power was unparalleled, and many people were wary of it. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might have been in trouble. But this dragon breath attack was just a child's play. Slash! An immortal sword appeared in Lin Fei's hand, and he slashed out with it. The domineering attack split the dragon breath in two. He stepped out, passing through the air wall and appearing above the Jiao Dragon King. He slashed down with sword intent. The Jiao Dragon King was stunned when his dragon breath attack was blocked, and then he cried out. Immortal artifact. This is a sky immortal grade immortal artifact. As soon as he said this, the scales that even humans couldn't break were cut open, and a large piece of flesh fell into the sea. Countless fearless sea beasts immediately fought over it. Good eye. Lin Fei said indifferently. I just don't know how many of my attacks you can block, and how much of the dragon meat will fall. The Silver Shark King and the Cancer King shivered inwardly. They then reverted to their human forms, clearly terrified. Their strongest defense was their true bodies. Every time they met an expert they couldn't beat, they would attack with their true bodies. With their powerful defense, there were few who could stop them. But this human had torn through the Jiao Dragon King's defense with a single strike. It was as if the sword had cut into their hearts, dripping with blood. It was impossible to ignore. How could they not be afraid of a sky immortal grade immortal artifact? This human must have come from the Tianji secret treasury. The two instantly guessed where he had come from. At the same time, the fear in their hearts deepened. Anyone who could come out of the Tianji secret treasury was not simple. You, a human, actually hurt the noble Jiao Dragon King. I'm going to eat you. The Jiao Dragon King had never had a large piece of flesh sliced off with a single strike. The pain was secondary. His face was humiliated. His huge body rolled, and he spewed out hundreds of dragon breaths. It was an inescapable net. The Jiao Dragon King had the bloodline of the dragon race, and the dragon race was a powerful race on the continent. Whether it was the human race, the marine race, the demon race, or even the foreign races, they all had to give them face. In addition, the dragon race was incomparably domineering. How could the Jiao Dragon King let it go? He had a powerful backer and was very confident. Lin Fei had a look of disdain. What was so noble about a Jiao Dragon King? Lin Fei had never cared about the dragon race. He had even eaten dragon meat. A Jiao Dragon King? What was he? I'll use you as a sacrifice. Jiao Dragon King, stop. The Silver Shark King and the Cancer King hurriedly communicated with their divine senses. This human was mysterious and unfathomable. It wasn't worth it to stop attacking. Even though they were kings, they didn't dare to attack recklessly. Don't stop me. I'm going to eat this human today. The Jiao Dragon King didn't care that much. He didn't believe that this guy could constantly use the immortal sword. In fact, he had the intention of taking it for himself. The Jiao Dragon King was a vassal of the Sea God Empire. He didn't care much about immortal weapons. He did have immortal weapons, but they were all pseudo-immortal weapons. How could the Jiao Dragon King give up on a true sky immortal great immortal sword? He wasn't hot-blooded. He had a plan and a plan. The Silver Shark King and the Cancer King didn't attack. The Jiao Dragon King was naturally happy. He could save himself 2 competitors. A sky immortal great immortal sword was too important to him. With this celestial immortal great immortal sword, he wouldn't be able to find many of his peers who were his match. Chapter 607. The Jiao Dragon King was very greedy. In fact, this was the characteristic of the dragon race. They wanted everything good for themselves, and were famous throughout the continent. A sky immortal great immortal artifact was no less than a sparkling treasure. How could one not be envious? Hundreds of dragon breaths intertwined and formed a huge white dragon net, sealing off all of the other party's escape routes in an instant. The Jiao Dragon King was certain that his opponent would not be able to use the immortal artifact continuously. Especially an immortal artifact of this level, each activation required immortal power in order to bring out its true power. How dare you show off with a broken net? Lin Fei snorted coldly and slashed forward with the immortal sword in his hand. The huge net containing dragon might was instantly torn open. Whoosh, the sword light landed on the Jiao Dragon King's main body, and a bloody piece of flesh fell into the sea. Even though the Jiao Dragon King was prepared, he was still injured. Second piece. Lin Fei wielded the immortal sword and slashed at the Jiao Dragon King again and again. As the sword light fell, the headache-inducing defense that couldn't be broken fell into the seawater piece by piece like tofu, creating splashes. At this time, countless sea beasts had gathered in the sea. Even the unintelligent sea beasts knew that eating dragon meat could strengthen and improve themselves. The Cancer King and the Silver Shark King watched in horror with every strike. Even though it did not land on their bodies, the fear in their hearts continued to spread. A sky immortal great immortal artifact. This is too terrifying. Our sea race's greatest advantage is gone. The 2 of them recognized it. They might not be afraid of a sky immortal great immortal artifact, but a sky immortal great immortal artifact would definitely kill them. They would definitely have the upper hand. How could they fight? This young man was strong to begin with. A wall of air could block their attacks, which showed that he was extraordinary. They finally believed the rumors that there were many human geniuses on the continent. Strong, too strong. Impossible. How can you have so much immortal power? The Flood Dragon King was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. His huge body was covered in blood from head to toe. Each hole represented a piece of dragon meat. Who knew how much dragon meat had been cut off? When the huge dragon tail swung, the sea beasts that were fighting for the dragon meat in the sea instantly died. The Jiao Dragon King transformed into his human form, his face filled with fear. It was not a good feeling for anyone to have their flesh sliced up. This was especially so for a noble existence like the Jiao Dragon King. After taking human form, the Jiao Dragon King's face was pale, and his injuries were not light. Nothing is impossible. You're just a flood dragon. How dare you call yourself a member of the dragon clan? Lin Fei snorted coldly and swung his sword again. This sword was fast and fierce. In times of crisis, the Jiao Dragon King could only go all out. He had never been in such a sorry state before. All this while, the Jiao Dragon King had been able to disregard everything with its powerful defense. After all, immortal weapons that were of a higher level were extremely rare, and it was almost impossible to find one. That was also the reason why the Jiao Dragon King wanted to snatch the other party's immortal weapon. Who would have thought that he would meet with such a tough opponent? What a shame. He wasn't a match for the Jiao Dragon King in his true form, and now that he was in human form, his strength had been reduced. The Jiao Dragon King's status as a king wasn't just for show. He naturally had a trump card. An ink-black scale the size of a leaf flew out and blocked in front of the Jiao Dragon King. With the wind, it grew to hundreds of meters in size, shaped like a shield. A dragon scale. The Cancer King and the Silver Shark King were shocked when they saw this. The Jiao Dragon King had used this dragon scale. It was a dragon scale, a true dragon scale, one that only dragons could shed willingly. The Jiao Dragon King was preparing to ask the experts of the Dragon Clan to deal with this human. Whoosh, the 3000 immortal art, the great slicing art, was a famous immortal art in the immortal world. Now that it was being used by Lin Fei, he was both mentally and physically prepared. The huge dragon scale was cleaved in two by the saber light, and the defense was broken. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Dragon Clan. The Jiao Dragon King's face froze, and his pupils constricted as he watched the attack land on his body. Dragon Clan? Lin Fei laughed coldly. Powered by immortal power, this attack was truly domineering. The Jiao Dragon King was in human form, so his combat power was greatly reduced. He was simply asking for death. You two have guts. How dare you rob my little Z? The Silver Shark King and the Cancer King were dumbfounded. Deep fear flashed through their eyes. Among the three of them, the Jiao Dragon King was the strongest, stronger than the two of them. But he'd been killed just like that. It was like a dream. It was too fast, so fast that they couldn't get used to it. That last dragon scale contained the power of the Dragon Clan. It could block a few attacks and escape. It wasn't hard, but the result was unimaginable. Pet. Upon hearing these words, the two kings instantly broke down. Motherf ****. Could there be anything more frightening than these words? No, absolutely not. Damn, a pet of a celestial immortal? Wasn't that killing them? In the entire sea region, no one dared to treat a celestial immortal beast as a pet. It could only be a partner. They would rather this human be awesome and covet the beast, trying to take it for himself. But this mount was his pet. That was different. Heavens! You're playing with us. If they had known that the beast was this human's pet, they wouldn't have dared to attack it even if they were 100 times braver. They would just be sending themselves to their deaths. The Silver Shark King felt that he hadn't divined today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Sir, do you think there's some misunderstanding here? The Silver Shark King's brain worked quickly. Fight back? If you want to die, go ahead. He forced a smile. The Cancer King said, it's all the Jiao Dragon King's fault. We were just passing by. This really has nothing to do with us. Since the Jiao Dragon King was dead, they naturally had to push all the blame onto him. After all, he was already dead. Who knew if it was true or not? Are you just passing by? Lin Fei chuckled. His voice was cold. The two shivered inwardly and subconsciously shrunk their necks. This human clearly didn't believe them. They found it hard to believe their own words. The reason was too empty and ridiculous. Passing by? Are you trying to trick a 3-year-old? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't be easy to trick. In order to live, they had to continue lying. It's true. We were really just passing by, the Silver Shark King said seriously. We already told the Jiao Dragon King not to attack. Sir, you're a genius. It's not good to offend you. Everyone knows that he won't listen. There's nothing we can do. Master, these two beasts are full of blood energy. I like them. Let me eat them. At that moment, a cold voice sounded behind them. Chapter 608. Scared. Scared. That cold and terrifying aura made the two kings feel as if they were facing a terrifying beast. Berserk beasts, they had seen them before. In the endless ocean, there were countless dangerous and mysterious places. Many berserk beasts lived there, and each of them had a murderous aura. They had killed many berserk beasts, but they dared to guarantee that they had never seen such a terrifying beast. The terrifying aura was suffocating. They were all powerful sea beasts, so they had never been afraid of any berserk beasts. However, the berserk beast in front of them was releasing a murderous aura, as if it was a superior existence. This murderous aura was scarier than any berserk beast they had ever seen. They even wanted to kill this terrifying existence before. Motherf asterisk Kerr, this was simply kicking an iron plate, and a huge iron plate at that. They really regretted coming out. They should have just drank and watched the singers dance. Now, they were faced with a ridiculously abnormal young man and a demonic beast that was even more terrifying than a ferocious beast. Now, it should be said that he was alone. They had never encountered such a situation in their lives, but today, they encountered it all at once. Resist? They had completely lost the will to resist. The terrifying beast in front of them might be able to kill them in one move. They did not doubt their judgment. Don't eat us. Silver Shark King and Cancer King begged at the same time. Kings, this identity was no longer popular. They could only beg for their forgiveness and put down their pride. That was nothing. Beside Lin Fei, there was a burly man with long purple hair. His body was emitting an evil aura and endless murderous aura. Even he himself was shocked. What the F asterisk CK, little Z is clearly a ferocious beast after the tribulation, a human-shaped ferocious beast. You've successfully transformed. Little Purple nodded, this tribulation is nothing to me. I can tear it apart with one bite. Lin Fei felt that he had given the wrong name. If it was still a beast, it would be fine to call it Little Purple. However, this was a burly man who was at least 2.45 meters tall. How could he use this name? It sounded awkward and feminine. However, to be honest, Little Purple was really handsome, a typical pretty boy. He could guarantee that no handsome guy or pretty boy on earth could be Little Purple's opponent. As a man, Lin Fei was also jealous. How could a man be so handsome? In addition to his evil aura, he really charmed thousands of girls. Lin Fei decided to ignore Little Z's handsomeness. Did you hear that? Lin Fei said calmly. Your methods are too shameless. The Silver Shark King and Cancer King had long since lost their temper. Facing such a ferocious beast was like encountering a natural predator. They could only hope to survive. This is our fault. We can make it up to you. That's right, we will compensate you with things, please don't eat us. When the two saw Lin Fei's hesitation, they immediately knew what to do. This is my storage space. It's full of medicinal herbs and cultivation resources that you humans need. The Silver Shark King took out a treasure painfully. The Cancer King was no exception. That's all? Lin Fei was very dissatisfied. He wanted to extort them. The Silver Shark and Cancer King believed that they still had a chance to retaliate and would definitely roar. This was more than half of their family's wealth, but before their eyes, a single youth was enough to deal with them. There was also a terrifying beast. I still have some. In order to survive, the two king tiers could be said to have gone bankrupt. Is there really nothing else? Lin Fei played with the spatial treasure in his hand. The Silver Shark King and Cancer King shook their heads. This time, they had lost everything and dared not hide anything. When one died, there would be nothing left. Even if they lost cultivation resources and treasures, they could still continue to collect them. Compared to their long lives, this was nothing. For the time being, Lin Fei wouldn't kill them. Such a large sum of money was enough to make them feel heartache. However, it wasn't appropriate to let them go just like that. Hence, he refined 2 more bottles, one for each of them. One of you is the Silver Shark King, the other is the Cancer King. Both of you have powerful vitality. Fill up the bottles and you can leave. Pay attention, I want essence blood. The 2 kings almost vomited blood. This 1-meter-tall bottle contained so much essence blood that it almost took away half of their lives. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. Why are you unwilling? Lin Fei smiled with squinted eyes. Willing, of course we're willing. The 2 kings were like chicks pecking at rice, but they were cursing continuously in their hearts. Only King willing, this daddy is not willing. Essence blood. This wasn't some cabbage that could be found everywhere. We'd like to get a big bottle. However, they had to do it even if they didn't want to. That purple-haired beast seemed to be eager for them to not do it. That malevolent gaze made their hair stand on end. They were cursing in their hearts, but on the surface, they still released their essence blood. Something like essence blood was useless to Lin Fei, but it was a good thing for his subordinates to cultivate and temper their bodies. This was also the reason why he suddenly thought of it when he saw the dragon blood being snatched by the sea beast. Can you let us go now? After giving up their essence blood, the Silver Shark King and Cancer King were extremely weak. Among vitality, essence blood was the most important. If they were humans, they would have died long ago. They were sea beasts and were innately strong. After losing so much essence blood, they could barely hold on. Scram! Lin Fei's words were like amnesty. The 2 immediately ran away. If they didn't run now, when would they run? If they were to ask for something else, they really couldn't do it. Master, they are extremely weak. Why didn't you kill them? Little Purple's eyes revealed a murderous glint. Little Purple, you don't understand. Lin Fei said, killing them is one thing, but it's only for a short while. You have to think about it for a long time. If you meet them again, you can extort them again. Also, this essence blood is priceless. Moreover, they are already scared this time. I have planted a seed in their hearts. Their strength will stay at this level for the rest of their lives. I still think it's better to just kill them. Little Purple said coldly. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. What an unenlightened fellow. This immemorial overlord was indeed not ordinary. It was filled with an immemorial overlord's killing intent. Forget it, forget it. I won't bother with this fellow. Although they had only interacted for a short while, Lin Fei already knew what kind of person Little Purple was. It was an innately ferocious fellow. Even an idiot would know. In the immemorial era, those demonic beasts were all almighty existences. How could they not be ferocious? If they weren't ferocious, they would be killed by others. Little Purple's coldness was obviously very normal. It was hereditary. Let's go back. Before leaving, Lin Fei took away the Jiao Dragon King's corpse. Although it was not a true dragon, it was still a sub-dragon. The 4 villains should like it if he brought it back. As for whether he would offend the dragon race, Lin Fei never thought about it. On the boundless sea, tsunamis continued, thunder and lightning rumbled. Under the dim sky, it was a dangerous area that no one dared to step into. And at the end of this area was another sky. The sun was bright and the weather was clear. It was a good day. And at an arm's length away, there was indeed endless danger that blocked people out. This was a place on the continent that no one dared to set foot in. It had a very domineering and famous name, Dragon Island. Dragon Island was a unique force on the continent. Giant dragons lived in this place. Every giant dragon was synonymous with power when they were born. They had a long lifespan. Even if they did not cultivate, their strength could increase with time. Almost every giant dragon here was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Within the radius of Dragon Island, there was a barrier that isolated it. Only the dragon race could run amok. Other than a limited number of human experts, no one else could set foot on it. Rumble, at this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from a small island. A middle-aged man with a dignified face walked out of a cave. The cave behind him had almost collapsed, and dust was flying everywhere. Little Jiao is dead. A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and the air turned cold. Long Tianyi, what happened? A black giant dragon descended and turned into a bald man with black skin. The giant dragons on Dragon Island were generally in their original form. They felt that their original form was the most comfortable. My nephew was killed. I have to go out. Long Tianyi said coldly, I want to know who is so bold to kill our dragon race. The bald man was clearly stunned. How is that possible? Didn't little Jiao become the Jiao Dragon King outside? Who would dare to attack him? With his original form, unless it was a heaven immortal, or an old antique. Who would dare to attack little Jiao when they knew that he was from our dragon race? Ever since the dragon race moved out in groups and destroyed an empire, no one dared to attack the dragon race. Unless they could do it perfectly, they would face the terrifying revenge of the dragon race. An empire could be easily destroyed. In the end, it was the upper echelons of the continent that stopped the dragon race from continuing to wreak havoc. I don't know either. Little Jiao used my dragon scale before he died. You also know that my dragon scale can withstand 3 or 4 attacks from heaven immortals. But little Jiao still died. I have to go out. Long Tianyi said. The bald man said, if you go out like this, the patriarch will be furious. You also know that the continent is in chaos. Our dragon race can't interfere. Could it be that I can only watch? How about this? Don't we have a representative from the dragon race outside? I remember that Long Outyen is a dragon man from the dragon race. We can send him a message and let him investigate everything. Isn't that good? He seems to be the leader of some saint hall. It's best for him to come forward, said the bald man. Long Outyen? The middle-aged man seemed to recall something. You mean the person who obtained our dragon race's bloodline? Chapter 609. Xiantian Continent. 3 years had passed. Aside from the initial appearance of the Heavenly Secrets Treasury, the continent had been peaceful for a period of time. But after the treasury was opened, the war raged on and grew fiercer and fiercer. The alien army invaded wave after wave. In the past 3 years, the alien army had conquered half of the continent, annihilated countless sects, and enslaved innumerable humans. To the alien army, this was a remarkable accomplishment. In just 3 years, they had expanded their influence to the entire continent and conquered more than half of the continent. From the intense war at the beginning to the current stalemate, there was no doubt that the army had laid a solid foundation. Other than the places that they were defending, there were almost no humans. If the human race had been united at the beginning, they would have been able to drive the alien army back to the wild world. After 3 years, the alien army had relied on their tyrannical and savage nature to take over half of the continent. It was only a matter of time before they took over the continent. Drive them out? That was no longer possible. After the alien army had taken over half of the continent, they divided it into 10 regions. Each region represented a god king, and under the god king was a holy maiden. Xiantian Continent, Sin Paradise. Are we really going to hand over Lin Jiqing? Isn't that a bit too unwise? Sin Paradise's internal meeting could also be described as a high-level meeting. Sin Paradise had managed to hold on for 3 years, but the situation wasn't looking good. In the great battle half a year ago, Sin Paradise had lost a big shot, a true big shot. Now, it was clear that Sin Paradise was stubbornly holding on. Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow. Who knew when Sin Paradise would be unable to hold on against the alien army? Half a year ago, the battle had been too intense. Sin Paradise had used all their trump cards, but they still couldn't hold on against King Giant Eye's attack. King Giant Eye was one of the 10 great god kings. Of course, King Giant Eye hadn't personally participated, but he had left behind a formation that Sin Paradise had just barely managed to hold on, suffering heavy losses. Sin Paradise had been trying to recover for half a year, but the chances weren't high. Sin Paradise had a total of 5 big shots. They were Sin Paradise's everything. Now, one of them had fallen, and the remaining 4 were all wounded. Hand it over, why wouldn't I? The loose immortal seated at the head seat was a true loose immortal. As he sat there, his entire body seemed to vanish. We've already lost 5th brother to the Giant Eye formation left behind by God King Giant Eye. Are we really going to continue? Do you also want to die here? The other 3 itinerant immortals had different expressions on their faces. The 5 leaders of Sin Paradise had lived for countless years, and they were sworn brothers of the opposite sex. It was only because of their unity that Sin Paradise had become what it was today. I agree with the boss. Now that the war has reached this point, both the humans and the outsiders have suffered heavy losses. The outsiders have an endless stream of people, and they also have mastered the secret arts of the outsiders. In reality, their losses aren't that great. Right now, the Giant Eye God King has invited us to join the Giant Eye army, and has promised us high positions. Rather than continuing to fight, we might as well join the Giant Eye army. This was the 3rd heavenly monarch loose immortal. He had always followed the boss in his footsteps. It had to be said that the words of the heavenly monarch and loose immortal were exactly what the other 2 were thinking. The Giant Eye deity king took the initiative to invite them to join the Giant Eye Legion and promised them high positions. It was impossible for them not to be moved. The Giant Eye God King wants us to send Lin Jiqing over, but have you ever thought about what would happen if Lin Fei returns? The 2nd White Mountain loose immortal asked. Moreover, the mythical tower has mastered elixirs, formations, and battle armor. It's not the mythical tower from 3 years ago. They control half of Sin Paradise. The mythical tower. The expressions of the 4 leaders changed slightly, as if they had been hit on something. These 3 years didn't seem long. For experts, it was just a small period of seclusion. However, for the mythical tower, these 3 years were a huge process of development. From being weak and nameless, their influence had expanded to the entire continent. Everyone knew that the mythical tower's elixirs, battle armor, and formations were top-notch. The mythical tower had also gone from a weak faction 3 years ago to a famous faction on the continent. 3 years ago, the mythical tower was nothing in Sin Paradise. However, 3 years later, the mythical tower had recruited countless experts. Coupled with the heaven-devouring demonic essence art, the mythical tower was like a ferocious beast that could open its bloody mouth at any time. Sending Lin Jiqing over was equivalent to starting a war with the mythical tower. The price was too high. This is proof of allegiance. We have to hand it over even if we don't want to. Gue said, Lin Jiqing is the core of the mythical tower. The Giant Eye God King needs the mythical tower's elixirs, battle armor, and formations. If we hand over Lin Jiqing, we can obtain a high position. Otherwise, why would the Giant Eye God King treat us so well? As for that Lin Fei? Even if he returns? How powerful do you think he can be in 3 years? He might not be able to return from the heaven's secret vault. As for Lin Fei, they didn't have much to worry about. He was just a talented kid. He was really nothing. He wouldn't be able to cause any harm to them. 2nd brother, boss is doing this for our own good. In the battle half a year ago, we used all our means, but 5th brother still died. The Giant Eye God King didn't make a move. Just the 10 Giant Eye God Kings alone were enough to make us unable to resist. If they attacked again, would we be able to resist? The 4th Sky River loose immortal said. Yes, what else could they rely on to resist? They couldn't even resist the Giant Eye God King formation, let alone the real Giant Eye God King behind them. Have you all thought it through? Space fluctuated. A projection descended. It was a huge face and a huge eye. In the world, it seemed like there was only one huge eye left. Giant Eye God King. The eldest Gue loose immortal stood up. This was one of the 10 great God Kings, the Giant Eye God King. Even though it was just a projection, the feeling of power caused their expressions to change again. We agree to join. You all have made a wise choice. Be it the future or the future, you all won't regret it. The giant God King said, the mythical towers Lin Jiqing must be sent up here alive. This is your first mission. God King, don't worry. We won't disappoint you. This giant appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Space also returned to normal. Do you all think that the giant God King is someone we can deal with? Guai turned around, his heart filled with lingering fear. Can we deal with him? Bai Shan, Sky Monarch, and Sky River were silent. A God King was a God King after all. On this continent, they were one of the strongest. Chapter 610. Saint Hall. This continent's top power wasn't having an easy time with the invasion of the alien army. In the past 3 years, they had lost many members. Saint Hall. In the past 3 years, their power had also expanded. They were now the number 1 power in the Saint Hall. This had a lot to do with Long Outyan, especially when he left. He had instructed them to expand their power in 3 years. They would no longer be on par with each other. News from the dragon race? After returning to the Saint Hall, Long Outyan's strength had improved greatly. He was preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the next realm. News from the dragon race came. Long Outyan had the bloodline of the dragon race. The higher-ups of the Saint Hall knew that. Without a doubt, he had an invisible advantage in the Saint Hall. The Saint Hall didn't dare to offend the dragon race. He took out a black dragon scale. As a member of the dragon race, Long Outyan naturally carried a dragon scale with him. It was the only way to communicate with the dragon race. When the black dragon scale was taken out, a light screen appeared in front of him. Long Tianyi appeared on it. Lord Deacon. Long Outyan greeted respectfully. In the outside world, Long Outyan could look down on everything. However, in front of the dragon race, he had to put down his pride. Outyan, congratulations on coming out of the heavenly secret treasury. I believe you have gained a lot this time. I wonder when you will break through to the sky immortal realm. Long Tianyi said calmly. Long Outyan didn't know why this deacon was looking for him. There must be something. He replied. On Dragon Island, deacons had a high status and held a certain amount of power. Thank you for your concern. Long Tianyi asked a few simple questions before changing the topic. I want you to go to the endless ocean. The flood dragon is dead. I want you to find out who did it. Hearing this news, Long Outyan was shocked. Long Outyan knew the flood dragon. He was a flood dragon, Long Tianyi's nephew. There were rumors that he was Long Tianyi's illegitimate son. Dragons were lustful. It was normal for them to have illegitimate children. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the surname Long. Only Long Tianyi knew whether he was illegitimate or not. After all, flood dragons didn't have the right. Hearing this news, how could Long Outyan not be shocked? He remembered the dragon race. He seemed to be doing well in the endless ocean. Did someone dare to do it? Didn't they know he had the dragon race behind him? Don't worry, Deacon Long. I'll lead a team to investigate. Even Long Outyan couldn't sit still when it was such a huge matter. The death of a flood dragon was nothing much under normal circumstances. However, Zhang Xian had a deacon for a father. Even if the rumors weren't true, Zhang Xian was still his nephew. If Long Outyan wanted to do well on the continent, he would need the support of the dragon clan. Outyan, you are very capable. As long as you help me find out who killed the flood dragon, I will owe you a favor. Long Tianyi said. A favor. Long Outyan was tempted by a favor from an executive. Even though he had gained a lot from the Tianji secret vault, he was not the only one who had gained a lot. As long as one was still alive, almost all of the elites on the continent had gained a lot. It could be said that Long Outyan had lost all of his advantages, especially those 10 prodigies. Every single one of them had the support of a big sect, and obtaining support was the most important thing. Long Tianyi continued, little Jiao's strength had already reached the limits of an itinerant immortal. The person who was able to kill him must be a half-step heavenly immortal expert. When you go there, I will teach you the Dragon Clan's supreme technique, True Dragon Transformation, just in case. True Dragon Transformation. Long Outyan felt as if he had been smashed by happiness. True Dragon Transformation. It was a powerful supreme technique of the Dragon Clan, and only the disciples of the Dragon Clan could learn it. Long Outyan wanted to learn this technique even in his dreams. If he had learned it 5 years ago, how could the Sacred Palace and the Sacred War suppress him? It was simply because he was not strong enough to fight against the two of them. True Dragon Transformation required the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Once cultivated, it would be a powerful body-refining technique that could stimulate the bloodline and transform into a giant dragon. Giant dragon. How strong was the body's defense? Long Outyan was very clear that once he learned the True Dragon Transformation, his combat strength would definitely rise to a new level. He would even be able to fight against those 10 prodigies. Among the Dragon Clan, Long Outyan wanted to learn the True Dragon Transformation the most. He did not expect the opportunity to come. Thank you, Executive, for your help. Outyan will not let you down. Long Outyan was determined to find the culprit no matter what. At the same time, in a small world, this was the location of a sect on the continent. It was a super sect above the first-grade sects, the Celestial Sect of Wonders. It had always been called the Orthodox Celestial Sect. When Taoist Junzi, one of the 10 prodigies, returned to the Celestial Sect, everyone in the Celestial Sect was pleasantly surprised. The secret heavens vault was known as the most mysterious treasure. No one knew where it came from or where it disappeared. Once every 10,000 years, many people were destined to become successful and famous. This time, the secret heavens vault lasted the longest, a full 3 years. Disciple, with your current strength, you can break through to the celestial immortal realm. In a secret chamber, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged in the middle. Opposite him was the cultured and elegant Taoist Junzi. At this moment, Taoist Junzi's brows were emitting a trace of demonic qi, forming a strange symbol. Master, rest assured. Within half a month, Disciple will undergo the tribulation and become the first celestial immortal among the 10 prodigies. The white-haired old man nodded in satisfaction. Our Orthodox Celestial Sect will rely on you guys from now on. There is no need to rush the tribulation. Only with a deep accumulation will the success rate be higher. But the demonic qi in your body, Master, rest assured. It's just a mere demonic qi. I will suppress it sooner or later. Taoist Junzi's face was filled with killing intent. If not for that Lin Fei, Disciple would not have suffered this. Lin Fei? There doesn't seem to be such a person among the 10 prodigies. Could he be a rising genius from another sect? The white-haired old man knew his disciple very well. Furthermore, his disciple had the power of the sacred fetus. He should be someone from the demon sect. Disciple was able to obtain the fortuitous encounter because of him. However, Disciple wants to kill him even more. Taoist Junzi was enraged. The demonic qi on his face rippled. The white-haired old man rarely saw his disciple like this. This Lin Fei was worth mentioning. He was not an ordinary person. He pointed his finger and entered Taoist Junzi's forehead, suppressing the demonic qi. I will come here every day to help you suppress the demonic qi. Don't worry about Lin Fei. Once you successfully undergo the tribulation and become a celestial immortal, you can kill him or keep him alive with just a word. During this period of time, you can focus on your closed-door cultivation. The white-haired old man quietly disappeared from Taoist Junzi's sight. The entire secret chamber was silent. Taoist Junzi's demonic qi rippled once again. His entire body was covered in runes, looking sinister and terrifying. Ah! Miserable cries reverberated in the secret chamber. Lin Fei, I want you to die a horrible death. The geniuses of every top faction started to return. For a time, the disciples of every faction were immersed in closed-door cultivation. After all, the geniuses who survived the heavenly secret vault all had astonishing gains. What they needed now was time to digest and absorb the gains before breaking through. Sin Paradise. The outer region of Sin Paradise had long been fortified with arrays. It was no longer as casual as before. Half a year ago, an intense battle had erupted in the outer region. Countless people had died, but they had managed to hold on. In the inner region of Sin Paradise, the inner region was the same as before. The streets were bustling with people. However, compared to before, everyone was more vigilant. From time to time, teams of patrolling guards would appear. The mythological tower's next auction is about to begin. A group of men was chatting casually on the upper floor of a building. I heard that the mythological tower's blood-replenishing pill has been auctioned off. Who knows if it's true? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It can't be. Someone was doubtful. Did you guys notice that the mythological tower has restricted the auction of blood-replenishing pill, cultivation-breaking pill, and the like? Everyone in Sin Paradise knew about the mythological tower. In the past 3 years, the mythological tower's influence had expanded rapidly. Coupled with the appearance of a demonic technique, countless villains had joined the mythological tower so that they would no longer face bottlenecks in their cultivation. As long as one dared to kill, one would be able to stand out. A demonic technique could allow one to stand out. Countless people had joined the mythological tower. After hearing this, everyone thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. So what if the mythological tower has restricted the auction? It's not like you can afford it. Someone said in disdain. Regardless of whether it was the pills or other items, every single one of them was extremely valuable. Only the big shots could afford them. It's great to become a disciple of the mythological tower. I heard that one can obtain pills like the blood-replenishing pill based on their battle achievements. They don't need to pay a single cent. At the same time, in the mythological tower, in the past 3 years, the mythological tower had changed a lot in Sin Paradise. This was especially true for their facade. Compared to the treasure tower of the past, it was many times larger and more famous. First, madam, we're running out of pills. Should we hold the auction as scheduled? Inside the mythological tower, a subordinate stood in front of a woman and asked cautiously. Is there a rumor going around? The woman in black said indifferently. She had the aura of a superior, causing others to not dare to look at her directly. The auction will be held as scheduled, the woman in black said. We can't let this matter affect the reputation of the mythological tower. The subordinate retreated. Husband, when are you coming back? This woman was none other than Lin Jiqing. Ever since Lin Fei went to the secret heavens vault, Lin Jiqing had been in charge of the entire mythological tower. With the help of the 4 great villains, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon, and the others, the mythological tower was quickly managed in an orderly manner. At the same time, the mythological tower's influence had increased by several times. Big Sister Jiqing, did something happen to our husband? Jean Feng walked in with her pregnant belly. For cultivators, a pregnancy could last for 1 year, 2 years, or even several years. No one dared to be sure. Why would you think that? Lin Jiqing smiled. Our husband might have been delayed on the way. He will be back soon. Ever since Jean Feng became pregnant, she didn't care about anything. Could it be that the cultivation resources left behind by our husband have been auctioned off? They're all from the higher-ups. Jean Feng was quite angry. At this moment, someone barged in. Chapter 6:11. Why is he here again? Jean Feng was the first to show dissatisfaction. Ever since Lin Fei left, Sin Paradise started to fulfill their demands, but they kept on extorting them. Song Fei was the representative. Jean Feng couldn't wait to whip Song Fei's face. She wanted to teach him what it meant to be shameless. Hearing that Song Fei came, Jean Feng knew that it would not be a good thing. She had a bad impression of him. Take him to the reception room. Lin Jiqing's face flashed with anger. Sin Paradise is going too far. After he left, Lin Jiqing's face was cold. Lin Jiqing knew what Song Fei's goal was. They are getting more and more afraid of our Ascension Tower. In the past 3 years, the Ascension Tower was no longer unknown. It was now famous in the continent. Is this Song Fei trying to extort us again? Jean Feng could not help but ask. Go back and rest. I will take care of the matters here. Lin Jiqing chuckled. Song Fei is nothing. As long as we have the elixirs and armor, Sin Paradise can only watch. But they... Jean Feng was worried. She heard that Song Fei brought a lot of people. It's fine. I will invite Brother Qi Lian and Sage Reincarnation over. We are not afraid of them playing tricks. Lin Jiqing said. Moreover, this is the Shinshan Tower, our 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron. Jean Feng left with peace of mind. After a while, Qi Lian Heavenly Demon and Sage Reincarnation arrived. In the past 3 years, the two of them had stabilized their strength at high stage loose immortal. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon's realm was the same. In the past 3 years, he had killed many experts and refined them one by one. His strength had increased rapidly. He was now an 8 Tribulation loose immortal and was only a step away from 9 Tribulation loose immortal. Damn it. I will kill that guy with one slap. Hearing that Song Fei had brought people over, the Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon looked ferocious. In the past 3 years, Qi Lian Heavenly Demon's temper could be said to be lawless. When he heard about this, he wanted to kill Song Fei on the spot. Don't worry, First Madam. This Song Fei is just using the power of the higher-ups to intimidate others. With us here, they won't be able to play any tricks. Reincarnation Immortal didn't care. Then I'll have to trouble the two of you to accompany me. Is there any news about that kid Lin Fei? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon suddenly asked. Not at the moment. Lin Jiqing replied, however, his soul orb is fine. He should be back soon. In the past 3 years, Lin Fei must have obtained a lot of treasures in the Tianji secret vault. Let's see how Sin Paradise tries to act tough when he's back. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon snorted. It had to be said that with the help of the Mythology Tower's alchemical pills, their influence was continuously expanding. Sin Paradise now occupied half of the continent, and the influence of the Sin Paradise was gradually weakening. Sooner or later, a battle would break out between the two. The Qi Lian Heavenly Demon agreed. The premise was that Lin Fei would return. Wouldn't he be able to eat them alive? In the reception room, Song Fei sat upright and still. If you looked closely, you would notice that there was a trace of sweat on his forehead. He didn't even dare to move his hands and feet. Song Fei, what is the meaning of you bringing people here? Lin Jiqing brought the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and Venerable Reincarnation in. The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon immediately opened fire. His personality was like that, direct and straightforward. It was unrealistic to say anything nice and polite. Song Fei raised his brows. I'm here to see Madam Lin. Of course, I brought people here for safety. You should know that the spies of the demonic races are everywhere. I don't want to be killed by them. Sophistry. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon didn't give him any face and exposed him right in front of him. Lin Jiqing sat down and didn't stop him. I'm here. If you have anything to say, just say it. If Song Fei wasn't the representative of Sin Paradise, Lin Jiqing wouldn't have come personally. She didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Sin Paradise. It wasn't the right time yet. Madam Lin, I'm here on behalf of the higher-ups. I would like to invite Madam Lin to come over to our higher-ups for a chat. Song Fei said straightforwardly. I'm sorry, I'm busy and can't spare any time. I'll pass. Lin Jiqing stood up. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. That means that Madam Lin isn't willing to go. Song Fei stood up. What? You want to force us to go over? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon had a fiery temper and glared. Do you believe that I can beat you up in one move? You must be the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon. You have quite a temper. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up from behind Song Fei. I wonder if you can beat me up. Boom, a monstrous aura descended. Not good. The scarlet refining heavenly demon and venerable reincarnation knew that it wasn't good. This was the peak strength of a loose immortal. He was even stronger than them. The middle-aged man took a step forward and grabbed with one hand. A huge aura crushed them mercilessly. Their strength was suppressed on the spot. With one move, two high-leveled loose immortals were suppressed. Absolute strength suppressed everything. Who are you? Lin Jiqing didn't panic in the face of danger. As expected of the First Lady of the Mythological Tower. The middle-aged man suppressed them calmly. This old man is Venerable Tianhe. Madam, you don't have to try to teleport. I have already used a powerful technique to seal the void in this reception room. Hearing this name, Lin Jiqing's expression changed on the spot. I didn't expect that your Sin Paradise would be the first to shed all pretense of cordiality. Lin Jiqing didn't expect that the higher-ups of Sin Paradise would personally make a move. Venerable Tianhe was one of them. As expected, he suppressed Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and Venerable Reincarnation. Hee, this isn't called shedding all pretense of cordiality. Venerable Tianhe said, it's nothing more than an exchange of benefits. Didn't we work together before? This is just another form of cooperation. You guys are working with a different race. Lin Jiqing stared at Venerable Tianhe and threw out a piece of heavy news. Amazing. You even saw through this. Venerable Tianhe had long heard that the First Lady of the Mythological Tower, Lin Jiqing, had top-notch abilities and boldness. With just a few words, she was able to guess the purpose. That's right. We have joined the giant God King. Venerable Tianhe said proudly, now that the human race is in decline, if Madame Lin is willing to put down her prejudice and join the giant God King, with Madame Lin's ability, you will be able to stand out among the different races. When the time comes, it won't be impossible for you to be conferred the title of nobility. Since we walk different paths, we can't make plans together. Lin Jiqing rejected. Lead the way. Once Venerable Tianhe made a move, Lin Jiqing knew that she wouldn't be disappointed. The true higher-ups of Sin Paradise, even though the mythological tower was strong, it was still in decline. Especially when the other party came inside the mythological tower and sealed the space. Chapter 6:12. Sage Tianhe was envious of the mythical tower's great power. Because of this, Sage Tianhe didn't want to make a move. After all, this was the space inside an immortal artifact. There was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. For safety's sake, he would take Lin Jiqing away first and deal with the mythical tower later. No matter what, such a big piece of meat would fall into their hands sooner or later. The mythical tower's internal members all cultivated the sky-devouring demonic essence art. Each of them had a strong killing intent. One mystic sect disciple was equivalent to 3 mystic sect disciples. Sage Tianhe and the others tried to break this demonic art, but the results were not satisfactory. The more they failed, the more they valued the mythical tower. After 3 years of development, they could feel the pressure from the mythical tower. If not for the mythical tower lacking a true expert, Sin Paradise would have changed owners. The development was too fast and uncontrollable. Just the hundreds of thousands of members were all vicious and evil. When combined, they were like a sharp knife. They kept killing to cultivate, confident that they could kill. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Throughout the years, there was no one that could compare to the mythical tower among the great factions that had appeared in Sin Paradise. Unless he had no other choice, Sage Tianhe would not kill them. Gaining control of the mythical tower and joining God King Giant Eyes would be a great asset. They would undoubtedly be valued by him. The moment they came out of the guest room, Sage Tianhe grabbed Lin Jiqing and walked out. At the same time, a force enveloped them, suppressing them. They just came out. 4 silhouettes appeared in 4 different directions. A giant condensed in the void and slammed down with a palm. The surrounding buildings were instantly destroyed. Dazzling stars. Sage Tianhe did not panic. A universe appeared above his head. Countless planets and galaxies filled the sky. It was filled with a boundless aura and blocked the giant's attack. For great evildoers, there is no need for you to continue this meaningless struggle. You cannot defeat this old man. Sage Tianhe stood proudly as if he was in the depths of a universe. He did not care about their attacks. One was a human, the other was an immortal. There was a difference between humans and immortals. The four fiends were very strong, but there was still a gap between them and Sage Tianhe. They could barely resist him. The moment the Heavenly River Sage made his move, the four great evils knew about it immediately. They quickly activated the formation and entered the void. While the Heavenly River Sage was out, they attacked in one fell swoop. Daoist Tianhe, you are very strong, but we don't want to contend against you. We only care about saving people. True Immortal Wine laughed and said, now, why don't we see if Madame Lin is still here? Sage Tianhe turned his head, and sure enough, Lin Jiqing and the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon had disappeared. The place was empty, and anger flashed in his eyes. Lin Jiqing and the others appeared behind the four villains. Sage Tianhe, you're a high-ranking member of Sin Paradise. Aren't you ashamed of coming here personally to capture someone? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Undefeatable Sage mocked. You didn't expect us to rescue him right under your nose, did you? Spiritual Master Tianhe was surprised, truly surprised. The person who was originally under his control was rescued just like that, and Spiritual Master Tianhe didn't even notice it at all. It was really unimaginable. It seemed that it had been a long time since someone could snatch someone from his hands. As expected of the mythical tower, they laid down layers of formations in this immortal artifact space. Unknowingly, they managed to trap someone. Sage Tianhe was very shocked. When he came, he knew that there were many formations laid down, but he didn't expect that he would fail. The four villains, Lin Jiqing, and the others all rejoiced at this moment. When Lin Fei laid down the formations, they thought that it was unnecessary, and Sin Paradise wouldn't shed all pretenses of cordiality so quickly. They also didn't expect that the high-ranking members of Sin Paradise would personally come. In the end, they really did come in handy. They were so close. Sage Tianhe, we respect you as a high-ranking member. As long as you leave, we can pretend that nothing happened. True Immortal Wine said to Sage Tianhe. Rescuing Lin Jiqing and the others from Sage Tianhe's hands was already their limit. Moreover, they had done it while the other party was off guard. If they really fought, there would still be a gap between them. Hence, it would be best if Sage Tianhe could leave. The possibility of this was very low, very low. Leave? For villains, when did you have a guilty conscience? Sage Tianhe laughed loudly. Since this old man is here today, I will definitely take them away. You won't be able to stop me. Great Galaxy Capture. The galaxy above his head instantly turned into a giant silvery white hand and grabbed at the air. In that instant, the entire space seemed to fall under the control of the giant hand. This move alone displayed Sage Tianhe's powerful strength. Go to the core. The four villains once again summoned a giant and faced the giant hand with astonishing momentum. The giant hand flicked a finger, and the white light crashed into the giant. Pooh! The four villains instantly vomited blood, injured. Weak, too weak. Sage Tianhe had a look of disdain. Before true power, your meager strength is just like an ant. Since you foiled this old man's grand plan, then take another finger from this old man. The giant's silvery white hand flicked again, and four beams of white light shot at the four villains. Retreat. The four villains instantly disappeared, and the white light attack missed. This formation is interesting. Sage Tianhe didn't change his expression even though the great capture missed. Mysterious mythological tower, today, let me see just how mysterious you are. Sage Tianhe didn't plan to leave now that he was here. He took a step forward, and the formation appeared. He sneered, Madame Lin, no one can stop this old man today. Let's see how long you can last. Rumble. Sage Tianhe walked forward step by step, and the illusory formation shattered one after another. Inside the 8 Desolation 6-direction cauldron, Lin Jiqing and the others were here. When Lin Fei left, he set up the immortal artifact space, and everyone had a special treasure on them that allowed them to move without restriction. Sage Tianhe is too powerful. As expected of one of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise. His first move is a half-step heaven immortal. True Immortal Wine's face was solemn. We are no match for him. The 4 villains could even block a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal, but they couldn't block a half-step heaven immortal. The attack just now was a joint attack formation that they were proficient in, and they couldn't even block a single move. Madam Lin, our formation won't last long, Invincible True Immortal said. Through the screens, they saw Sage Tianhe heading straight for their core position. The activated formations were useless before the Heavenly River Enlightened Being. They wouldn't last long. They were shattered. Activate the final formation, the 12 Heavenly Demons Slaying Formation. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't know how powerful this formation was, but they knew that it was the final formation that Lin Fei had set up, and it was extremely powerful. This formation would consume a lot of resources, and it was a bottomless pit. Madam Lin, just admit defeat. Sage Tianhe walked forward step by step, and the formations were shattered one after another. The large number of interweaving formations excited Sage Tianhe. He had never seen many of them before, and if a high-level bodiless immortal came, he would definitely be trapped. Break it? It was very difficult. Sage Tianhe could only use his strength to break it. Exquisite, too exquisite. The mysteries of the mythical tower were finally revealed. Fortunately, I came with my real body, or we would be in big trouble. Sage Tianhe originally wanted to come with his doppelganger, but the mysteries of the mythical tower made him give up the idea and come on his own. Although it was a bit like bullying, at this point, it would affect his reputation. Rumble, soon, Sage Tianhe sensed their core position, and he couldn't help but smile. Rumble, 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 just when Sage Tianhe thought he could capture them, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Endless darkness enveloped them. The blood-red sky. A heavy aura rushed up. Giants that were hundreds of meters tall appeared under the blood-red sky. There were 12 of them, and each of them looked different. When the 12 giants appeared, demonic energy soared into the sky. Formation. Sage Tianhe immediately understood that this was their last formation, and it looked a bit strange. Kill, 12 voices of kill, converged together, and from the sky, a huge blood-red word, kill, blasted down on Sage Tianhe. Sage Tianhe pointed with his finger, and the cosmos world propped up a starry sky. Boom, the two were tied. The blood-red sky was shattered by this energy, and then returned to normal. What a powerful formation. Sage Tianhe was shocked. It seems that if I want to break this formation, I'll have to kill one of the giants. Kill. Sage Tianhe attacked the winged giant, and an astral whip appeared in his hand. With a whoosh, he lashed out, and the sky above the whip was filled with dazzling stars. He actually blocked it. When the 12 Citadel Demon Slaughtering Formation appeared, everyone was stunned. Its power was beyond imagination. The 12 giants were really fighting Sage Tianhe. At least, it seemed that they were in a stalemate. I really don't know where Lin Fei found this formation. True Immortal Flower Demon was shocked. I've never seen these 12 giants before. They heaved sighs of relief, but at the same time, they couldn't help but worry. Sage Tianhe had made his move, and the entire sinful paradise had surrounded the mythical tower. Right now, they were like turtles in a jar. If the situation really gets out of hand, control the immortal artifact and perform a void leap. Lin Jiqing frowned. No matter what, we can't let the immortal artifact fall into their hands. The 8 Desolation 6-directional cauldron, aside from the enormous space inside, also had another function, void leap. However, this void leap was too dangerous. No one knew where they would end up. If it was a secret realm or a danger zone, it wouldn't be good. Chapter 613. Madam Lin, I can't hold on much longer. Sage Tianhe's attacks are too ferocious. The 12 giants can't absorb his energy and can't hold on much longer. Inside the 8 Desolate 6-direction cauldron, Sage Tianhe's attacks were still going strong. From the initial probing, to the later frenzied attacks, his movements were grand and grand. The river of stars shattered, boundless and boundless as he found the crux of the restraining formation. Lin Jiqing, just admit defeat. Daoist Tianhe forced back a giant with a single move, strolling leisurely. This array formation of yours is the most powerful array formation I've ever seen. Unfortunately, activating these giants consumes a great deal of resources. Once the resources can't keep up with the giant's consumption, the array formation won't work. Sage Tianhe was one of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise. He had powerful battle prowess. In a short time, he had figured out the key to the formation and started attacking crazily. So what if the formation was powerful? It could still be broken if it ran out of energy. The 12 giants were currently in a state of exhaustion. They could not replenish their cultivation resources. Rumble, the 12 giants were on the verge of collapse. Madam Lin, use your last move. Lin Jiqing really didn't want to use her last move. But there was no other way. While the 12 giants could suppress the other party, and the 4 evil men had also made a move, Sage Tianhe easily saw through the clues and grasped the crux of the matter. They failed. If the 12 Nine Tribulation bodiless immortals activated the formation together, they might be able to last longer. Star River shatter. The stars in the vast starry sky rumbled and scattered in all directions. Rumble, the 12 giants were sent flying by the destructive force. The formation trapping Sage Tianhe lost its effect. Admit defeat. Rumble, the silver-white star river rushed toward the core where Lin Jiqing was, trying to capture them in one move. The space where Lin Jiqing was instantly turned into a starry sky. They were above a starry sky. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Stop struggling. This is my Star River world. You just want to activate the immortal artifact. Now that you are in my Star River world, you can give up completely. Realistic. Too realistic. In the Star River world, their strength became insignificant. More importantly, they couldn't sense the existence of space. Lin Jiqing was like this. It was the same for the 4 villains. It was the same for Red Refined Heavenly Demon and Reincarnation Immortal. Not being able to sense space meant that he couldn't connect to celestial artifacts. Boom boom, unwilling to give up, they joined forces to attack the starry sky. The starry sky began to crumble, but then a new starry sky appeared. To be able to trap this old man for so long, you can be proud. Daoist Tianhe had never gone through so much trouble to capture a few people with his main body. He had almost failed. Return, the starry sky world transformed into a giant hand with 5 mountain-like fingers, each of them reaching into the clouds with no end in sight. His 5 fingers were like mountains, suppressing everything. Sage Tianhe heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, a strange phenomenon occurred. Flames filled the sky and landed on the 5-finger mountain. A scorching aura filled the entire space. Hua la la, who is it? Sage Tianhe's expression changed drastically. The pain of being burned by the raging flame spread throughout his body. Even someone as strong as him could feel this kind of pain. He hadn't experienced it for tens of thousands of years. An illusory starry sky. An illusory 5-fingered mountain. The flames burned everything into nothingness. They reappeared in the space, and the boundless pressure disappeared. Lin Jiqing and the others were shocked. They thought that they couldn't escape this time. Who would have thought that someone would make a move at the critical moment? Little Qing, are you okay? A voice that hadn't been heard for a long time suddenly appeared in their ears, descending upon their souls. Husband, you're back. 2 figures, one in black and one in purple, appeared in the space. Lin Jiqing's eyes were brimming with tears. She rushed up and hugged him. I knew you would come back, you big liar. The flames just now were made by Lin Fei. After leaving the Endless Sea realm, Lin Fei didn't stop for even a moment. He went straight to Sinful Paradise. Plus, he had left the previous arrangements in the 8 Desolation 6-directional cauldron. When Sage Tianhe made a move, he actually knew. Damn, how did I become a big liar? Lin Fei patted the woman's back. It's fine. I'm here for everything. The four fiends, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon, and the others were all incomparably shocked. They had tried to break this five-fingered mountain earlier, but it was like a rock sinking into the sea, useless. However, Lin Fei managed to break the five-fingered mountain with just a flame. Impressive, too impressive. Battle prowess of a nine-tribulation bodiless immortal. Lin Fei stood there casually, but the aura coming from his body shocked them once more. It could no longer be described with words. Monstrous, too monstrous. They all knew that Lin Fei's cultivation speed was monstrous. However, such monstrous speed was something they couldn't compare to. You are Lin Fei, the mythological pavilion's pavilion master. Sage Tianhe was surprised at first, but he soon recovered. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Even the heavens were helping him. Lin Fei was the most mysterious person in the mythological pavilion. Through continuous investigations, Lin Fei was a mysterious person. From a trash, he rose to prominence and killed geniuses. No matter which one it was worthy of admiration. Other than that, the rise of the mythological pavilion was also filled with secrets, especially the mysterious pill god and blacksmiths. They wanted to know all about them. Sage Tianhe didn't expect to bring Lin Fei back. He couldn't block the opportunity, but Lin Fei took the initiative to appear. Coincidentally, he knew that the Saintess under the giant Eye God King had been holding a grudge against Lin Fei, so he made a promise. If he could send Lin Fei to the Saintess, there would be no lack of benefits. How could this not make Sage Tianhe excited? If Lin Fei didn't appear, Sage Tianhe wouldn't be tempted. Since he appeared, this great credit would obviously go to him. Awesome, too awesome. Young master, this naggy guy doesn't have much strength. Are all humans like this? Little Purple was cold, completely belittling Sage Tianhe. Only then did the four villains notice that Lin Fei had brought back a fiendish guy. It sounded like he was very domineering. Who was this guy? Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind. Little did they know that Sage Tianhe was about to announce his identity. When he heard such words, he exploded in anger on the spot, almost to the point of death. This old man's strength isn't much? Didn't you see that this old man suppressed them with one move? Isn't this strength? Bragging also depends on the target. This is a typical case of looking down on this old man. This is infuriating this old man. Chapter 6:14. Little Violet had the bloodline of an ancient overlord. If she hadn't awakened her bloodline, she wouldn't have bothered with a mere human. Now that her bloodline had awakened and she had successfully returned to her ancestral state, she wouldn't put the human race aside. Sage Tianhe was one of the upper echelons of sinful paradise. He forcefully suppressed his anger. Everything was under his control, so there was nothing to worry about. Just now, he had used his divine ability to investigate. Whether it was this Lin Fei or this purple-haired fellow, neither of them were his match. Why should he care? Killing them was as easy as flipping his hand. This fellow really is a chatterbox. Lin Fei smiled. Your sinful paradise is quite bold. What benefits did the other races give you to become traitors to humanity? Wrong, you should be the big traitor. Huh, well said. Traitor to humanity. Running dogs of the other races. Perhaps it was because of Lin Fei's return, or perhaps it was because of his calm appearance, but the four fiends couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. They began to mock Sage Tianhe. Although Sage Tianhe didn't know what this big traitor meant, he could tell that Lin Fei was mocking him. Lin Fei, originally, I didn't want you to take action because you are the Tower Master of Myth Tower. I even wanted to give you a chance to surrender. But since you don't know what's good for you, I won't be polite to you. Sage Tianhe was furious. Ever since becoming one of the upper echelons of sinful paradise, Sage Tianhe had never heard such words from a sage. They were the first. There's no need to be so fake. Lin Fei continued to laugh. I don't care that your sinful paradise betrayed the human race. I also don't care that you joined the other races. But you should never have done that. You should never have done that to my woman. Sage Tianhe didn't care. Hate. So what? In this world, fists are the most important. This old man's fists are bigger than yours, and my fists are harder than yours. Your so-called advantage is all fake. Let's see how you continue to be so arrogant later. Star River Great World. Sage Tianhe made his move. He had a faint bad feeling in his heart. Lin Fei was too calm, too calm. He didn't care about his influence at all. What did this mean? Either he was fearless and didn't take him seriously at all. Either that or he was pretending to frighten him. Sage Tianhe wanted his opponent to reveal a flaw. Regardless of whether you were fearless or deliberately acting, you would have to lie down in front of strength. Husband, I've implicated you. Lin Jiqing knew that her man's strength had increased, but she couldn't help but worry when facing one of the upper echelons of Sin Paradise. Holding the woman in his arms, Lin Fei looked indifferent. Little Z, beat him until his mother can't recognize him. This guy scared my woman. What? Everyone suspected that they had misheard. Could this cool guy be an expert? Was it possible? Sage Tianhe almost laughed out loud. Was there something wrong with this Lin Fei's head? Or was he so scared that he was using this method to scare him? He even beat him up until he couldn't recognize himself? Young master, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. Little Purple swung her long hair and coolly rushed forward. She raised her fist and smashed it over. It was a very ordinary attack. The four villains looked at each other in dismay. This was an attack technique. Whether or not she could even hurt him was still a question. Stinking brat, go to hell. Sage Tianhe had a very bad impression of this purple-haired kid. He wanted to kill him with one punch. He had a ferocious smile on his face as if he could see him being killed with one punch. Bang! Everyone thought that the purple-haired guy was going to be killed. But they were all stunned. Invincible, am I seeing things? True Immortal Drunken Wine rubbed his eyes. Well, I'm seeing things. True Immortal Flower Demon shook her head, unsure. It seems that the overpowered Sage Tianhe was sent flying with one punch, True Immortal Potbellied said instinctively. I think I saw someone being sent flying as well. True Immortal Invincible rubbed his eyes as well. That scene just now was really hard to believe. Sage Tianhe was sent flying with one punch. That's right, he was sent flying. Everyone was silent. They couldn't digest what just happened. TSK, you want to kill me with that kind of attack? Little Purple was disdainful. She took a step forward and appeared in front of Sage Tianhe. She slapped him, and Sage Tianhe was sent flying again like a spinning top. Sage Tianhe, who was sent flying, cried out, impossible. I'm a half-step heaven immortal. No one can defeat me. This slap on Sage Tianhe's face shattered all of his self-confidence. I won't lose. Sage Tianhe crawled to his feet. A giant foot descended from the sky and stomped on his face, causing the sound of bones breaking to ring out. Young master said that I'll beat you until your mother won't recognize you. Little Purple stomped on him, and the space around him fluctuated. I'm a half-step heaven immortal. Another stomp, and blood flowed out. You're dead meat. I'll kill you. Who are you? Who are you? Little Purple followed the instructions and stomped on him again and again. Sage Tianhe roared and struggled, but Little Purple's body was like a towering mountain. She kept on suppressing Sage Tianhe, and he couldn't move. Later, his voice became softer and softer, and his breath became weaker. With the exception of Lin Fei, everyone at the scene was shocked. A half-step heaven immortal was stepped on like that. With every stomp, his breath became weaker. It was too shocking, too domineering. That was a half-step heaven immortal. Their gazes towards Lin Fei were filled with worship. More importantly, they wanted to know where Lin Fei found such a guy. Awesome. Awesome to death. It was unimaginable that a half-step heaven immortal could be beaten like this. Any half-step heaven immortal had a high status. How could he be beaten like this? This was equivalent to hurting his self-esteem, destroying his wisdom and existence. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by Sage Tianhe. The atavistic little violet was an ancient overlord. She was just a half-step heaven immortal, and she had controlled her strength. Otherwise, she would have been dead for sure. Stop hitting me. I'm going to die. At this time, Sage Tianhe's voice was soft and pitiful, no longer as calm as before. Little Purple, stop it. Little Purple stopped and lifted Sage Tianhe up with one hand. At this time, most of Sage Tianhe's body was blown up, and his face was also smashed. If he wasn't a half-step heaven immortal, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. You really can't recognize him now. Zhang Xiaohu looked up and down, then asked Lin Jiqing, don't you think so? The people behind him all rolled their eyes at him. Was there a need to ask? Sage Tianhe's current sorry state, even if his mother was here, she might not recognize him. Miserable, too miserable. They had never seen a half-step heaven immortal in such a miserable state in their lives. Sage Tianhe, you deserve this. That was awesome. I guess Sage Tianhe must have had a great time just now. Of course. Look at him, I know he's going to die of pleasure. This is the first time I've heard it. It's so good that it can kill. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. These guys were too sharp-tongued. This was a rhythm that could kill. Tower Master Lin, I admit defeat. Please don't hit me. Sage Tianhe was full of grievances. He was almost trampled to death. A half-step heaven immortal being trampled to death was something he didn't even dare to think about. However, Sage Tianhe knew that if he didn't speak up, he would really be trampled to death. From then on, there would be the first half-step heaven immortal to be trampled to death. High and mighty. Being mocked. Sage Tianhe had long thrown those thoughts aside. He really didn't want to experience the brink of death at such a close distance. You said you won't hit me. Who do you think you are? Lin Fei was angry. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your servant. I'm a half-step heaven immortal. I'll kill whoever master wants me to. I won't hesitate. Please don't kill me. Sage Tianhe's whole body trembled. He was scared. He was really scared. If he didn't know the origin of this purple-haired boy, he could just die. A heaven immortal. A follower of a heaven immortal. Sage Tianhe had the thought of killing himself. No matter how strong a half-step heaven immortal was, he was nothing in front of a heaven immortal. How could he fight? The four villains were stunned. Sage Tianhe, one of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise, took the initiative to become Lin Fei's servant. Was there a mistake? The status of a servant was no status at all. A half-step heaven immortal took the initiative to speak. How shocking was that? To be able to scare a half-step heaven immortal like that, this little purple's strength must be extraordinary. For a moment, an unimaginable existence appeared in their minds, a heaven immortal. This little purple was a heaven immortal expert. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't this a little too awesome? The only one who could accept it the most was the heavenly fiend. At this time, the heavenly fiend was extremely excited. I've really hit the jackpot. A follower of a heaven immortal. This Lin Fei must be the reincarnation of a deity. Only a deity can make a heaven immortal submit to him. He's a heaven immortal? Lin Jiqing's mouth was wide open as she looked at Little Purple. For a moment, she couldn't connect with this word. Lin Fei hugged the woman tightly. That's right. Little Purple is a heaven immortal expert. This time, I'm back. I won't let you be afraid anymore. When Sage Tianhe heard that, he couldn't move at all. A sentence kept echoing in his mind. Heaven immortal. He's a heaven immortal. I've kicked an iron plate. Madam Lin, it was my fault that I attacked you before. Please, I beg you. Seeing that I can still use my meager strength, you must kill me. I am willing to become your servant. Sage Tianhe threw caution to the wind. Young master, this guy is nagging. Let me eat him. Sage Tianhe was so scared that he peed his pants. This is too cruel. He wants to eat me. Chapter 6:15. It was just a simple sentence, but the result was the death of a half-step heavenly immortal. Even though Lin Jiqing came from a big sect and had seen the world, she was at a loss when she heard this. She couldn't digest the news for a while. Even though she knew that her man was amazing, she really didn't expect him to be this amazing. This kind of thing was probably just a fantasy, but when it really happened in front of her, the feeling was indescribable. Lin Fei's words were too domineering. Kill was kill. Live was live. It was a matter of one sentence. Lin Jiqing was Lin Jiqing indeed. After 3 years of being in a superior position, she recovered after a moment of absent-mindedness. She was smart to begin with, so a half-step heaven immortal was much more useful. Sage Tianhe, seeing that you are still useful, I can spare your life. However, since you took the initiative to attack us, you can be exempted from the death penalty. Serve the mythological tower for 5,000 years, and I will return you your freedom. Sage Tianhe's heart was already in his throat. Life and death could be decided in an instant. Having cultivated to this level, he really didn't want to die. After all, anyone who reached this level was already an expert in the continent, one of the true experts. If he could pass the tribulation successfully, he could even ascend to the heavenly realm. Not wanting to die was Sage Tianhe's only wish. So what if he was a servant? Sage Tianhe had no choice in this matter. Hearing that he would serve the mythological tower for 5,000 years, Sage Tianhe was stunned. Thank you, Madam Lin, for sparing my life. Thank you, Madam Lin, for sparing my life. Lin Jiqing's words were simple, but there was another meaning behind them. How could Sage Tianhe not know? Serving the mythological tower for 5,000 years was considered a polite way of saying it to take care of Sage Tianhe's face. If it was a servant, then the face didn't exist. This was Lin Jiqing taking care of Sage Tianhe's face. 5,000 years. It might seem long, but to Sage Tianhe, it wasn't long at all. After 5,000 years of freedom, Sage Tianhe no longer had any resentment in his heart. Instead, it was replaced by gratitude. When a half-step heaven immortal faced a heaven immortal expert, death would be the best outcome. To be able to survive the hands of a heaven immortal expert, Sage Tianhe didn't ask for much. So what if he had to serve for 10,000 years? As for doing something right, that was something that could not be borne. A heavenly immortal expert had a very long lifespan. Most importantly, this fellow didn't seem to be able to ascend. This was rather terrifying. Revenge? That was simply courting death. Sage Tianhe was filled with regret. How could he have coveted the mythical tower? He had kicked a huge iron plate, an iron plate that he could not contend against. Fortunately, he had survived. Sage Tianhe, count yourself lucky. Lin Fei snorted coldly and put on a dark face. He admired his woman for changing his impression of Tianhe Jinren with just a few words. Lin Fei saw all the changes in Sage Tianhe. His every move couldn't escape the change. Little Purple threw Sage Tianhe away. This kind of person should be killed. Once and for all. Boring, too boring. After regaining his freedom, Sage Tianhe was filled with worry, fearing that the other party would kill him out of anger. Without any hesitation, he swore an oath to the heavens to obtain someone to rely on. Sage Tianhe had never been so eager. Facing such a monstrous existence, Sage Tianhe's heart was still trembling. After he swore the oath, he hurriedly stood behind Lin Jiqing, fearing that he would be killed by Little Purple. The 4 evil men were dumbfounded when they saw this. This was the first time they saw a half-step heavenly immortal expert swear an oath to the heavens so quickly. At the same time, he was so dutiful. Lin Fei's view of Sage Tianhe was that it didn't matter if he killed him or not. Although it would be a pity to kill him, it was his fault for intruding the mythical tower. If he didn't kill him, he would be able to gain some help. Hence, Lin Fei gave the choice to his woman. It was up to him to decide what to do. At the same time, Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart that he had brought Little Purple back. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble today. If she fell into the hands of Sin Paradise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sage Tianhe, tell me your plan. Lin Fei said coldly. After solving a problem, Lin Fei didn't think that it would end just like that. Now that he was back, all the troubles from before had to be dealt with. There was no need to hide anymore. In order to prove his usefulness, Sage Tianhe told them the whole plan. He didn't dare to hide anything. As for his half-step heavenly immortal strength, it was nothing to be proud of. If there wasn't any heavenly immortal expert, Sage Tianhe might have put on airs. But now, he wouldn't dare to do so even if he was given 100 guts. Tower Lord Lin, we can take advantage of the situation. Sage Reincarnation said to Lin Fei. For the first time, his tone had changed. In the past, Sage Reincarnation, Sheng Guanhong would always address someone with the word little. After Lin Fei came back, his strength had improved greatly. He even brought back a heavenly immortal expert. Unknowingly, his position had been confirmed and his influence had changed. Lin Fei didn't say anything. This time, he had obtained the acknowledgement of Sage Tianhe. Take advantage of the situation. I think it's possible. We can take them all in one go. They had always wanted to take care of the higher-ups of Sin City. Back then, he had endured because he wasn't strong enough. Now that they had taken the initiative, there was no need for him to continue enduring. Lin Fei had long wanted to get rid of them. The only thing he didn't expect was that they would be so anxious. This proved the saying, haste makes waste. If the higher-ups of Sin Heaven weren't anxious to take action, Lin Fei would take care of them slowly like boiling frogs in water. Sage Tianhe didn't dare to inform them now. Even though they were brothers with different surnames and sworn brothers, in this kind of situation, they would fly away on their own. Why would they care so much? As long as I bring you over, they won't suspect anything. We can take them all in one go. Anyone who goes against Tower Lord Lin will be our enemy. Everyone looked at him with disdain. This guy was a typical lackey. It had only been a short while, but he had already changed his direction. It was hard to imagine that a person, no, a powerhouse, could change so quickly that it was hard for the eyes to follow. For great evildoers, you guys stay here. Little Violet and I will go personally. One trouble had been dealt with. Lin Fei didn't know if there would be more trouble. It was necessary to stay here. With a wave of his hand, a spirit vein flew out. Those who were suppressed were sent into the formation. 12 giants flew out, brimming with killing intent, 100 times stronger than before. With this formation, if anyone from Sin Heaven barges in, we'll kill them all. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was a spirit vein, right? A spirit vein supporting a formation. Wasn't this too extravagant? They had seen extravagant things before, but they had never seen something this extravagant. Chapter 6:16. On the Boundless Sea Realm. Sea beasts rampaged, and storms never stopped. At this moment, a team appeared on the Boundless Sea Realm. The huge warship resisted the harsh environment around it. This team moved and stopped, and no one knew how far they had traveled in the Boundless Sea Realm. Finally, one day, the black warship stopped in the sky. Streamers of light blocked the beating of the waves. The waves that could crush boulders couldn't shake the black warship at all. That little dragon must have died in this area. A figure appeared in the sky above the black warship. It was Long Outyan, who had traveled tens of thousands of miles. After cultivating the true dragon transformation, Long Outyan had personally come to the Boundless Sea Realm. Nothing was more important than this. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any foreign tribe troops along the way. He took out a dragon scale from his dimensional pocket and flicked it. The dragon scale glowed and turned into a black beam of light that flew out. Long Outyan followed it. This was a method of the dragon tribe, specifically used to find skeletons. The dragon's scale flew for about 1,000 miles and suddenly stopped, rushing into the boundless sea realm. Long Outyen followed it and saw a white skeleton covered in mud at the bottom of the sea. Dragon bones. Long Outyen grabbed the skeleton and flew out from under Heidi. The opponent is so strong. So many of the bones have been broken. Long Outyen heaved a sigh of relief after finding the dragon bones. He could continue searching for the skeleton. Who owns this sea realm? A subordinate reported immediately. This area belongs to the Silver Shark King, a marquis king of the Oceanus Empire. Little Dragon died here. This Silver Shark King must know something. Long Outyen didn't worry about a marquis king. He was just following orders this time. Silver Shark Clan. The Silver Shark King had been in a bad mood recently. All the singers and dancers had been sent out, and he locked himself up all day. He was still aching from the huge loss. Rumble. A loud noise came from outside, startling the Silver Shark King. Before he could do anything, he saw an arrogant young man barge in. If I were you, I would dismiss all my subordinates. The Silver Shark King saw a human with an extraordinary bearing and the aura of a superior. He knew that this was someone with a powerful background. He waved his hand and ordered the people outside to leave. Who are you? Don't you know that the sea race doesn't welcome humans? Long Outyen waved his hand and tossed the dragon skeleton onto the ground. Even though he was already dead, he was still emitting the might of a dragon, and no one dared to look down on him. As soon as the skeleton appeared, the Silver Shark King's expression changed. He cursed inwardly. How could he have forgotten to collect this skeleton? His pupils shrank. You're from the dragon tribe? From the moment the Jiao Dragon King died, the Silver Shark King knew that he could not escape. The dragon clan would find him sooner or later. The only difference was whether it was the human clan or the dragon clan. There was a big difference between the two. The former was still acceptable, but the latter was hard to say. It was clear that this person was the representative of the dragon tribe. So you know how the Jiao Dragon King died? Long Outyen knew that he had come to the right place. It was easier than he had imagined. The boundless sea region was so big, and if the feudal vassals didn't know about it, it would be quite troublesome. The Silver Shark King did not try to hide it. Everyone knew about the heavenly tribulation, especially the experts. No matter how the Silver Shark King tried to silence them, it would be easy for the other party to investigate. This is the person who killed the Jiao Dragon King. The Silver Shark King pointed at the void, and a lifelike portrait appeared out of thin air. For experts like them, it was easy to draw a person's face. They could even draw 100 of them. So it's you, Lin Fei. When the portrait appeared, Long Outyen was shocked on the spot. No matter how Long Outyen thought about it, he had never thought that the person who killed the Jiao Dragon King would be someone he knew, and someone he needed to deal with. This was good news. Long Outyen had always wanted to deal with Lin Fei, but he had no way to do so. Now, he had the guts to kill someone from the dragon tribe. This was Lin Fei's own death wish. Let's go. Long Outyen retrieved the skeleton on the ground and left with his subordinates. The Silver Shark King opened his mouth to speak, but stopped in the end. So what if it's the dragon tribe? They have a heaven immortal realm demon beast. You're just unlucky to come knocking on my door. However, I seem to need to find a safe place, lest they suffer losses and come after me. Why don't we take refuge at the giant crab king's place for a while? As soon as Long Outyen left, the Silver Shark King disappeared like a wisp of smoke. On the black warship, Long Outyen ordered his subordinates, activate the power of the divine sanctum and find out where Lin Fei is. After discovering that it was Lin Fei who had attacked, Long Outyen didn't need to ask any more questions. He finally had an honorable reason to personally deal with Lin Fei. This time, he was going to beat Lin Fei down with one strike, so that he would never be able to rise again. Long Outyen could laugh at Lin Fei going against the dragon tribe. If Lin Fei had submitted to the divine sanctum, that would have been the best. Lin Fei shouldn't have chosen to ally with the holy war. This time, Long Outyan could almost see himself knocking Lin Fei to the ground with one punch, and he could complete the mission assigned by the deacon. It was killing two birds with one stone. At the gathering place of the upper echelons of Sin Paradise, Gue, Heavenly Monarch, and White Mountain were all waiting for Sage Tianhe's return. Using the mythology tower as a proof of allegiance was very useful to them, so they couldn't help but worry. Under King Giant Eye, other than the local mutated tribe, there were experts from all walks of life who weren't any weaker than them. If they wanted to stand out under King Giant Eye, they had to produce a satisfactory answer. They couldn't afford to lose the mythology tower. Tianhe has been gone for so long. He's really dawdling. If I had known, I would have gone. Sage Tian Monarch was very unhappy. He had been gone for a long time. It'll be the same if you go. The mythology tower is built in the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron, and it's filled with arrays. It'll take time to capture Lin Jiqing. Looking at the time, Tianhe should be back soon. White Mountain said. One myth tower's Lin Jiqing, any one of them could do it. I think he's back. Suddenly, Sage Gue opened his eyes and said to them. As expected, there was a fluctuation in the space. Sage Tianhe had appeared. Huh, you're finally back. I thought you had failed. Sage Baishan joked. Sage Tianhe felt aggrieved. You jinxed it. I really did fail. I even signed a 50-100-year contract. Don't you feel aggrieved? You jinxed it. It's just a mythology tower. Isn't it a piece of cake? Sage Tianhe laughed. Moreover, my luck is pretty good. Do you know who I met? It can't be that Lin Fei, right? Sage Tian Monarch casually said. If there was a most mysterious person in the mythology tower, it would be that Lin Fei. Mysterious pills, battle armor, arrays. All of these came from that Lin Fei. However, they all knew that this Lin Fei had gone to the Heaven's secret treasury. The chances of him surviving were very low. After all, the Heaven's secret treasury was filled with experts. Lin Fei only had the battle strength of a mid-stage loose immortal. He was average among geniuses. Ha, you guessed it. Sage Tianhe waved his hand. I really brought Lin Fei back. Lin Fei appeared in the space with a mini flamingo perched on his shoulder. When Sage Tian Monarch and the others made their move, they didn't expect Sage Tianhe to bring Lin Fei back. The possibility was too low. However, when he really appeared in front of them, they felt that the heavens were looking after them. They all knew that Lin Fei was a thorn in the Saintess's side. There was a rumor that whoever captured Lin Fei and brought him to the Saintess would receive a great merit. They didn't know why the Saintess treated Lin Fei as a thorn in her side. They only heard that Lin Fei had tricked the Saintess. Whether it was true or not, they didn't know. No matter what, Lin Fei was in their hands. Tianhe, you did well. It's a great merit. Gue Yi's eyes shone with joy. Tian Monarch, informed the Saintess immediately. The myth tower has fallen into my hands. And Lin Fei, arrange for people to come and take over. Sage Tian Monarch nodded. I'll contact them immediately. You captured me. Aren't you worried about my master's revenge? Lin Fei said to them calmly. Since Sage Gue was going to rely on Giant Eye God King, he didn't have to worry about the pill god behind Lin Fei. They were no longer fighting alone. They had a huge army of strange races behind them. They had the confidence to face them. Lin Fei, you're calmer than I thought. It's a pity you offended the Saintess. Otherwise, I could put in a few good words for you. With your ability, you'll play an important role in the strange races. Gue-Yi's spiritual master was very farsighted. He had seen the development of the mythology tower in the past 3 years. If Lin Fei wasn't the Saintess's enemy, they would undoubtedly be able to form a team and be of great use against the Giant Eye God King. It was a pity that Lin Fei was the Saintess's enemy. Under the God King, the Saintess was the commander. They couldn't afford to offend her. Otherwise, they could really work together. I'm very curious. Why does the Saintess hate me? Why does she want to kill me? Lin Fei was puzzled. He had been troubled by this question for a long time. He couldn't find an explanation. You'll have to ask the Saintess. At this time, Sage Tian Monarch returned. Later, the Saintess will arrange for people to come. We just have to do the welcoming work. Everyone smiled. They had finally joined Giant Eye God King's side. They even took down the Myth Tower and handed in a satisfactory result. They would be in high positions. The others wouldn't have anything to say. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei was laughing coldly in his heart. I'll wait a little longer. I'll destroy the Saintess's people. If I can get an answer, that would be for the best. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry.